In this video, we'll be going over some of the core class features in D&D 5e, and picking out some of the best ones that either see a lot of play at the table, or are just generally very powerful. And for the purposes of this list, we'll be excluding things like spellcasting and extra attacks, as even though they are technically listed as class features, these two in particular feel like gimmies in terms of usefulness. Starting things off at number 10, we have Magical Secrets. This is a class feature that's given to bards upon hitting level 10, and allows them to choose 2 spells of any spell list to learn as long as they are spells that you're able to cast at that time, while also learning 2 additional spells at 14th and 18th level. Now, what makes this class feature so amazing is the fact that it allows you to sprinkle some variety into your bard in some unique ways. There are over 500 spells in the game, and almost 400 of those are 5th level and below, giving you so many options to choose from to fit whatever build or theme you're going for. You could have access to Fireball for extra damage and a large AoE option, or maybe even Conjure Animals if you wanted to add some minions to your gameplay style. Bless is a good spell if you want to continue the theme of support, as it allows your party members to hit better and pass saving throws they might struggle with. On the flip side, Bane is good as an offensive support option, as it can cause your enemies to miss their attacks while making it easier for them to fail saving throws. There is no best spell you can take with this feature, since the best spells heavily depend on personal preference and what you seek to accomplish as your bard more than anything else. And even though this list won't necessarily go into subclasses, it is worth noting that Magical Secrets can be accessed a little bit earlier if you're playing as the Lore subclass, which can grant them an additional 2 spells to learn at 6th level as well. Regardless, the versatile nature of Magical Secrets definitely makes this feature worth having on this list, and is easily regarded as one of the bard's most powerful features. But the reason this feature only sits at number 10 on this list is because, while being able to learn a total of 6 additional spells over the course of the campaign is a huge boon, it is sort of a one and done deal each time, and does nothing else but teach you spells you otherwise wouldn't be able to know, while also becoming available a bit late in the game. And while this does mean you get to pick up amazingly overpowered spells like Wish or Meteor Swarm by level 18, most tables generally don't reach these higher tiers of play, so you are more likely only going to make use out of the 10th and 14th level version of Magical Secrets. But even with all of these downsides, Magical Secrets functions perfectly as a way of fulfilling whatever niche you want your bard to fill by either reinforcing something that your party lacks, like damage, or doubling down on flavor and roleplay options to help enhance your experience as a mischievous bard or an entertainer. And at number 9, we have Diamond Soul. This is a monk feature that they learn at 14th level and grants you proficiency in all saving throws. In addition, whenever you fail a saving throw, you can spend 1 key point to re-roll it and take the second result. This is a very simple feature that just makes it easier for you to survive incoming spells or effects that might otherwise be detrimental to you. While you're already proficient in strength and dexterity saving throws, being able to more easily resist the effects of something like fear or incapacitation is a very strong ability to have, especially since this portion of the feature is always on no matter what. And being able to spend 1 key point in order to reroll a failed save just makes this feature even better. However, that's really all it does, which isn't bad in itself. But because you only learn this at level 14, you aren't going to have very many opportunities to use it, since you'll be learning this feature towards the back end of Tier 3 play, which falls between levels 11 and 16, and usually where campaigns begin to wind down. Fortunately, the general benefit of this feature is the reason why Diamond Soul has a place on this list despite only being obtainable so late in the campaign. Having proficiency in every saving throw is just that valuable, even at the highest tiers of play, since you don't have to worry as much about being hit with a Dominate Person or a Flame Strike, making this feature always useful from the moment you obtain it to the moment your campaign finally ends. And at number 8, we have Stunning Strike. This is another class feature for monks that's learned upon reaching level 5. It allows you to spend 1 key point whenever you hit with a melee weapon attack in order to attempt to stun a creature until the end of your next turn by making them roll a Constitution saving throw. A stunned creature is considered incapacitated, meaning it can't take any actions or reactions. The stunned creature also cannot move and has trouble speaking, automatically fails strength and dexterity saving throws, and attack rolls against a stunned creature are made with advantage. This is basically the bread and butter of how most monks will fight in combat, as stun is an amazing condition to afflict which basically skips the affected creature's next turn while making them easier for you and your party members to land hits on. The biggest downside of this, however, is the fact that it targets a creature's constitution stat, which is considered the worst stat to target due to the fact that so many creatures have such high constitution scores. Fortunately, this is sort of made up by the fact that there's no limit in how many times a turn you can use Stunning Strike, so as long as you have the key points to back them up. So if you attack twice for your action, you can spend 1 key point to follow that up with Flurry of Blows to make 2 more unarmed attacks as a bonus action, and then spend another key point per attack you land in order to attempt a Stunning Strike for a total of 4 attempts in a single turn. However, in most cases, you might not need to spend that many key points to land the stun, and even if you don't, it might be better to consider withholding future Stunning Strikes for other creatures, since key points are a limited resource that can only be restored upon finishing a short or long rest. You can also use Stunning Strike as a way to force an enemy spellcaster to drop concentration, since a creature that's incapacitated automatically drops concentration of their spells without the need for a concentration check, and because spellcasters almost consistently have lower constitution scores than other creatures. But having access to the ability to even potentially make enemies miss their turns at such an early level is the main reason why this feature even makes this list in the first place, even if it only ticks number 8 spot. And at number 7, we have Wild Shape. This is a second level class feature that druids learn and normally allows you to use your action in order to shift into a bear twice per short or long rest. You stay in this form for a number of hours equal to half your druid level, and the type of creature you can turn into is determined by the Beast Shapes table. At second level, you can change it to a creature whose challenge rating is up to 1/4 and cannot possess a flying or swim speed. 4th level druids can shift into a CR 1/2 creature and now has the no swim speed restriction lifted. And at 8th level, you can transform into a creature of up to 1 CR, regardless of flying or swim speed it possesses. There are a lot of ways to use Wild Shape, many of which pertain to scouting and traversing smaller areas that you normally wouldn't be able to outside of combat, and creating a temporary buffer of health while you're in combat. This is because whenever you Wild Shape into a creature, you also possess some of those creature's stats, including their hit points and hit die. And if your hit points ever drop to 0 while Wild Shape, you simply revert back to your normal form and take any remaining damage from your beast form that you didn't take. Also, if you're maintaining a spell which requires concentration, such as Call Lightning, you can maintain that concentration while in your Wild Shape form, as long as you cast the spell before doing so, since Wild Shape prevents you from casting spells altogether. And if you're maintaining a spell that allows you to use an action or bonus action to reproduce an effect of a spell, such as with Call Lightning or Sunbeam, you are allowed to do so even while you're Wild Shaped. You're also able to retain the benefits of your race, class, and other features that your form is physically capable of doing so. This can see some niche but effective uses if you're multi-classing outside of Druid and allows you to retain class features that might make your beast form a little better. For example, at first level, monks learn the Unarmed Defense feature, which allows you to calculate your armor class as 10 plus your dexterity modifier plus your wisdom, as opposed to the standard AC calculation of 10 plus your dex, which can make some of the beast forms of Wild Shapes have more AC than they normally would, making them a little bit harder to hit since wisdom also happens to be the druid's main stat, so it would naturally be on the higher side. And while not wholly relevant, it is also worth noting that some subclasses even change how you use Wild Shape while still maintaining the way to use it normally. Circle the Star Druids are able to expend a charge of Wild Shape in order to, as a bonus action, transform into a starry form, which grants you different benefits depending on what form you take. In your Archer form, you can deal 1d8 plus your Wisdom modifier and radiant damage as a bonus action to a creature within 60 feet of you. Your Chalice form allows you to heal a creature within 30 feet of you for 1d8 plus your Wisdom modifier whenever you cast a spell which restores hit points to a creature. And your Dragon form allows you to treat any roll of 9 or lower on a d20 as a 10 whenever you make an Intelligence or Wisdom check, or Constitution saving throw to maintain concentration on a spell. Wildfire Druids can also expend a use of Wild Shape in order to summon a Wildfire Spirit, which provides a Druid with some additional benefits as they level up. And then there's Circle of the Moon Druids, which get a completely upgraded version of the Wild Shape feature by allowing them to shift into a creature with a higher CR than they normally would, while making Wild Shape into a bonus action, which comes with the benefits of making an absolute tank of a build. The amount of flexibility and ways to have this feature modified in ways other class features normally don't is why this class feature is definitely worth talking about for this list. And at number 6, we have the Spell Storing item. This 11th level Artificer feature allows you to, after finishing a long rest, basically replicate the effects of the Spell Storing Ring magical item by allowing you to store spells from the Artificer spell list inside a simple or martial weapon or spell focus, which can later be used by whomever this item is given to. However, there are some restrictions on how this class feature can be used compared to the actual magic items it's based on. For starters, you can only store one spell inside the selected item, whereas Spell Storing Ring allows you to store any number of spells as long as those total levels of spells equals 5. So you can store 3 first level spells and 1 second level spell, for instance. The second thing about this class feature is that you can only store a first or second level spell which requires a cost of 1 action to cast. Lastly, a creature that holds a designated item is able to cast the spell stored within it as an action a number of times equal to twice your intelligence modifier, where this spell will no longer be stored. And for any table that's ever used a Spell Storing Ring, they would probably tell you how good this magical item is, because of how many different kinds of spells you can store in it. For example, you can give your fighter a Spell Storing Ring with 5 castings of the shield spell as an emergency get out of jail free card by increasing their AC by an extra 5 points, as a reaction whenever they would get hit until the start of their next turn. Or you can give your healer a few extra castings of Healing Word, which is just more resources your healer has at their disposal, or even give it to your ranger or wizard so they can also have a way to do some light healing. However, because Spell Storing Item only allows you to store spells that cost 1 action, you kind of can't do any of the aforementioned shenanigans like you would be able to with a Spell Storing Ring. However, you can still cast spells such as Heat Metal, which is a very strong second level spell that can deal a guaranteed 2d8 fire damage against a creature that isn't within physical contact of a piece of manufactured metal, such as metal armor or a sword. while forcing them to take 2d8 fire damage every subsequent turn using your bonus action if they manage to hold on to whatever object is being currently affected by heat metal. And if the creature doesn't drop the object, either by choice or by failing a Constitution saving throw, then they have disadvantage on their attack rolls and ability checks until the start of the next turn. And if they're wearing metal armor, then they don't really get a choice in the matter, since taking off armor takes 1 minute for medium armor and 5 minutes for heavy armor. And usually this spell is normally available through the Artificer, Bard, and Druid spell list, so being able to give your fighter or paladin a way to cast a spell can be really powerful, especially since you yourself can also cast it. In a way, this class feature allows you to maintain concentration on 2 spells through the use of another party member if you really want to look at it that way. Giving your ranger access to Fairy Fire while you cast Web can make for some really strong synergies, as you'll be restraining creatures while your ranger can make creatures easier to hit. You can also store Cure Wounds inside the item and have free castings of Cure Wounds for your ranger if they ever need some extra healing or find themselves needing to deliver some emergency healing to a downed ally. But the reason this class feature isn't any higher on this list is mainly because the amount of spells you can really use with this is kind of limited, especially if you're going to be giving this to a party member. You can only choose from the Artificer spell list, and can only pick spells that cost an action, which limits the list even further. And while only being able to cast a 1st and 2nd level spell can be seen as a downside, since by the time you reach 11th level, most spellcasters would already be casting 6th level spells, it's important to consider the fact that Artificers are half casters, meaning they don't get as many spells nor do they learn as many as full casters. So by 11th level, they'll only have access to 3rd level spells. This is also what makes this class feature so good for them, because they now have more castings of the low level spells as well. However, having access to a pseudo Ring of Spell Storing is definitely nothing to scoff at when it comes to useful class features, and Spell Storing item definitely ranks among them. And at number 5, we have Reckless Attack. This 2nd level feature belongs to the Barbarian class and allows you to make every attack roll you make be made with advantage for that turn. However, in return, every attack roll made against you will be made at advantage until the start of your next turn. While this might seem like a big downside, it's actually an overall benefit for your character, because in taking hits as a barbarian, it isn't as detrimental as other classes due to resistances they have for bludgeoning, piercing, slashing damage through their rage feature. There's also the fact that you will most likely have more hit points than other classes due to the size of your hit dice being a d12, the highest possible hit dice you can have, as well as a decent enough constitution score for those who want to make use of the unarmored defense feature, which allows you to add your constitution modifier alongside your dexterity to your armor class when calculating your AC instead of just a normal way of calculating it, which just adds your dexterity modifier, resulting in a higher than average health pool suitable for tanking a lot of hits. However, even then, you do want to be careful when using Reckless Attack against multiple targets, as you don't want to leave yourself open too much and take 2 attacks from 3 enemies at once every single turn, even if you're able to resist them all. So while there's a bit of a trade-off when it comes to this class feature, it is still one of the better features on this list, due to the ability to increase your chances to hit on demand, and can work extremely well with feats like Great Weapon Master, which gives you a flat -5 penalty to your chance to hit something, but grants you an extra flat 10 points of damage whenever you do hit, as giving yourself advantage can really help mitigate this penalty, making this a very powerful combo for a barbarian if they're looking to help maximize their damage. And the reason why this feature sits at the number 6 spot on this list is mainly due to the downside of making yourself an easier target for most other creatures, meaning this feature might not always be the best thing to use in some cases. But fortunately, the upsides of Reckless Attack tend to severely outweigh the bad, which makes this class feature very strong in spite of that weakness, while also getting this feature early enough to learn how to best use your Reckless Attack during earlier parts of the game where enemies tend to be on the weaker side of things. And at number 4, we have Reliable Talent. This is an 11th level class feature learned by rogues and is considered one of the strongest features in the game by many players. What it does is allow you to treat any roll of a 9 or below on a d20 when rolling for an ability check that you're proficient in as a 10 instead. This is a really powerful feature for a few reasons. The first is that rogues learn a ton of skill proficiencies starting at level 1. While most classes only select between 2 or 3 proficiencies, the rogue gets to choose 4 of them from a very good set of skills as well. Perception is generally the most commonly used skill check in the game, and having a good passive perception can help out a lot when detecting enemies that might be trying to sneak around the party, or noticing when something is off in the environment, such as a trap or a secret door made to blend into something. Insight is another good skill which can help you determine someone's true intentions or help detect a lie being told. Persuasion and deception are both great skills to have when getting yourself out of trouble or convincing a guard to let you into the king's palace. And of course you have sleight of hand and stealth, which are both amazing abilities for rogues looking to scout or pick locks. And while there are other skills you can be proficient in, these are some of the more common ones that players may choose due to how useful these skills can be over the course of a campaign. But what makes Reliable Talent truly shine is when it combines with the Expertise class feature, which allows you to double your proficiency bonus for 2 skills that you choose when you take this feature. While Bards can learn Expertise at 3rd level, and Rangers can learn Canning as an optional feature at the 1st level, which basically lets them have expertise in a single skill they're proficient in, rogues are able to take this class feature to new heights because of reliable talent basically raising the minimum number you can ever roll for your skill check. To put in perspective just how crazy reliable talent can be, let's take an 11th level rogue who has chosen Sneak and Sleight of Hand as their chosen skill proficiencies. If we assume the rogue maxed out their dexterity score, they would have a +5 to Sneak, and at 11th level your proficiency would be a +4, which doubles to +8 due to expertise, since by then all 4 of your skill proficiencies you chose would be under the effects of expertise unless you use it on a different skill you have been proficient in due to a race or subclass. This makes your overall bonus to Sneak around a +13, meaning that your minimum to roll normally is 14 if you rolled a 1. However, under the effects of reliable talent, you can treat that 1 as a 10, meaning that your minimum roll to stealth is actually a 23, which very few creatures can actually beat in terms of passive perception to try to see you. In fact, the earliest a creature can reach a high enough passive perception of 23 is Lupgaro from Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, and the adult Topaz Dragon from Fizbane's Treasury of Dragons, which are both CR 13 creatures. And beyond that, only a handful of creatures of each CR level can actually beat your minimum stealth roll. And if you ever need to pick a particularly hard lock, you can do this very easily without much fail because the minimum you can ever roll to pick one is 23. Which brings us to the other reason why reliable talent is so powerful, is ability checks are the most common rolls you make in D&D 5e. So being able to pretty much never fail certain ability checks can really trivialize certain encounters to an unprepared or inexperienced DM. However, a more experienced or creative DM might be able to work around this in a way that still feels good to the player while also not feeling like a puzzle or encounter they worked hard on was for nothing. Your DM could create a scenario where you might have to sneak past a bunch of guards, but are positioned in such a way that even if you were to be as stealthy as possible, you'll always be in plain sight of them. The solution here might be to have your other party members create some sort of distraction, while you sneak safely to where you need to go in order to nab the treasure from a complicated series of locks. Perhaps the lock contains a treasure, is magical, and can't be picked by normal means. However, the key to unlock it is stowed away in a book somewhere that you might have to look for using your investigation, a skill you might not be proficient in. It takes you some time to find the book, but you notice it's rigged. Use your sleight of hand to easily disable the device and take the key, unlock the lock, and nab the treasure within just enough time for the guards to come back. This allows you to work with your party members to enable your skill set in a scenario that might have happened even without reliable talent, while still allowing the player to use their character for what they built it for, while also introducing them to or enabling some time-sensitive scenarios. However, not every situation will be this ideal, and sometimes you might just have to accept that locks aren't going to stand in the way between a rogue and their treasure. Regardless, the reason why this class feature only takes number 4 spot on this list, despite how insanely broken the feature can be, is because you learned this feature relatively late. And while you're able to use this feature quite often, there are just certain skill checks that aren't going to be relevant to you, and for good reason, since you want other players to have their time to shine as well. That being said, there are ways you can become proficient in every skill check, which just mostly involves multiclassing and building a very particular build that allows for this, in which case this feature might very well take your top spot on this list. However, because of how specific you would have to create your character in order to achieve this kind of power, it's usually not worth it unless you're going for a very gimmicky build. But it felt worth mentioning just how much use reliable talent can get you if you're really feeling up to it. And for a more combat-heavy campaign, this feature might not come up that much in the first place to really make much of an impact. And at number 3, we have a feature present in both the Monk and Rogue classes, Evasion, which is learned at 7th level for either of them. This has the simple effect of making it so that you take no damage whenever you successfully pass a dexterity saving throw, and only take half damage if you fail. This is another feature that is widely regarded as a powerful one, because it allows you to choose many spells and traps by simply existing. This holds especially true for rogues, since your dexterity saving throw will usually be extremely high due to your primary focus and dexterity and your proficiency in it, meaning you should be able to pass most dexterity saving throws with little to no problems. And there's nothing quite like seeing the look on your DM's face whenever they decide to throw a meteor swarm at the party, only for you to walk out unscathed because you passed your dexterity saving throw to avoid all of its damage. And the reason this class feature takes number 3 spot on this list is because of how early you get this feature and how effective evasion is in practice. A lot of common spells require a dexterity saving throw, which include most, if not all, fire spells like Fireball, Wall of Fire, and the aforementioned Meteor Swarm, while most traps definitely require to make a dexterity saving throw if you accidentally trigger them. So there's little worry of taking a big hit if you mess up and try to disarm a trap, only for it to blow up in your face, since you'll very likely be able to avoid the damage altogether. And just the act of being able to mitigate even half of the damage you would normally take on a failed saving throw is enough to consider this feature strong, since it's just a flat boost to your overall survivability with no commitment to resources, which is why Evasion takes number 3 spot on this list. And at number 2, we have Aura of Protection. This is the Paladin class feature that's learned at 6th level, and grants you an aura within 10 feet of you that provides a bonus to all saving throws you and friendly creatures make, equal to your charisma modifier, as long as you're conscious. and at 18th level, the aura extends to 30 feet. Now, just like Diamond Soul, this class feature is a fantastic way of being able to add extra bonuses to your saving throws, with the biggest difference being that you can now also provide the bonus to your allies. With it being tied to Charisma, however, means that you might not be able to see the full benefits of this aura, since Strength tends to take precedent as the primary stat. But even a +3 bonus to any saving throw to make within 10 feet starting at 6th level is a very good bonus for helping your allies stay protected from the likes of Slow or Fireball. And while the overall benefits of aura protection are a bit smaller than Diamond Soul, since it doesn't scale proficiency like the latter, being available 8 levels sooner, as well as providing a hefty amount of protection to your friends, is enough to make this feature a fantastic choice for the number 2 spot on this list, especially considering the fact that it's always on. And at number 1, we have Action Surge. This is a 2nd level fighter class feature which grants you 1 additional action per short or long rest, and you can use this action for anything you want, including attacking using the full benefits of things like extra attack. This is partly why fighters are seen as a class that do nothing but make attacks, because Action Surge allows them to make so many attacks at once. And at 17th level, you get to use 2 Action Surges per rest, but can't use them on the same turn. And by then, your extra attack as a fighter allows you to make a total of 3 attacks every time you use the attack action. So if you use Action Surge, this basically gives you a total of 6 attacks for the turn. And if you happen to have the Great Weapon Master or Sharpshooter feats, and ways to give yourself advantage, such as through the use of the Samurai subclass Fighting Spirit feature, which grants some temporary hit points and advantage on all attacks they make that turn, then you'd be able to do a devastating amount of damage to any creature you hit as a result. But that's not all that Action Surge is good for. In fact, Action Surge is actually so good that even spellcasters are willing to dip 2 levels into Fighter just for this class feature, because of the ways that it interacts with spells. You see, there's no rule that prevents you from casting 2 leveled spells in the same turn as an action, as long as one of the spells you cast isn't a bonus action. Specifically, the rules for casting a spell that has the casting time of a bonus action state that you can't cast another spell during the same turn, except for a cantrip with a casting time of 1 action. Which means that as long as you don't cast any leveled spells as a bonus action, you are free to cast any leveled spells as an action. This is later confirmed by the lead designer of D&D, Jeremy Crawford, when he states that the rules on bonus action spell casting only applies if you're casting a bonus action spell, while also preceding this statement with an example where he states that the rule on bonus action spells has nothing to do with Action Surge. You could, for example, use Action Surge and then cast Fireball twice. You could always follow it with a Hold Person spell, which paralyzes a humanoid creature. It makes it easier to land hits and crits with a Scorching Ray on the same turn to deal an incredible amount of damage, and that would be perfectly fine. However, if you were to cast Misty Step, a bonus action 2nd level spell which lets you teleport to a point you see within 30 feet in order to get away from a nearby aggressor, and you're planning on using Action Surge this turn, only then will you be restricted to using cantrips for both actions. Despite this, however, Action Surge provides an amount of flexibility that just isn't present in any of the other class features on this list. And of course, there are plenty of other classes that can benefit from Action Surge as well. Paladins can utilize extra actions in order to land more smites, and rogues might want to use the extra action to ready their action for an additional sneak attack when their turn falls to the next person in initiative, since sneak attack's damage is once per turn as opposed to once per round. It's kind of ridiculous how amazing Action Surge can be for so many classes due to the nature of what it does and the fact that it is learned at an extremely low level, that it may as well be a non-commitment in some cases, which is why this feature deserves its number 1 spot on this list. Paladins are one of the most interesting and powerful classes of the game, being both a partial spellcaster and a dynamic frontline combatant. Today, we'll be going over the 9 Paladin subclasses, also known as Oaths, and ranking them on the power, versatility, and their added spells, channel divinity options, and the class features gained at 7th, 15th, and 20th level. Now let's get started. At the bottom of the ranking, at 9th place, we have the Oath of Devotion. The Oath of Devotion is one of the original Paladin subclasses and often considered the default Paladin. Its biggest issue is that a lot of the abilities don't add a whole lot to the Paladin's playstyle, more just reinforcing it in certain ways. The spells it adds that the Paladins don't already have access to are a few cleric spells like Beacon of Hope, Sanctuary, and Dispel Magic, which have their uses but aren't major game-changing options. Dispel Magic is good, but it's a go-to option for any other full spellcaster in the party most of the time, causing a lot of overlap. Like all Oaths, it comes with 2 channel divinity spells. The first is called Sacred Weapon. This lets the Paladin use an action to add the Charisma modifier to their attack roll while making their weapon count as magical for 1 minute. The downside of taking a full action means it's often difficult justifying not just attacking twice over 2 turns instead. That said, it comes up when you can't attack for a round for some reason, and it does combine well with things like Great Weapon Master's damage for accuracy trade-offs. It can stand out at low levels before you gain magical weapons too, letting you hit damage-resistant enemies. Not useless, but fairly situational. The other ability is Turn the Unholy, which basically works like a cleric's Turn Undead while also working on fiends. frightening any fiends and undead within 30 feet and causing them to run and cower. Not bad, but it's often a worse version of a situational class feature that clerics already have, and can't automatically destroy low-level undead. In an undead or fiend-heavy campaign, this can be an effective ability, but paladins with the Divine Smite are already juggernauts in undead and fiend-heavy campaigns. This could come up against a horde of specific enemies when the paladin runs out of smites, but that doesn't curb how situational it is, especially when paladins often have much lower spell saving throws due to charisma usually being secondary to strength and sometimes constitution. Next is a much more plainly good ability at 7th level called Aura of Devotion. This aura prevents charm effects from working on the paladin and all allies within 10 feet of them so long as the paladin is conscious. The aura increases to 30 feet at level 18. Charm effects are some of the most dangerous abilities in the game, capable of massively swinging action economy in fights. So immunity to that can remove an entire dimension of threat to an adventuring party. It's even relevant in social situations, as charm spells are the most likely kind of spell to rear their heads in a social encounter. An undoubtedly useful ability, although it does rely on running into enemies who use charm effects, so it might not come up very often. Next is the 15th level ability called Purity of the Spirit. This gives a permanent protection from good and evil effect on the paladin, which is a pretty good buff. Protection from good and evil is a powerful defensive spell that usually gets overlooked because it uses up concentration. Not the case here. This gives the paladin strong defenses against aberrations, celestials, elementals, fae, fiends, and undead. It gives those creature types disadvantage to attack the paladin and makes the paladin immune to being charmed, frightened, or possessed. Effective, but a little redundant, as a lot of the utility of this effect is rendered moot by the charm immunity devotion paladin already has. And at level 15, monsters are likely hitting very often with disadvantage imposed by protection. Not bad, but not outstanding either. And again, suffers from being a bit situational. The Oath's final feature is the 20th level capstone ability called Holy Nimbus. It is invoked by using an action and lasts for 1 minute. It makes the paladin project a 30-foot aura of sunlight that constantly deals 10 radiant damage in the radius to any enemy who starts their turn in it. The radiant aura also projects light in the radius and dim light 30 feet beyond that. It also gives advantage on saves against spells by fiends or undead. The area of effect damage can be good when you get swarmed, but 10 damage isn't a lot for a 20th level character, especially when you have to commit your action to do so. A 20th level paladin would be needed to catch dozens of enemies in the aura to compete in overall damage with just their melee attack. And the other effects aren't doing a whole lot either. An undoubtedly lackluster capstone. While often considered the default paladin, Oath of Devotion has an issue where it doesn't make the paladin that much better at being an anti-fiend and undead expert, like the paladin naturally is, and a lot of the abilities are either very situational, or even overlap with each other. It doesn't even grant many good spells, just an underwhelming subclass compared to the other available options. And at 8th place in this ranking, we have Oath of the Ancients. The Oath of the Ancients paladin, often known as Grey Knight, is another original player's handbook option, and is meant to be associated with guarding nature and life from external threats. Some of this is on display with some of the new spells the Oath gains coming from the Druid spell list, like Moonbeam, Plant Growth, Commune with Nature, and, perhaps the most relevant, Misty Step. Access to Misty Step is one of the strongest spells any martial class can gain. 30 feet of teleportation that only uses a bonus action never goes out of style. And the rest of the Druid spells have their niche uses, though things like Moonbeam and Plant Growth are competing with the ever-valuable Attack with Smite option for paladins to use their action on. This Oath's channel divinities are called Nature's Wrath and Turn the Faithless. Nature's Wrath works more like a control spell, targeting a creature the paladin can see within 10 feet and making them make a dexterity or strength save of their choice to be restrained. Not that great. The super limited range is bad enough, but the fact the enemy gets to choose their better save really puts a damper on this ability. Turn the Faithless is another Turn Undead inspired channel divinity, working on only Fae and Fiends instead of the more common Undead. The only added caveat is it does dispel any shapeshifting or illusion on those affected. This can be particularly useful against invisible enemies, though still only on Fae and Fiends. These are pretty underwhelming channel divinities and are rarely worth wasting a whole action on, aside from the rare mob of enemies affected from the Turn the Faithless ability. Next is the level 7 ability, the Aura of Warding. It gives the paladin allies within 10 feet resistance to damage from spells, or within 30 feet at 18th level. This is a really big feast or famine ability. The double whammy of a paladin's saving throw increasing aura and the ancient paladin's resistance to spell damage can completely neuter spellcasting enemies in a way few other classes in the game can. Turning a fireball from an average 28 damage area of effect spell on your team to a 7 damage one is a big deal. But if you're not facing down spellcasters very often, you could easily find this to be pretty unimpressive. The 15th level ability is called Undying Sentinel, which basically works like the half-orc's Relentless Endurance ability. Once per long rest, when you would be reduced to 0 hit points without being killed outright, you can choose to drop to 1 hit point instead. This is an all-star racial ability for half-orcs, but largely because it comes at level 1. This ability still is pretty good at level 15, but you're much more likely to be taking down enemies with multiple attacks at higher levels, meaning they can just follow up with another attack and knock you unconscious. Still, certainly a solid ability that can be incredibly clutch even at higher levels. And hey, a half-orc paladin can do it twice. Finally, the level 20 capstone ability is called Elder Champion. Using an action to assume the Elder Champion form, for 1 minute you gain 10 hit points worth of regeneration at the start of every turn. The ability to use a bonus action to cast a paladin spell that would normally use an action, and gives enemies within 10 feet of you disadvantage against your channel divinity abilities. This transformation is insane. The regeneration turns you into a Terminator-style unstoppable tank who just keeps getting up every turn when you go unconscious, never losing your action unless your enemy commits to killing you. The channel divinity buff isn't that great, since the channel divinities are kind of niche in usage, but they become a lot better when enemies are rolling at disadvantage. But, most importantly, it breaks action economy in a preposterous way, allowing the paladin to fling spells while still doing a full smite in powered attacks, or even letting the paladin use a spell the turn they activate this ability is patently game-breaking. This is plainly one of the most impressive self-buffs in the game, if not the most impressive. Getting Quicken Spell metamagic on every spell for 10 straight turns is arguably the most powerful thing in this entire ranking. Even if paladins don't have the strongest spell list, this ability is rife for abuse. Just being able to revivify a dead ally with a bonus action is great, even for 20 level characters. If all paladins started off at level 20, Oath of the Ancients might be near the top of this list for this ability alone. Unfortunately, that's rarely the case, so it finds itself near the bottom. Elder Champion might be an absurd ability, but the rest of the oaths leave a lot to be desired. Access to Misty Step is doing a lot of heavy lifting, keeping it just above Oath of Devotion. Next in our ranking at 7th place, we have the Oath of the Watchers. The Oath of the Watchers is heavily geared towards fighting against extraplanar enemies. Its abilities specifically target aberrations, fae, fiends, celestials, and elementals. Their added spells known are a few very interesting non-paladin spells, including most notably Hold Monster and Counterspell, which are all-star spells in their own right. The counterspell inclusion is obviously geared towards stopping extraplanar monsters who often come with innate spellcasting, but the paladin's limited spell progression means it'll never be able to upcast counterspell like a true caster, making it not quite as great as counterspell usually is. And, like any spell, Hold Monster is competing with the paladin's all-too-valuable attack option. Still, good spells to have on hand no matter what. Next is its channel divinity abilities, Abjure the Extraplanar and Watcher's Will. Abjure the Extraplanar is another turn undead style ability, but against the extraplanar list of monster types mentioned earlier. Much like the Devotion and Ancient Paladin's problems, your charisma is almost always secondary to your attacking ability, and a lot of these creatures don't like a smite to the face any more than they do being turned. Still, turning such a wide array of monster types is always going to have some utility, and this is strictly better than the Oath of the Ancients turn the Faithless channel divinity. Branching out to so many non-undead enemies lets the paladin branch out beyond their usual role in a significant way. Watcher's Will lets the paladin use their action to give advantage on all intelligence, charisma, and wisdom saves to themselves and creatures of the choice equal to the paladin's charisma modifier within 30 feet for 1 minute. If you're against specific enemies who are targeting those saves, then this ability can be a lifesaver, though costing an action is a heavy toll. Oftentimes, the best way to stop someone targeting you or your allies with dangerous saves is the paladin walking up and doing a ton of damage. That said, it can really help allies who already succumb to a control style spell and are trying to break free. A pretty useful defensive option. Their 7th level ability, Aura of the Sentinel, is less niche than these other abilities. It gives a bonus to initiative equal to the paladin's proficiency bonus to the paladin and all allies within 10 feet, or 30 feet at 18th level. Initiative bonuses are few and far between in 5th edition because it's powerful to go first in combat. The start of a fight is often when the paladin will find themselves close to all their allies, providing a bit of inherent synergy with its own effect. Just a great ability that'll be relevant in every single fight. Next is the 15th level Vigilant Rebuke ability, which states that when someone within 30 feet of the paladin succeeds on an intelligence, charisma, or wisdom saving throw, the paladin can use their reaction to do 2d8 plus their charisma modifier radiant damage to the creature who forced the save. This is extremely niche. While it does work well with the Watcher's Will ability, the damage is pretty minimal, and you can often find better uses for your reaction in the game. Synergy doesn't always mean quality, and this is a pretty good example of that. Doing 14 average radiant damage every now and then is certainly lackluster at level 15. It'd probably be wiser to save a reaction for an attack of opportunity or a counterspell. Lastly, we have the 20 level capstone ability, Mortal Bulwark. It's a bonus action and gives the paladin 120 feet of true sight, advantage on attacks against aberrations, fae, fiends, celestials, and elementals, and adds a banish style effect every time the paladin hits a creature. Upon hit, this forces a charisma save on the creature and it's banished to their native plane if they're not currently there, though they become immune to this effect for 24 hours if they make the save the first time. A pretty powerful effect, though notably less so if you're in an enemy's plane when you do this. And that's part of the problem. Every one of these abilities except the initiative bonus always comes with a condition, a restriction, or an odd downside. It takes a lot of the problems of the Devotion Paladin focusing solely on fiends and undead and just applies it to a different set of enemies. That said, the abilities are a bit better tuned, and considering paladins are already strong against undead, gaining utility against other creature types is a solid bonus. The final ability being a bonus action, the Great Level 7 Aura, and the Turn Undead style Channel Divinity being a bit more widespread in usage, keeps the Oath of the Watcher off the bottom of the list. Next up in the ranking at 6th place, we have the Oath of the Glory Paladin. The Oath of the Glory is largely focused around empowering themselves as they wade into combat. The added spells are focused on self-buffing, with spells like Heroism, Enhance Ability, Freedom of Movement, and the ever-powerful Haste. The downside is that the Glory of the Paladin is adding a lot of spells that are already competing for concentration, and concentration is risky for a frontline combatant. That said, Haste is incredibly powerful, and can't be knocked as an added spell paladins usually don't have access to. The channel divinities are Peerless Athlete and Inspiring Smite. Peerless Athlete lets the paladin use a bonus action to gain advantage in athletics and acrobatics, while also doubling their carry, push, drag, and lift weights. It also increases jump distance by 10 feet. These effects are nifty, and there is some fun grapple and shove shenanigans that gain advantage in athletics can let you abuse while using this as a bonus action, but these stats are rarely game-changing, so buffing them is fairly low impact. Inspiring Smite is a bit more generally useful, as whenever you successfully use your Divine Smite, which should happen all the time as a paladin, you can divide 2d8 plus the paladin's level and temporary hit points to anyone within 30 feet. Temporary HP is always nice, and this requiring no kind of action means it's just a solid free buff that makes you and your allies significantly tougher. These are the positive divergences from the previous channel divinities because they don't ever compete for your action, being a bonus action and an automatic effect respectively. The 7th level feature is maybe the most awkward of any aura on this list, though still pretty powerful. It gives the paladin and their allies who start their turn within 5 feet of the paladin 10 feet of extra movement speed. This is great for the paladin. 10 movement speed is a huge bonus and something a lot of melee characters happily expend a feat to get. And unlike a lot of auras on this list that buff allies, the movement speed often finds itself only affecting the paladin, as they dash into combat and their allies start their turn not within 5 feet of them. With most other auras, allies can move on their turn into the range of the aura to gain their effect. While this one doesn't work that way unless the ally ends their turn next to the paladin and the paladin doesn't move on their next turn. Pretty restrictive for an ability designed to increase mobility. Next is the 15th level ability, Glorious Defense. This feature is pretty impressive. When the paladin or a creature within 10 feet of them is hit, they can use their reaction to add the charisma modifier to that target's armor class. And if the attacker misses because of this, the paladin can attack them once as part of the same reaction. It has the potential to be an improved combination of the shield spell and the sentinel feat for anyone within 10 feet. Though, if your paladin isn't swimming in ability modifiers and has a mediocre charisma, then this can be pretty lackluster. But if you do have a +5 to charisma, then it's a great use of reaction. The 20th level capstone ability is a bonus action called Living Legend. Like previous capstones, it's another self-buff effect that gives the paladin advantage in all charisma checks, lets them decide to hit on an attack that misses once per turn, and allows them to use a reaction to reroll a saving throw. All pretty strong effects in their own right, even adding a bit of non-combat utility. Though by level 20, social situations are often a moot point. The other benefits are definitely worth a bonus action in combat. Guaranteed damage and saving throw security are good at any level. The biggest weakness of the Glory Paladin and why it finds itself barely in the bottom half of this list is the strongest abilities come late, and the early abilities can be a little underwhelming in impact or just plain awkward to use. Not a bad option, it's just running up against some very strong competition. Speaking of which, ranking at 5th on this list, we have the Oath of the Crown Paladin. The Oath of the Crown Paladin acts as a stalwart guard of civilization and laws. Their added spell list doesn't give any impactful options, but one important spell of note is Spirit Guardians. Paladins often lack for area of effect damage, and Spirit Guardians is one of the best area damage spells in the game, especially on a melee fighter who can bring the area right on top of enemies. The other new spells are Aura Vitality and Guardian of Faith. The former has some niche uses as a powerful healing spell, but the latter is a big waste of a higher level spell slot for a pretty uninspiring amount of damage. Next is the Channel Divinity abilities, which is where the Oath of the Crown really shines. The first is called Champion Challenge, and it lets the paladin use a bonus action to target as many creatures within 30 feet of them as they wish, force a wisdom saving throw, and any creature who fails can't move more than 30 feet away from the paladin until the paladin is incapacitated, or the creature ends up being more than 30 feet away from them. Not the most powerful control ability, but it is a bonus action. Any area of effect or multi-target movement restriction ability you can get that's also a bonus action really adds a lot of versatility to your combat options. The next one is Turn the Tide. This is another bonus action, lets the paladin heal each creature within 30 feet of them for 1d6 plus the charisma modifier, so long as those being healed are at least at half hit points or lower. Now, this is absurdly good. It's comparable to one of the best healing spells in the game, Mass Healing Word. While the half hit point restriction is a little awkward, it's still a ranged bonus action multi-target healing ability. Aptly named too, as bringing multiple allies up from unconscious can quickly turn a fight around. These two channel divinities really stand out as expanding the Paladin's combat role without stepping on their toes and competing for the Paladin's actions. The 7th level ability is called Divine Allegiance. This allows the Paladin to use their reaction to magically substitute their health for a target creature who takes the damage, so long as the creature is within 5 feet of them. This is a pretty solid defensive ability. Being able to keep a close-to-death ally from further damage is always nice, as is protecting the concentration of an allied caster. The 5 feet of range can hamstring this ability a bit though. Even 10 feet would make it more synergistic with the Paladin's inherent 10-foot saving throw increasing aura, but still a respectable defensive tool. At 15th level, the Oath of the Crown gains the Unyielding Spirit ability. It flatly gives the Paladin advantage on saves to avoid being paralyzed or stunned. Paralyze and stun are very rare conditions in the game, even at high levels, so this one isn't going to come up very much. I wouldn't be surprised if it never comes up in a campaign. Though, if it does, avoiding these two status effects can be life-saving as they're some of the worst to be afflicted by. Finally, the 20th level capstone ability is called Exalted Champion. Upon using it in action, for 1 hour, the Paladin gains resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing from non-magical weapons. Their allies within 30 feet of them gain advantage on death saves, and the Paladin allies within 30 feet gain advantage on wisdom saving throws. While it does take an action, the fact that it lasts for an hour gives it a leg up over some of the other capstones on this list that require an action, as you can easily use it preemptively. The effects are pretty solid. Damage resistance is great, though a lot of enemies' attacks counts as magical at high levels, so your mileage may vary. The death save bonus is nifty, but rarely game-changing. It pales compared to even the previously mentioned Turn the Tide ability for helping downed allies. The advantage on wisdom saves, though, is pretty powerful. The only downside might be that level 20 you could have access to something like Hero's Feast, which can make this a little redundant. All in all, still a pretty powerful bonus, and the duration does help it stand out. Oath of the Crown really peaks at early levels, when those channel divinity abilities first show up. They're real game changers, but the latter half of the subclass is fairly mediocre, giving it its middle spot in this ranking. At rank 4 on this list, we have Oath of Conquest. The Oath of Conquest Paladin is designed around domination and instilling fear in enemies. The spell list backs this up, giving access to pretty solid control spells like Fear, Dominate Beast, and Dominate Person. Though the biggest addition is Spiritual Weapon, an undoubtedly great cleric spell that gives the Oath of Conquest a powerful damage increase option for bonus action. The channel divinities are called Conquering Presence and Guided Strike. Conquering Presence uses an action and causes all creatures of the Paladin's choice within 30 feet to make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened of the Paladin for 1 minute, with repeating saving throws at the end of each turn. This is similar to the other Turn Undead style channel divinities on this list, but not quite as powerful, as the enemies don't flee or cower and can redo the saving throw on their turns, though you can still damage the creature without losing the effect, so there is some trade-off. Also, unlike previous entries, this works on any creature. A completely universal, useful control ability. The lack of power is easily made up for by being universal, so it is no longer situational. Guiding Strike allows the Paladin to add plus 10 attack to a roll after they roll, though before they know if they'll hit or not. This is a pretty useful ability, almost guaranteeing a hit whenever you want while using no action economy. This combos exceptionally well with Divine Smite when attempting to get a big hit in, even more so with Great Weapon Master. An all-around solid combat option. The 7th level ability is another aura called Aura of Conquest. Any creature that is frightened of the Paladin within 10 feet of them has their speed reduced to 0 and takes psychic damage equal to half the Paladin's level if it starts its turn in the aura, with the radius increasing to 30 feet at level 18. This is a pretty funny and very abusable ability. The Conquest Paladin already has a few ways to instill fear. This lets you instill fear, move within 10 feet of a melee enemy, and just plain root them in place. You can combo this with a polearm style weapon with reach and just beat a melee enemy from out of their reach, while your aura also drains them until they make their save against being frightened. It's not explicitly overpowered, and any enemy with a reach or range option isn't helpless, but there are plenty of enemies with no ranged options, and this can really trivialize a fight in a very silly way. Next up is the 15th level ability, Scornful Rebuke. Whenever a creature hits the Paladin with an attack, that creature takes psychic damage equal to the Paladin's charisma modifier. This is an interesting ability. It's kind of like a permanent level 1 Armor of Agathis, which is nothing to scoff at. Free damage with no actions necessary to use is pretty solid, but at level 15, a potential 5 damage punishment for being hit isn't typically going to move the needle against the kinds of enemies you're encountering. Finally, the 20th level capstone ability is Invincible Conqueror. It takes an action, lasts for 1 minute, and gives the Paladins resistance to all damage, allows them to make an additional attack whenever they take the attack action, and gives the Paladin critical hits on attacks with a roll of 19 on a d20. Resistance to all damage is ridiculous. It basically says the Paladin's hit points are doubled, which creates a pretty effective combo with otherwise underwhelming Scornful Rebuke. The extra attack is extremely beneficial on a Paladin. Paladin damage is largely focused on putting out a lot of damage into the 2 attacks they normally have. Adding a 3rd attack with which you can toss down another smite means Conquest Paladins have some of the most absurd potential damage out of any martial class. The extra critical hit range doesn't hurt that either. Conquest Paladins are a combination of powerful damage dealers and modest area control characters with their fear effects. Damage and control are the name of the game in D&D combat, and Conquest Paladins can be very effective at both. Ranking at third on this list, we have Oath of Redemption. The Oath of Redemption Paladin seeks to work towards peace and against violence. Their added spell list enforces that with non-lethal or defensive options like Sanctuary, Sleep, Stone Skin, and the like. Of more note is the incredibly powerful new options of Hold Person, Hold Monster, Counterspell, Hypnotic Pattern, Ultilic's Resilient Sphere, and Wall of Force. All 6 are star spells for any spellcaster. We went over the pros and cons of Counterspell earlier in the Oath Watcher, but the rest of these added spells are excellent. These spells alone make creating a more charisma and spellcasting focused version of a Paladin viable. Hypnotic Pattern and Wall of Force particularly are some of the absolute best control spells in 5th edition. This spell list alone could put Oath of Redemption above some of the previously mentioned oaths, as it has arguably the best list of added spells. Still, let's move on to the channel divinities. The first is called Emissary of Peace, which, as a bonus action, grants the Paladin +5 to persuasion checks for 10 minutes. Nothing game-breaking, but it does make the Redemption Paladin a very effective party face in social situations. The other channel divinity is Rebuke the Violent. As a reaction, when the Paladin sees an attacker within 30 feet deal damage with an attack to a creature other than them, the Paladin can force the attacker to make a wisdom saving throw. The attacker receives the damage they just dealt as a radiant damage on a failure, or half damage on a success. This is one of the more interesting channel divinities. It has a lot of potential as it scales the damage with your enemy's damage. So at low levels, it will score to lower damaging enemies who tend to have lower health. But at high levels, when damage numbers ramp up, this can be potentially the highest damage reaction ability in the game. It's never really useless, as at every point in play, you should be expecting enemies to attack your allies. It's also one of the few abilities that can turn an enemy's critical hit into an advantage, really punishing high instances of enemy damage output. And being a channel divinity that doesn't use an action really helps it stand out as a useful combat option. Next is the 7th level ability Aura of the Guardian. This lets the Paladin use a reaction to magically take the damage any creature within 10 feet of them would take instead of the creature receiving the damage. The range increases to 30 feet at level 18. This might sound familiar. It's basically identical to the Oath of Crown's Divine Allegiance ability, but has extended range. That range is a big deal and really increases the utility of a good protective reaction, synergizing the Paladin's natural 10-foot saving throw aura. Their 15th level ability is called Protective Spirit. This feature heals the Paladin for 1d6 plus half their Paladin level when they end their turn in combat below half health, so as long as they aren't incapacitated. It's not hard to get below half health, especially with Aura of the Guardian, and a bit of ongoing regeneration is always great in D&D. Sadly, it doesn't work while knocked unconscious like a true regeneration ability, so it's nothing game warping. This constant regeneration can really help a Redemption Paladin going through the course of several encounters in a row, and can really boost survivability in combat. The 20th level capstone ability of the Redemption Paladin is called Emissary Redemption. It grants the Paladin resistance to all damage dealt by other creatures, and whenever the Paladin takes damage, the creature that dealt it takes radiant damage equal to half the damage dealt. But it stops working on creatures once the Paladin deals damage or casts a spell on the creature. Even with that restriction, this ability is pretty absurd. As mentioned previously, resistance all damage basically doubles the Paladin's hit points. And the fact that these now doubled hit points constantly regenerate thanks to Protective Spirit means you can win entire fights by just standing there asking enemies why they keep hitting themselves. And the best part, it doesn't require any actions. It's a permanent passive effect. A pretty preposterous ability that could only be given to a 20th level character. The Oath of Redemption Paladin is clearly an excellent Paladin option, but more than that, it's one of the most coherently designed subclasses in D&D at achieving its thematic purpose. Taking the second place in this ranking, we have Oathbreaker Paladin. The Oathbreaker Paladin is technically one of the original Paladin options in the first wave of the books. It just happens it exists in the Dungeon Master Guide as opposed to the player's handbook. This is a subclass meant to be used as a villain or enemy paladin and embody a paladin who has forsaken their oaths and turned towards darkness. Its spell list adds quite a few new spells for the paladin, including standouts like Crown of Madness, Animate Dead, Blight, Confusion, and Dominate Person. A decent mix of summoning, damage, and control spells not usually available to paladins. The Oathbreaker's channel divinities are called Control Undead and Dreadful Aspect. Control Undead states that the Oathbreaker can target one undead creature within 30 feet and have it make a wisdom saving throw. On failure, the undead obeys the Oathbreaker's commands for the next 24 hours. An undead whose challenge rating is equal to or higher than the Oathbreaker's level is immune. This is potentially the highest value channel divinity in the game. It gives you control of a monster that might only be 1 CR level lower than you on a failed save for an extreme duration. Considering channel divinity restores on a short rest, very little stops you from reusing it on a powerful undead to reset the effect before the duration is up while commanding the undead to fail the save. A 5th level paladin getting control of a CR4 banshee, or even a CR3 white, can completely warp any future encounters the players get into. An absolutely absurd ability, although it does require running into respectively powerful undead. Dreadful Aspect allows the Oathbreaker to, as an action, Make each creature of the Oathbreaker's choice within 30 feet make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute. Afflicted creatures can attempt another save when they end their turn more than 30 feet away. Another multi-target control ability in a similar vein to Turn Undead style channel abilities and basically identical to the Conqueror Paladin's Conquering Presence. A solid ability through and through. At level 7 is when things get very juicy, as the Oathbreaker gains the Aura of Hate feature. This gives the Oathbreaker, as well as any fiends and undead within 10 feet of them, a bonus to melee weapon damage equal to the Oathbreaker's Charisma modifier. Their range extends to 30 feet at level 18. This is perhaps the best Aura ability on this list. The fact that this ability just gives the Paladin potential plus 5 damage on every attack already makes it insanely good. Characters make all sorts of sacrifices to increase their weapon damage. Frequently, players will do things like take -5 to hit to gain plus 10 damage from the Great Weapon Master, or multi-class into Rogue to get a sneak attack die added to their damage. But the fact this can also combo with any cleric or wizard who just happens to have anime dead, along with the Oathbreaker themselves to make a potential horde of zombies and skeletons that hit like trucks, gives this ability an enormous potential ceiling in power. Not to mention any undead the Oathbreaker has enthralled with their Control Undead ability. An absolutely great ability just for the potential plus 5 damage, and a downright broken ability with just a little bit of effort put into it. No wonder this is meant for an NPC villain more than the players. Next up is the 15th level ability, Supernatural Resistance. It gives the Oathbreaker resistance to non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, which is never bad. Though, as mentioned earlier, as this is a high level ability, a lot of enemies are going to be doing magical damage on their basic attacks. Still, there might be plenty of lower CR monsters you encounter as minions or lesser encounters with this ability to make the Oathbreaker nearly unkillable. Finally, the 20th level capstone of the Oathbreaker is called Dreadlord. This is another big self-buff style capstone that uses an action to activate and lasts 1 minute. Once activated, it surrounds the Oathbreaker in a 30-foot aura that causes any bright light to dim, makes any enemy that is frightened of the Oathbreaker that starts to turn in the aura suffer 4d10 psychic damage, and any creature that relies on sight that attacks the Oathbreaker, as well as any creatures the Oathbreaker is choosing in the aura, suffer a disadvantage on attack rolls. Also, while this is active, the Oathbreaker can use a bonus action to make the shadowy aura attack a creature, where the Oathbreaker makes a spell attack that deals 3d10 plus the charisma modifier and necrotic damage. This is a pretty loaded ability and really befits a final boss style transformation. Each effect is pretty great, even the constant area psychic damage makes Oathbreaker's Dreadful Aspect channel ability gain a lot more utility. The real kicker is the disadvantage on attacks for creatures that rely on sight. Most creatures, even at higher levels, still use sight to fight. Overall, the Oathbreaker is incredibly powerful, and it's that way by design. It's supposed to be a little more intimidating and powerful than the usual player options, as it's designed to be a challenge for players to overcome. Every single ability is either good or great, really making the Oathbreaker stand out amongst Paladin options. Though, not as much as the next Paladin on this ranking. Finally, coming in the first place amongst all Paladins, we have Oath of Vengeance. The Oath of Vengeance is one of the original Paladin oaths in the player's handbook, and focuses on swift justice and destroying the greater evil with a ruthless efficiency, and boy does it. First, the spell list of the Oath of Vengeance gets one of the best on this list. It has Misty Step like Ancient's Oath, Haste like Glory Oath, Hold Monster like Watch and Redemption, and even some of its own amazing options like Dimension Door or Hunter's Mark. One of the absolutely best added spell lists for a Paladin, only surpassed by that of the Oath of Redemption Paladin. Next are its channel divinities. The first is Abjure Enemy, which lets the Paladin target one creature for a wisdom saving throw, with undead and fiends rolling at disadvantage. On a failure, the creature is frightened for 1 minute, or until it takes damage, and has its speed reduced to 0 while frightened this way. On success, the creature's speed is still halved for 1 minute, or until it takes damage. This is a very interesting ability. Very few control spells or abilities still offer any semblance of control, even if the creature makes their saving throw. The fact that, without fail, you can make a creature lose half their speed so they can't possibly run away gives us an entire dimension of utility that all the other fear-inducing effects of this list so far really can't compete with. While it doesn't have the area effect of many of these abilities, it's also not limited to certain creature types, arguably the most versatile channel divinity of its type for those reasons. The next channel divinity is called Vow of Enmity. As a bonus action, the Paladin can invoke this on a creature within 10 feet of them. The Paladin gains advantage on attacks against the creature for 1 minute, or until the creature is reduced to 0 hit points or falls unconscious. This is unarguably one of the best channel divinities. Giving the Paladin a go-to way to always get advantage on any dangerous target they want is absurd. Paladins are already one of the best single target damage dealers in the game thanks to Divine Smite, and this ability not only increases their average damage thanks to the accuracy boost, it turns the Paladin into a critical hit fishing machine. A Paladin crits are some of the nastiest crits in the game thanks to critical damage working on Smite. Pretty much any other Paladin Oath would trade either other channel divinity options for this, besides maybe the Oathbreaker's Control Undead. Next we have the 7th level ability, Relentless Avenger. Whenever the Oath of Vengeance hits a creature with an opportunity attack, they can also move half their speed immediately after the attack as part of the reaction, not invoking any attacks of opportunity. This one is a bit situational, though still fairly powerful. It works incredibly well with the Sentinel feat, and really punishes enemy movements in a way that few other classes can. It's a bit situational as most enemies aren't trying to incur attacks of opportunity, but a free half move as a reaction on top of doing damage is pretty handy and works with the Oath of Vengeance specialty in bringing down a particular foe. Next up, we have the 15th level feature, Soul of Vengeance. When a creature under the vow of enmity makes a melee weapon attack, the Paladin can use a reaction to make a melee attack against the creature, so long as they're within range. As if Oath of Enmity wasn't already enough, this ability basically just gives the Vengeance Paladin an extra attack every turn, or forces the enemy to resort to non-attack combat options. Getting another attack to smite with on a Paladin on a consistent basis really skyrockets their potential damage. And of course, it's being done with advantage since the enemy is under vow of enmity. Absolutely outstanding, and really pushes the Oath of Vengeance Paladin's role as a master of taking down a specific target. Finally, we have the level 20 capstone ability, Avenging Angel. After using an action, the Paladin sprouts wings from the back that grants him 60 feet of flying speed, and emits a 30-foot aura of menace that makes any creature that starts its turn in the aura make a wisdom saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute or until it takes damage. While fighting this way, attack rolls against the creature have advantage. This ability lasts for 1 hour, making it one of the better transformations purely because you can use it in advance of a battle. 60 feet of flying speed is very nice, though a level 20 Paladin should already have access to a flying mount with Find Greater Steed, so it can be a bit redundant. But this does let the Vengeance Paladin abuse the Relentless Avenger ability a bit better thanks to the added move speed. The Fear Aura is a nifty passive area control, and the advantage attack roll as a penalty can really make mowing down weaker enemies a lot easier for a subclass that's primarily focused on destroying a specific target. The Oath of Vengeance Paladin is the go-to combat Paladin option for a reason. It takes what the Paladin is designed to do best, drop high damage attacks on a single enemy and bring them down quickly, and makes them excel beyond belief at it. Great spell lists, great abilities, very little conditional or situational awkwardness, and a laser-focused design earns the Oath of Vengeance Paladin the highest ranking on this list. In this video, we'll be going over some of the best maneuvers in the game, which are special options available exclusively to the Battle Master fighting subclass, outside of feats or specific fighting styles anyway, and can be used in place of one of your attacks or used under special conditions. Upon taking the subclass of 3rd level fighter, you're provided a resource called a superiority die, which you can expend in various ways in order to activate one of the 3 maneuvers that you choose to learn. And as you level up, you learn more maneuvers and have your superiority die upgraded as well. That being said, let's get started. Starting us off at number 10, we have Rally. This maneuver allows you to use your bonus action on your turn in order to expend a superiority die to give temporary hit points equal to the number rolled on the die plus your charisma modifier to a friendly creature that you can see or that can hear you. And since there's no stated range, you can use this maneuver from across the battlefield so as long as nothing is impeding that creature's hearing and ability to see you, making this a great maneuver option to take if you're running a ranged build. And with no stated duration for how long these temporary hit points last, we can safely resort to the default ruling on temporary hit points found in the player's handbook, which states that, unless the feature specifies a duration, temporary hit points last until depleted or until you finish a long rest. This basically means that you can rally your party members before a big battle or entering a dungeon, and then take a short rest in order to regain all your superiority die back. Being able to add extra bulk to your party survivability can help conserve spell slots for your healers by preserving those spell slots for other useful things, like bless or inflict wounds, providing buffs and contributing to the party's overall damage respectively. But the reason this maneuver only takes number 10 spot on this list is because it's kind of limited during battle, since you can only use it on one target and it's not exactly a whole lot of temporary hit points. So it's likely they won't last long anyway. However, there are times where adding even a small buffer of temporary hit points repeatedly over the course of combat can provide enough sustain that it becomes a problem for enemies. And if you're planning on using Rally before a short rest, then you're better off grabbing the Inspiring Leader feat, which does the same thing as Rally, but spends 10 minutes shoring up your party's resolve and provides temporary hit points to up to 6 creatures within 30 feet of yourself. However, Rally still wins over Inspiring Leader purely because it can still be used in combat, and being able to help sustain your party members as a bonus action makes Rally good enough to earn a spot on this list in the first place. And at number 9, we have Parry, which allows you to use a reaction in order to expend one of your superiority die in order to reduce incoming attacks from a melee attack by the number rolled plus your dexterity modifier. And this works for any kind of melee attack, so it also has the added benefit of ignoring damage types such as Poltergeist's Forceful Slam attack, which is a melee attack that does 3d6 force damage. This maneuver works really well if you're playing a frontline attacker that likes to be in people's faces during combat, but becomes more niche if you're going for a more ranged build, as you would really only be able to use it if someone decides to charge straight for you from wherever you position yourself from. And in terms of feats, Parry works really well with Heavy Armor Master, as it not only increases your strength score by 1 to help your damage, it also reduces any non-magical bludgeoning, piercing, or slashing damage you take by 3 points, while wearing heavy armor. While a bit more niche later on due to the fact that more enemies with magical attacks will start becoming much more common during the later parts of the campaign, being a very strong wall against wildlife beasts like bears and wolves early on can be greatly useful, as reducing 3 points of damage plus the damage you would reduce from parry is actually very good. The biggest downside of this maneuver, however, is the fact that it does use your reaction, so you can only use it once per round, which also means you won't be able to use any other action if you need them. Still, being able to mitigate an otherwise lethal attack can be a lifesaver and can help alleviate stress from your healers when you're up in the front lines. And the reason this maneuver is number 9 on this list over Rally, which both have a form of damage mitigation in their own way, is because it's more common for a fighter to have a higher dexterity score than a charisma score, since even with heavy armor, having a decent initiative is also very important for a lot of players. However, if you're able to fit in the charisma or willing to sacrifice a bit of dexterity, then Rally might actually be a better pick because of its ability to work on allies. However, parry works where Rally cannot, which is on yourself because Rally does not include you in the list of viable targets as Inspiring Leader does. While both of these options are great, depending on your build, they are kind of restricted to one or the other, unlike some of the other picks on this list, which work with either any weapon attack or generally have more useful effects. Which brings us to our number 8 pick, Commander Strike. What this does is allows you to, whenever you use the attack action on your turn, forego one of your attacks and use your bonus action in order to spend a superiority die to command a friendly creature that can see or hear you to make a single weapon attack using their reaction, adding your superiority dice roll to the attack's damage roll. This maneuver has a lot of fun quirks that can be used in conjunction with the rest of your party, especially if you know that one of your allies is very prone to high damage, such as a Paladin or a Rogue due to the respective smite and sneak attack features. Paladins can use their smite feature in order to deal a minimum of 2d8 extra radiant damage with any of their weapon attacks, and scales to a maximum of 5d8 extra damage based on the spell slot level used for it, while a rogue sneak attack can proc once per turn, even if it's not on their own turn. You can also have your hunter ranger, particularly one who has access to the Colossus Slayer feature, make an attack so they deal their weapon damage plus the additional 1d8 damage for hitting a creature that most likely is below its max amount of hit points, since this is also a once per turn feature, plus the extra damage from your superiority die. There's also an interaction where you can command your 10th level Beast Barbarian to attack with their natural weapon that they create whenever they enter a rage and apply the Infectious Fury feature, which forces a creature hit by the Barbarian's natural weapons to make a Wisdom saving throw or either take 2d12 psychic damage, or force that creature to use their reaction to make a melee attack against another creature that it can see. Unfortunately, the downside of this is that the Barbarian won't be able to use their secondary effects of their natural weapons, since those can only be activated on each of their turns. But allowing your Barbarian to use their charges of Infectious Fury more freely for extra damage can be very fun to have. Plus, the thought of ordering your Barbarian to force an enemy to hit one of their own allies sounds pretty hilarious. And let's also not forget monks as a good target for Commander Strike, since they can spend key points in order to use Stunning Strike whenever they hit an enemy as well, forcing a Constitution saving throw on them or become stunned until the start of the monk's next turn, effectively skipping that creature's turn entirely. And these are just some of the ways in which you can use Commander Strike that might very well be worth losing one of your own attacks for greater damage potential. However, the main drawback of this maneuver is that you are giving up 3 resources in order to maybe deal more damage to a creature. You are losing one of your attacks, your bonus action for that turn, and your party member's reaction, all of which are extremely valuable to lose if your Paladin manages to miss with their attack because they can no longer make an opportunity attack if they need to, which can allow a creature to put themselves safely in more advantageous positions. These limitations are what make it really hard to put this maneuver any higher on this list, since the cost is not really worth the action economy lost most of the time. However, Commander Strike is definitely one of the more unique options, mechanically, and can still be very fun to use over other maneuver options, especially if you're playing a more leader-oriented fighter, which definitely makes this one worth mentioning. And at number 7, we have Disarming Strike, which allows you to expend a superiority die whenever you hit a creature with an attack in order to increase your damage done by whatever you roll, as well as force that creature to make a strength saving throw or drop an object you choose that it's holding. Now, forcing a creature to drop their greatsword and forcing them to either run away, attack with unarmed strikes, or switching out to an inferior weapon can all make fighting multiple enemies an easier endeavor, since you can use the maneuver anytime you hit. So, if you're being assaulted by 2 bandits, you can use each attack of your extra attack to attempt to disarm both of them, and then finish them off during the round or attempt to quell the situation through other means. You also inflict extra damage from your superiority die, which is always a plus. And since this also works with ranged weapons as well, you can always spread the love across the battlefield by disarming multiple opponents at range. However, in order to use this maneuver effectively, you need a way to prevent the enemy from simply picking their weapons back up, since picking up an item doesn't cost any action to do the first time you do it on your turn. So, if you're disarming someone from range and your rogue happens to go before you disarm the creature, they can just pick up the weapon, assuming they have a free hand to do so, and successfully prevent your opponent from re-equipping themselves. But this maneuver isn't just limited to weapons. You can force the creature to drop their shield, which lowers their overall AC by 2 points. And even if they pick up the shield, it still takes 1 action to don the shield, rules as written. A wizard might have their staff disarmed and take away in order to prevent them from casting spells due to no longer having access to their spell focus, unless they're packing a second spell focus or component pouch with all the materials they would need in order to continue casting their spells. And of course, they can still cast spells like magic missiles since it doesn't require any material components at all, meaning it would interact with any kind of spell focus or component pouch in the first place, making disarming a spellcaster having varying degrees of success. All in all, this maneuver can work very well in situations where you need to disarm a key enemy in order to weaken its power. However, it does fall short by the fact that it is limited to creatures that are able to hold items, but shines well enough in situations where it can be useful, giving this option a well-deserved spot on this list at number 7. And at number 6, we have Maneuver and Attack. This basically allows you to safely reposition an ally that can see or hear you into a more favorable position whenever you hit a creature with a weapon attack. The ally you choose can use their reaction in order to move up to half their speed, and this movement won't provoke opportunity attacks from the creature you hit. So if your wizard is being attacked by a creature, you can attack the creature from melee or range in order to help your wizard to get to safety, while also trying to get the creature's attention by making yourself the bigger threat because of the extra damage from your superiority die that the mover also provides. And if your wizard moves before the creature can close the gap, then that makes escape to a more advantageous spot on the battlefield even better for them. You might also use this in case you get ambushed while escorting a key NPC in order to ensure that they can run towards relative safety and out of immediate danger if needed. Having a trump card like Maneuvering Strike in your back pocket for instances where you might get ambushed and lose a round due to a surprise attack can be an absolute lifesaver when it comes to repositioning your more squishy party members come next round. But you can also use this option in order to move allies closer to their intended targets as well, since there's no caveat that says they have to move away from the creature you hit. So if your barbarian is just shy of being able to reach a creature without using their action to dash on the next turn, you can use Maneuvering Strike in order to have your barbarian close the gap just enough to be able to use their turn more effectively. This works especially well if your attack happens to deal the finishing blow, and thus allowing an ally that was fighting the enemy alongside you to get a head start in moving towards their next target. And the reason Maneuvering Strike gets number 6 on this list is because, unlike Commander Strike, it doesn't have the cost of eating one of your attacks, your bonus action, and your ally's reaction in order to maybe hit a creature. Instead, Maneuvering Strike happens on hit, deals extra damage based on your superiority dice roll, and uses your ally's reaction in order to use some of their movement, which is guaranteed to always happen, and do it safely. In battle, positioning matters a lot, so being able to almost freely reposition any one of your allies in the field is a fantastic way to gain the advantage in an otherwise tough encounter. And speaking of battlefield positioning, coming in at number 5, we have Pushing Attack. Where you have Maneuvering Attack to reposition allies, Pushing Attack helps you reposition enemies in a similar manner. Whenever you hit a creature with a weapon attack, you spend a superiority die to deal extra damage. And if the creature is large or smaller, it gets pushed 15 feet away from you if they fail a strength saving throw. You can use this in order to force a creature into an unfavorable position, or even take advantage of the environment around you by pushing them off an elevated position, such as a cliff or ledge. And just like other maneuvers, Pushing Attack can be used with either a melee or ranged attack, making this especially useful for pushing multiple creatures around using a bow in order to force creatures to reposition themselves, or help allies move around more freely around the battlefield if they were right next to a creature. And you can combine this with the Shove action, taking the option to make a creature fall prone before using Pushing Attack in order to push them back 15 feet. Because you have to use half your movement on your turn in order to stand back up, a lot of the creature's movements get wasted while moving back towards its original spot. And if you choose to move away from a creature on the turn that you make the creature fall prone and pushed away, then the creature would have no choice but to resort to a ranged attack or use their action to dash towards you in order to catch up, effectively wasting their turn. If you're using something like a greatsword and have the slasher feat, you can very easily push a creature away while also reducing their movement speed to 10 feet until the start of your next turn, making it even easier for you to position yourself in a way that is really annoying for your target to deal with. This maneuver basically allows you to use the displacement effect of pushing the creature away from you by using the Shove action, while also allowing you to deal damage and making the effect use a strength saving throw instead of a contested athletics check against their own athletics or acrobatics checks of their own choosing. And whereas Shove only allows you to push a creature 5 feet away, Pushing Attack allows you to push a much greater distance away, making it easier to position someone inside of a trap or area of effect spell such as Cloud of Daggers or a Moonbeam. 2 lingering spells that deal damage to a creature that first enters the affected area during a turn or starts its turn there. You can also push creatures back into a spike growth that they tried to move out of, taking damage for every 5 feet they're pushed inside of it, since spike growth doesn't require creatures to move willingly in order for the damage portion to apply to it. So while this doesn't have the general utility that maneuvering attack has, it definitely makes up for it in its potential to be combined with other effects or create situations that might be more favorable to take advantage of over maneuvering strike, making this option ever so slightly take the number 5 spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Goaded Attack. This maneuver allows you to add a superiority die to your attack's damage roll whenever you hit a creature with your weapon and force the creature to make a wisdom saving throw. If they fail, the creature will have disadvantage in all their attack rolls against anyone that isn't you until the end of your next turn, making this a perfect option for encouraging creatures to test their mettle against you, while ensuring that your squishies don't get targeted as easily. But what makes this maneuver option really silly is the fact that you can use this with a ranged weapon, meaning that you can force a creature to have disadvantage when attacking any of your allies within its range, while you sit in the far back line, safely out of reach with no way for your opponent to even try to get an attack against you without resorting to a ranged attack of their own. This is a very simple maneuver that does nothing but make it easier for your allies to survive against particularly dangerous creatures. And since there's no restriction to the amount of times you can use this maneuver, other than how many attacks you can make, you can apply this debuff to multiple creatures for maximum effectiveness if you wanted to, as long as you have the superiority die for it. For a simple effect, it can have a tremendous impact on an encounter where it may be vital for a high damaging creature to be unable to hit your allies, making it a fantastic maneuver to learn, which retains its overall usefulness even at higher levels, and a fantastic pick for the number 4 spot on this list. And at number 3, we have Riposte, a maneuver that allows you to use your reaction to spend one of your superiority die to make a melee weapon attack, adding the number rolled to your damage if you hit, against a creature that misses you with their own melee attack. This basically just gives you the opportunity to deal extra damage and actively punish enemies for not being good enough, or fortunate enough to hit you. And being able to deal an extra 2d6 plus your strength modifier in damage, if you're using a greatsword for example, plus even more extra damage from your superiority die roll, can be huge, as that is one less attack you'd have to make down the line, and possibly even taking down your foe a little easier. This is a great alternative for using your reaction in order to deal extra damage that you otherwise wouldn't be able to. And chances are, you'll be on the front lines fighting one or more creatures at a time, so having the chance to make an opportunity attack tends to be fairly low. Plus, being able to kill a formidable creature using your own counterattack can make for some really cool roleplay moments. The reason this option ranks so high on this list, however, is because of the fact that, despite only being restricted to melee attacks, is just extra damage you can dish out. So if you're feeling really saucy, you can even combine the attack with something like a great weapon master feat in order to take a -5 penalty to hit for a flat +10 increase in the amount of damage you deal with a heavy weapon that you're proficient in. Plus, there are a few other feats which can work well with this type of maneuver as well, such as the Crusher, Slasher, and to a lesser extent, Piercer feat, which all have different effects based on the type of attack you hit your target with, those being bludgeoning, slashing, and piercing damage respectively. And while each of these 3 feats all have an extra effect that only procs on a critical hit, they also have a feature that has a more generic overall use for them when attacking normally. Crusher allows you to move a creature you hit onto an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you once per turn when you hit it with a bludgeoning attack. Slasher reduces a creature's speed by 10 feet until the start of your next turn when you hit it with an attack that deals slashing damage, while Piercer just lets you reroll one of your attack's damage die and then use the new roll when hitting a creature with a piercing attack. So along with being able to make more frequent use out of your reaction in order to punish creatures by dealing a large amount of damage to them, Riposte can also work fairly well with other feats, which can make for a better use of your resource spending as opposed to Commander Strike, for instance, which is what makes this maneuver very deadly in the right hands. And at number 2, we have the Trip Attack. This maneuver lets you force a large or smaller creature you hit with a weapon attack into making a strength saving throw or be knocked prone, while of course adding the expended superiority die to your attack as extra damage. While prone, the creature has disadvantage on all attack rolls, and all creatures within 5 feet of the prone creature have advantage on their attack rolls, while attack rolls from further than that have disadvantage. If the creature wishes to end their condition of being prone, then they must spend half of their movement speed in order to stand back up. A funny combo you can do is use your first attack with Trip Attack to knock your enemy prone, then follow it with a pushing attack in order to push them 15 feet away from you. Then use your movement in order to reposition yourself out of range of that creature. If that creature has a base walking speed of 30 feet, for instance, then it would have a speed of 15 feet in order to stand up, and then would only be able to have 15 feet of movement for the rest of its turn if they don't use the dash action to try to catch up to you. And of course, this works even better with a range build, since you can basically trip someone and push them away from a very long distance away from them. Trip Attack is a really powerful maneuver that lets you give advantage to all of your close-up range party members, while also discouraging enemies from trying to close the gap between them and you in the backline by basically cutting their movement in half, and making it more dangerous for them to advance. And even if you're a ranged build, following up a Trip Attack with something like Commander Strike in order to have your rogue follow up with their own melee attack that would now be made with advantage might actually be worth considering. The reason Trip Attack makes number 2 on this list is mainly because of how generically useful it is for any Battlemaster fighter. It doesn't matter what kind of weapons you're using, there would always be more frequent use for this over other maneuver options on this list. The only downside to this option is the fact that you can't trip anything huge or above. But you generally don't fight these kinds of creatures as often as large creatures and below. The only reason this doesn't take the number 1 spot on this list is because the next maneuver option actually works in even more situations simply because of the way this one works. Which brings us to the number 1 spot on this list, Precision Attack. All this does is allow you to add your superiority die to your weapon attack roll against a creature. However, you must use this feature after making the roll but before any effects of the attack are applied. And, unlike other maneuver features on this list, you don't gain any extra damage from using Precision Attack. Even then, the loss of extra damage doesn't really matter if you don't hit with your attack in the first place. And if you know the relative AC of a creature, you can get better mileage out of using Precision Attack since there's even less risk for missing your attack. The difference between hitting on an 18 and missing on a 17 is huge, yet so small that any boost can make all the difference in the world. So being able to add a bonus of up to +8 at level 3 is incredible. And by far, one of the best ways to use this is with Sharpshooter, or the previously mentioned Great Weapon Master feats, since they both require you to make a -5 penalty to hit for a huge boost in extra damage, in order to help mitigate the attack roll penalties for their rolls. And because you'll be making so many attacks by the time you reach higher levels, you will have a whole lot of opportunities to use maneuver, making this option the most generically useful of all the Battlemaster maneuvers on this list. However, what really makes this the most powerful maneuver, and why it's number 1 pick, is mainly because of the fact that none of the other maneuvers really matter if you can't hit with your attacks in the first place. While you still can't use your other maneuvers with your attack even after using Precision Attack to turn your miss into a hit, you are still achieving what your character was most likely built to do, which is to hit real good. Sometimes it's not always about dealing extra damage or applying extra effects to creatures or allies. Sometimes simple is good enough and can just work, even if the only benefit to you is doing your job just a little bit more consistently. In this video, we're going to cover the 10 best archetype or subclass features from different classes. But most classes get access to archetypes at 3rd level, but some will start with them at 1st or 2nd. The features these give can really define your character. Starting at number 10, we have Psychic Blades from the College of Whisper Bards. This is a feature that's very straightforward. Whenever you hit with a melee attack, you can spend a Bardic Inspiration die to deal 2d6 psychic damage in addition to the damage of your attack. This is pretty powerful because there are few creatures that are either resistant or immune to psychic damage, most of which are just constructs. Because of this, the damage will be as relevant when fighting goblins as it will be fighting fiends. Even better, this damage is increased at 5th, 10th, and 15th level to a maximum of 8d6. The downside of this feature is that it only affects one target, and it can only be used once per round. In this way, it's like Sneak Attack. If we compare this damage to Sneak Attack damage of a rogue, you'll end up dealing slightly less overall damage, but you don't need to either have an ally adjacent to the target, or advantage in order to deal your bonus damage. You only need to spend a Bardic Inspiration die, which you'll have a number of equal to your Charisma modifier every long rest. Provided you want to deal a lot of damage all at once as a bard, this feature will ensure that you're constantly providing damage, especially against large and powerful enemies. Now, while just adding some pure damage to your class doesn't seem like a super fancy archetype feature, it is rather rare that one just provides a flat boost to damage like this, especially in this damage type, which makes it stand out enough to make this list, even if it's not as exciting as some of the higher options. And at number 9, we have Eyes of Night from the Twilight Cleric. This feature grants you 300 feet of dark vision, allowing you to see in dim light as though it were bright light, and darkness as though it were dim light. More than that, you can grant several allies within 10 feet of this dark vision for 1 hour. Normally, dark vision will be limited to 30 or 60 feet, or a feature that grants dark vision may give you 30 additional feet of dark vision if you already have it. By comparison, this is 5 to 10 times further vision. Dark vision is incredibly useful when traveling underground or at night, and even more useful when fighting in darkness. When preparing an ambush, this feature can allow your ranged attackers to fight from very far away. Think about the range of a longbow. The short range increment is 150 feet. In low light, you'll have full visibility of your enemies several rounds before they can even reach you. In darkness, you'll only have disadvantage on perception checks. So if you can see them, you can attack them with disadvantage for the first 150 feet of that 300 feet, and then regularly for the next 150. If you have a warlock in the party, Eldritch Blast has a range of 120 feet. And if they have Eldritch Spear, it's a range of 300 feet, the same range as the dark vision. Many spells, like Fireball, have 100 feet or longer ranges, so this utility of vision is incredibly useful. After the effect ends, you can also use a spell slot of any level to use the feature again, allowed to be used multiple times throughout the day. And at number 8, we have Benign Transposition from the Conjuration Wizard. This feature, which you get at level 6, grants you the ability to teleport up to 30 feet as an action. If you target a location with an ally, you can even swap places with them, allowing you to maneuver your fighter into melee combat while you escape it. The utility allotted by this feature is incredible. It can be used to escape danger, to move your allies into position, or to move up to a higher location without having to climb. Not many features grant the ability to teleport, and any spells or abilities that can give you regular teleportation will be lifesavers in deadly situations. Imagine you get attacked by a stealthy monster like a shadow, and in this situation, being able to escape from harm and maneuver your fighter into position with it, saving them time and movement, can be a complete game changer. While this feature is only usable once per long rest, you also restore your use of it when you cast a conjuration spell of first level or higher. This means that casting any movement spell like Misty Step or spells that conjure creatures like Summon Elemental will also allow you to use this feature again. You'll be casting many of these spells naturally over the course of combat, so you often will be able to use Benign Transportation 2 or 3 times in one encounter. And as you gain higher levels, you gain additional spell slots, allowing this feature to be used even more often. Because it transfers you the same distance as Misty Step, it can reliably be used even up into higher level play, which makes it a very powerful option for wizards. And at number 7, we have Divine Magic from the Divine Soul Sorcerer. This feature gives you access to the full cleric list in addition to your sorcerer spell list while selecting spells. Plus, it gives you a bonus spell based on the alignment affinity you choose. This is incredibly important because the sorcerer spell list is often very limited in scope of what it allows you to do. Having access to a full additional list of spells is very good, and gives you access to many powerful spells you otherwise wouldn't have, such as Guiding Bolt, Bless, Spiritual Weapon, and Spirit Guardians. Guiding Bolt is a powerful offensive option, dealing a foe damage and giving advantage to the next ally that attacks the same target as you strike with the bolt, giving them a much higher chance of hitting. Bless gives several allies an extra 1d4 bonus to attack rolls and saving throws, which can often be as good as adding double your proficiency bonus to them and can turn your otherwise failed rolls into successes. And Spirit Guardians creates an area around you that both slows enemies and deals damage every turn, so long as you maintain concentration, keeping enemies away from you by forcing them to spend twice the movement to reach you, and then dealing them with damage when they try. The ability to select only the best options from those available to both cleric and sorcerers means you are almost always able to use the right spell for the right situation. And if you choose good as your alignment affinity, you get Cure Wounds for free as an extra known spell, letting you perform double duty as a sorcerer and a cleric. This is especially powerful if you have a smaller party, or if you don't have anybody who likes playing clerics in your playgroup. And at number 6, we have the Wolf Totem Spirit from the Totem Warrior Barbarian. This is quite possibly the simplest feature on this list. All it does is give your allies advantage on attack rolls against any enemy within 5 feet of you while you're raging. Advantage is super important because it gives your allies a much better chance of hitting. A rogue with advantage also deals their sneak attack damage, and it increases the odds that your attacks will score a critical hit, which will double any damage dice dealt, leading to much more lethal attacks as well. Since you'll be in melee combat with the most dangerous foes as a barbarian with lots of hit points, and you'll be using rage in melee combat as often as possible, this feature will almost always be active. And what makes this notable for this list is that it's normally difficult to get advantage on a single target, and usually it requires you to jump through hoops or use up action economy. So being able to grant this incredibly important benefit to many targets without having to use up any extra actions is quite powerful. It's all around a very powerful effect, so it's very good to have access to. And at number 5, we have Combat Superiority from the Battlemaster Fighter. This feature is super versatile, as it lets you pick a number of maneuvers that work in a variety of situations and gives you a resource called Superiority Die to use them. There are so many maneuvers that I was able to make a whole top 10 list going over the most effective ones already. But the utility of having the ability to pick exactly what you need for your party is just so powerful. Think of Combat Superiority like the fighter's version of spellcasting, where you pick your maneuvers known when you level up. For example, Bait and Switch can save party members in danger, Commander Strike can allow a rogue to get a second attack in a round, and all 3 of Ambush, Commanding Presence, and Tactical Assessment can allow you to add a superiority die to certain skill checks. Battlemaster is the most commonly chosen fighter archetype because of the utility of designing your own assortment of abilities. And at number 4, we have Assassinate from the Assassin Rogue. Much like the Wolf Totem Spirit, this is a very simple feature. You have advantage on attacks against any enemy that hasn't had a turn in combat yet, and you automatically score a critical hit against surprise enemies. This means if you get the drop on your foes, you automatically deal double damage from dice. And this includes sneak attack dice. So when you get this feature at level 3, your first attack in combat is dealing 4d6 points of damage in addition to your weapon damage. Guaranteed critical hits are rare at best. Most features will instead only grant you advantage in a situation, slightly increasing your chance to critically hit. or increase the threshold number for critically hitting. This feature instead often grants both advantage and a guaranteed critical hit. You become an absolute powerhouse with this feature, and it really rewards sneaking up on your foes and catching them unawares. It becomes significantly weaker if you're caught by surprise instead, but the power it gives you more than makes up for that small downside. And at number 3, we have Arms of the Astral Self from the Way of the Astral Self Monk. This feature allows you to attack with unarmed strikes from an extra 5 feet away. Use your Wisdom modifier instead of your Strength modifier on all rolls, and then even deal force damage, the least commonly resisted type of damage in the game. There are so few features that can grant an alternative ability score to attack damage rolls, which is one of the most standout portions of this feature. In addition, fewer give additional range to your melee attacks outside of picking up a weapon with reach. Activating the feature also deals 2 unarmed strike dice of force damage in an area around you, so it doesn't feel like a waste to use your bonus action on the feature. It does cost a point of ki, but it lasts for 10 minutes or 100 rounds, which is at least 1 full combat encounter if not more. Compare that cost to other features that cost 1 ki, such as Flurry of Blows. Flurry of Blows allows you to make 2 unarmed strikes as a bonus action for 1 ki, which has a chance to do slightly more damage than just activating this feature, but not by much. And then you also get the rest of the benefits of the feature while it's active. So for at least 1 combat encounter, you deal a ton of damage from out of reach of most monsters, deal a type of damage your monsters don't resist, and a few abilities and spell damage, and reduce the number of ability scores you need to use. This is insanely powerful and the reason why Arms of the Astral Self is number 3 on this list. And at number 2, we have the Circle forms from the Circle of the Moon Druid. This feature increases the CR of beasts that you can use your wild shape to transform into to 1, increasing at 6th level to your level divided by 3. Now, this seems like a simple feature, but the flexibility and power afforded to druids who choose the Circle of the Moon is immense. Even at 2nd level, you can turn into a direwolf, a brown bear, or a giant spider. And not only do you get the powerful features of these forms, like the web attack of the giant spider or the pack tactics of the direwolf, you also use their hit points in place of your own, effectively giving you any amount of temporary hit points equal to the beasts. This means turning into the direwolf gives you 37 extra hit points to work with, which is at least double the amount of hit points you have at 2nd level. Even better, when your pool of hit points runs out, you still have all of your regular hit points left, unless you took excess damage past the 0 hit points. Oftentimes, this will make you a formidable frontline fighter while in your beast form, and when you transform back, you still have all of your spells to cast as a druid to rely on. At lower levels, this subclass feature will just straight up make you the most powerful member of your party until at least level 4. And with mini games taking place around this level range, this is why you may see a lot of Circle of the Moon Druids at tables. The power of this one feature is so great that the Circle of the Moon Druid is generally considered the most powerful druid archetype by far. And finally, at number 1, we have Hex Warrior from the Hexblade Warlock. This feature gives you proficiency with medium armor, martial weapons, and shields, but even more importantly, lets you pick 1 non-two-handed weapon each day that you can use your charisma modifier for the attack and damage rolls. Now, the reason this feature is so powerful is because it's available from level 1, and worth taking a single level of Warlock as any other charisma-based class. Removing the need to have a high strength or dexterity in order to be good at melee combat is so incredibly powerful. Hex Warrior is worth it for Warlocks, but it's also powerful for Paladins, Bards, and Sorcerers who are willing to use 1 level in Warlock to get access to it. This feature enables a wide range of very powerful spell bladey builds, which are also known as Gish builds. And as a Warlock, you can also later take Pact of the Blade and use this feature with any weapon you choose as your Pact weapon, regardless of the normal limitations to non-two-handed weapons. This means you could even use a longbow or greatsword with this feature. The simple power of removing the need for an ability score, plus the depth of variety and weapons you can select with this, gives Hex Warrior an easy first spot on this list. A reaction is an action that can be taken at any point in combat, whether it's your turn or not, so long as you meet some kind of condition that allows you to use it. Like the other kinds of actions, such as your regular or bonus action, you are only allowed 1 reaction per round outside of rare circumstances. So, how you use a reaction can be nearly as important as your action or bonus action. And today we'll go over some of the best ways you can use your reaction. Starting us off at number 10, we have the Attack of Opportunity, or basically any ability that allows you to use a reaction to gain an attack, such as the Barbarian's Retaliation or the variant Dragon's Vengeful Assault, which lets you attack a creature with a reaction if they hit you with an attack, or the Mage Slayer feat that allows you to attack someone who casts a spell next to you. We'll be choosing the Attack of Opportunity because it applies to every creature and there's some built-in synergies with it. For instance, one of the classic synergies with an Attack of Opportunity is the Polearm Master and Sentinel feats, allowing you to use the Attack of Opportunity to reach your enemy in place if they try to come through your polearm's 10-foot reach. Other powerful examples are classes that can pump out a lot of damage into a single attack, such as a Paladin getting the ability to throw down another smite, or the rogues potentially bypassing their usual once per turn restriction on sneak attack damage by getting an extra attack on someone else's turn. Generally, a free attack can be as good as a whole action, or in the case of some martial classes, about half as good as an action, as they'll gain extra attacks as they level up. Getting that much value out of what is essentially an often unused action economy resource is the baseline by which you really judge any other reaction-based abilities. And since everyone can use an attack of opportunity, it's the main competition for any of the other reactions. Extra damage outside the usual action economy is never really something to be scoffed at. And speaking of damage, at number 9 on this list we have Rebuke the Violent. Rebuke the Violent is a channel divinity ability for the Oath of Redemption Paladin subclass. It states that whenever another creature within 30 feet of you is hit with an attack, you can use a reaction to cause the attacker to make a wisdom saving throw. On failure, they take the same damage they just dealt as radiant damage. On success, they take half damage instead. Rebuke the Violent is an interesting counterpoint to an attack of opportunity because you can use it at a distance. Attacks of opportunities are usually limited to your immediate reach, and only when enemies are fleeing. Much more often, enemies are attacking your party rather than just jumping out of your attack range. And additional damage is best done while you're in the midst of fighting, which is exactly where Rebuke the Violent comes into play. On top of that, Rebuke the Violent always does damage thanks to the half damage on a successful save, as opposed to Attack of Opportunity, which has a chance to just plain miss, wasting your reaction. Rebuke the Violent can be potentially underwhelming, but never a useless save against enemies who might be resistant or immune to radiant damage. On top of that, Rebuke the Violent allows you to heavily punish powerful enemies who hit extremely hard, or the occasional crit from an enemy. This makes your party's misfortune when they take a ton of damage in a turn into a reversal fortune as you turn this damage around. The more powerful enemies you're fighting, the more powerful Rebuke the Violent grows. And enemies tend to scale a bit stronger than players when it comes to nasty damage dice. The only real downside of Rebuke the Violent is it only works on attacks. So if you're up against a spellcaster throwing out saving throw damage spells, it won't be doing a lot. But that's not a problem for the next spot on our list. And at number 8, we have Vengeful Ancestors. Ancestors is an ability of the Ancestral Guardian Primal Path subclass for barbarians. It allows you to use reaction while you're raging to send out protective spirits towards any other creatures you can see within 30 feet of you who takes damage, and reduce that damage by 2d6. This increases up to 3d6 and finally 4d6 as the barbarian levels up. There are a lot of abilities in D&D that can reduce damage. Notable ones include spells like Absorb Elements or the Rogue's Uncanny Dodge, which can have damage for themselves in specific circumstances. That halving of damage can have a higher potential damage reduction than this ability. That said, the Vengeful Ancestors ability allows you to block any kind of damage, and allows you to do so in a higher number of circumstances, as, even though you can't use it on yourself, you'd have the entire rest of your party eating up damage every combat. On top of that, it punishes enemies for attacking anyone who isn't the barbarian by enabling this ability. A really strong synergy, as the barbarian typically wants to be eating damage from party members anyway with their high HP and damage resistances. On top of this, at level 14, the Ancestral Guardian Path gains a modification to this ability, allowing you to deal damage that you reduce with your roll to the attacker automatically, no saves or armor classes involved. So as a reaction, you're both reducing and dealing 4d6 damage, a total of 8d6 damage swing for all one reaction. This ability functionally works like a bunch of free temporary hit points for your allies while laying down respectable damage on enemies. While this setup does require a high level barbarian, it's one of the most powerful ways a player can use a reaction. Next up at number 7 on this list, we have Flash of Genius. This is a 7th level artificer ability and states that whenever a creature within 30 feet of you makes an ability check or saving throw, you can use a reaction to add your intelligence modifier to that roll. This is a unique ability, as being able to add a flat increase to rolls is unusual for a buff ability. For the most part, you have effects like Bless or Bardic Inspiration that add dice to a roll or a myriad of other abilities that grant advantage. Flash of Genius usually gives you a flat +4 or +5, and there's no variance like there is with dice or advantage. While a +5 is generally comparable to advantage, it's plain better if the creature already has advantage or if the roll is high. In any situation where degrees of success are around the corner, as is often the case with ability checks, a +5 usually accounts for a degree of success. In combat, the primary usefulness is flatly improving saving throws. There are many nasty spells and conditions in the game that require saves, and nearly guaranteeing an ally succeeds can be one of the most clutch things you can do. Nothing like preventing the enemy spellcaster from dominating your team's barbarian with a questionable wisdom save ability after all. That said, Flash of Genius's ability to affect attack rolls does hamper its utility a bit, despite how powerful an effect a potential +5 can be. If it could affect attack rolls, it would certainly be much higher on this list. And at number 6, we have Shadow Martyr. Shadow Martyr is a 10th level ability of the Echo Knight Fighter subclass. It states that when an attack is directed at another creature you can see, you can teleport your Echo to a spot adjacent to the target creature. The attack is then diverted and attacks the Echo instead. The Echo Knight's Echo works like an extension of themselves, creating a phantom doppelganger that can attack just like their own attack while being able to summon at a distance, though any attacks that hit it usually just destroy the Echo. This ability functionally states that you can completely negate any attack you can see as a reaction. This is pretty incredible as it allows you to unconditionally protect anyone who needs protecting. Being able to make sure that the nasty attack trying to break your spellcaster's concentration automatically misses is one of the most useful defensive reaction abilities in the game. It doesn't really have much of a cost either, as the Echo Knight is likely to be able to bring back the Echo for offensive purposes on their next turn. There's not much else to the ability beyond that, though it does have niche applications in odd role-playing scenarios. The occasional hostage situation can be entirely disarmed by this ability. Or maybe the old trope of a cult sacrificing someone at an altar can be suddenly interrupted by a magical doppelganger taking their ritual dagger to the heart instead of the sacrifice. Just an all-around great defensive reaction ability. And at number 5, we have Chronal Shift and the Storm Rune abilities. Chronal Shift is a second level ability of the Chronergy Wizard subclass. It allows you to, as a reaction, force any creature you can see within 30 feet of you that makes an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, reroll the roll, and then take the second result. You can decide to use this ability after seeing if the creature succeeds or fails on the first roll. This functionally allows you to add advantage or disadvantage to any ally or enemy in range, giving it an absurd degree of versatility. Similarly, this 7th level ability of the Rune Knight Fighter subclass with the Storm Rune allows you to give similar advantage or disadvantage on anyone within 60 feet, but you don't get to know if the roll would have failed or succeeded before you decide to use this ability. You do have to use a bonus action to set this ability up, but you can use it every round for a full minute afterward. The abilities are similar enough to tie in this on this list, as a little good intuition can make the Storm Rune just as good but with more range, but not needing an intuition for the Chronal Shift is very nice. Being able to blanket apply advantage or disadvantage to anyone in any situation gives these abilities a universal utility that's hard to match. The biggest downside is that throwing out advantage and disadvantage can sometimes be rendered completely redundant, as players can often find ways to gain advantage in all sorts of ways and it doesn't stack. The real power in these abilities is in either of them inflicting disadvantage on enemy saving throws. Drastically increasing the chance a creature will fail a powerful saving throw effect can't be understated, which is especially good for Chronergy Wizards who has the wizard spells to capitalize on this. Though a fighter being able to pitch in on spellcasting duties is nothing to scoff at either. Outside of that, being able to throw advantage on any ability check makes them infinitely useful outside of combat as well. The sheer number of things these abilities can affect earns them an easy spot on this list. And at number 4 of this list, we have the spell Shield. The Shield spell is one of the most commonly used reaction abilities in the game. It has a very simple benefit. When you're targeted by an attack or magic missile spell, you can cast Shield. Upon doing so, you gain +5 to your armor class and take no damage from the magic missile spell. The magic missile protection is fairly minor, but +5 armor class is incredible. Being able to retroactively make an attack completely whiff is great, though previous abilities in this list and some not on this list can do it similarly. The most important thing is that the +5 armor class sticks around. This means that unlike most reactions, if you're trying to defend yourself against an attack, Shield is just as good against one big attack as it is several smaller attacks, or attacks from multiple enemies, just attacks in general. And as a flat bonus, it stacks with anything. So an ability that allows you to impose disadvantage might come up short if the enemy hit you while already having disadvantage. Shield has no such worries. Shield is such an impressive defensive ability that many martial classes will take multi-class steps into wizard, warlocks, or sorcerers just to gain access to Shield, or use up an ability score improvement on the magic adept feat just for Shield. It can turn a frail, low armor class wizard into an armor class tank in combination with things like mage armor and bracers of defense. Or it can turn an already incredibly tanky fighter in plate armor into a nearly unhittable behemoth, for an entire round too. And nothing stops you from doing it again next round. Melee arcane classes like the College of Swords Bards are even better examples, as their abilities already include armor class buffing capabilities and spellcasting while fighting in melee. It can't be overstated just how good Shield is. Behind opportunity attacks, it might be the most useful reaction ability in the game for a good reason. And at number 3 in this list, we have Silvery Barbs. Silvery Barbs is a relatively new addition to the game, coming in the Strixhaven supplement. It's a first level spell with a 60-foot range. You can use it when a creature in range succeeds on an attack, saving throw, or ability check. The triggering creature must reroll the d20 and use the lower roll. Now, this sounds exactly like Chronal Shift and the Storm Rune abilities mentioned earlier, only it costs a spell slot. But the difference is that Silvery Barbs also allows you to choose another creature in range, including yourself, and they gain advantage on their next attack, ability check, or saving throw within 1 minute. This is preposterously good, and obviously great in combat. As mentioned before, imposing disadvantage on saves and attacks from enemies is already great, but granting advantage on your ally's next attack or save is even better. It's basically 2 Chronal Shifts for the exact same price of 1 reaction, all on a relatively low impact cost of a first level spell slot. Beyond that, you can even use it a little cheekily to grant advantage to allies on critical ability checks outside of combat. Have one ally do something trivial, give them disadvantage, and toss a Silvery Barb's advantage on an ally doing something more important. An easy way to squeeze ubiquitous advantage onto an important role in and outside of combat. Had this spell existed since the beginning of 5th edition like Shield has, it might be the go-to level 1 reaction spell in the game. And at number 2 on this list, we have Cloud Rune. The Cloud Rune is another ability of the Rune Knight fighter subclass like the Storm Rune mentioned earlier. The Cloud Rune states that when you or a creature you see within 30 feet of you is hit by an attack roll, you can use a reaction to invoke this rune and choose a different creature within 30 feet of the attacker to be targeted by the attack, though you can't choose the attacker themselves. This works regardless of the attacker's range. This ability is pretty ridiculous. Not only does it automatically negate an attack that was going to hit your ally, you can then have the attack hit an enemy. You can turn a crit on your wizard into a crit on their wizard. This is like a combination of Rebuke the Violent and Shadow of Martyr abilities previously mentioned on this list. Negating an attack is good. Doing a lot of damage as a reaction is good. Doing both is incredible. You can go from a dire situation where an enemy is breaking your ally's concentration to them dealing a lethal blow to another enemy. The only real downside of this ability is it has limited usage against single enemies and only works on attacks. Against a single enemy, you could only deflect an attack to hit another ally. Not the best idea, though this can be mitigated by things like familiars or summons to minimize the overall impact of the attack. And if you're fighting spellcasters who are only throwing saving throw spells against you, then it might not come up a lot. Still, pulling a switcheroo on your enemy's frontline fighter and making them hit another enemy is an obscene use of action economy. Another fun utility of this ability is it can functionally give you or an ally of yours 30 feet of range. You could attack another ally, use your reaction to invoke your Cloud Rune, and then have your attack hit an enemy 30 feet away. Not the most efficient use of the rune, but getting a ranged attack out of a situation where you might need it can be handy. The Cloud Rune ability is the most impactful combat reaction in the game, only bested by the number 1 spot on this list. And at number 1, we have Counterspell. You probably saw this one coming, but Counterspell is the predominant high impact reaction ability. Spellcasting in Dungeons & Dragons has the highest potential impact of any action in the game. High level spells are uneerily powerful and dangerous, especially when cast on you and your allies. They're so powerful in fact, the enemies with high spellcasting abilities are often made frail or incapable of direct combat purely because of how powerful spellcasting can be. And for every powerful spell in the game that an enemy can lay on you, there's always the same answer: Counterspell. Counterspell is a 3rd level spell that as a reaction lets you interrupt another spell being cast by another creature. If this spell has the same level as Counterspell or lower, the Counterspell automatically succeeds. If it's a higher level spell, then you must make an ability check to succeed. So long as you have spell slots equivalent to your enemies, you can upcast Counterspell to always beat your opponent's spell. A few abilities on this list can functionally negate an enemy's action by stopping an attack. There's a lot of different options to interact with your enemy's attack or reduce an enemy's damage, whether it be an attack or spell, but Counterspell is the option for completely negating a spell, even an enemy's own Counterspell, as if they try to counterspell your fight-winning spell, someone countering their counter like it's a game of Magic or Yu-Gi-Oh! Might be your best hope to win the fight. Letting you protect your own spellcasting or stopping your enemies is the most impact you can ever get out of a reaction. Previous abilities on this list might negate a singles attack worth of damage, but what's better than negating a fireball that's about to do 8d6 to all 4 members of your party? Or preventing Hypnotic Pattern, making all of your low wisdom save allies useless for a whole minute. That Lich is about to power wood kill your cleric, what else can you do? The list goes on and on. There's just nothing that compares to the potential impact of a counterspell. And that's why Counterspell takes number 1 spot on this list for the best way to use your reaction. There are a lot of subclasses in D&D that can learn many spells outside of the current spell list. Typically, these bonus spells are only there to add extra flavor to your class. However, there are some spells that can work extremely well within their given subclass. So in this video, we're going to go over some of the best bonus spells that can combo with certain classes or subclass features which you might not be able to pull off as another class. And for the purpose of this list, only spells that don't normally appear in a given subclass's list will be included. For example, spells like Cure Wounds for life clerics do not qualify, since there's already a spell included in the cleric spell list by default. And with that out of the way, let's get started. Starting us off at number 10, we have Healing Word, a 1st level spell which is on the Bard, Druid, and Cleric spell list, but also included in the Alchemist subclass for Artificer. What this spell does is it lets you use your bonus action in order to heal hit points off of a creature of your choice that you can see within 60 feet for 1d4 plus your spellcasting modifier. Because the spell uses your bonus action in order to cast, it leaves your action open in order to cast a cantrip or perform a different action, such as the attack or dodge actions. In terms of 1st level spells, Cure Wounds definitely beats out Healing Word in terms of hit points it restores by having its restoration hit die being tied to a d8 over a d4. However, Cure Wounds does cost an action to use as opposed to a bonus action, and struggles with range as it needs to be cast on a creature within touch range. Being able to heal your party members from a relatively safe distance is invaluable because it makes it harder for danger to shift its focus towards you. So, what makes this spell so great on an Alchemist Artificer? Well, you see, once an Alchemist reaches level 5, they learn the Alchemic Savant feature. What this feature does is it allows the Artificer to gain a bonus to 1 roll of a spell that deals acid, fire, necrotic, or poison damage, or 1 roll of a spell which heals hit points. The bonus is equal to their intelligence modifier, and what this basically means is that because Healing Word is already adding your intelligence modifier to Healing Word, Alchemical Savant effectively doubles the bonus, since you're adding it twice. So an Artificer that has risen their intelligence score to 20 will always be adding 10 points to the amount of hit points restored by Healing Word, meaning the minimum they can restore is 11 hit points every time they use it. At early levels, this heals a sizable chunk of health to your party members, even if they're low on health or have just reached 0 hit points and making death saves, ensuring that they will have a greater chance to survive until their next turn. And if the creature healed is also in possession of one of your healing elixirs made with the experimental elixir feature, then they get to heal another 2d4 plus your intelligence modifier, which basically adds another 7 hit points restored at minimum, assuming an intelligence score of 20. The reason this spell only takes number 10 spot on this list, however, is because other than increasing the healing provided by the subclass, it doesn't really function any differently than how it's normally used. It is still a spell which keeps your party members from dying, but just does so a little better and more consistently. However, it is a perfect example of what this list will be showcasing and how different classes interact with different kinds of spells on this list. And at number 9, we have Blur, a second level concentration spell that Warlocks can get through the Hexblade subclass. For the cost of 1 action, all creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls against you for up to 1 minute, unless they have a sense which doesn't rely on sight, such as blind sight, or can see through illusions, such as with true sight. Being hard to hit is really good when it comes to playing any kind of frontline class. While Hexblade Warlocks are no fighters in terms of general bulk, they make up for this in being able to dish out sizable amounts of damage from any range, while being able to manage incoming threats due to their proficiency in medium armor and simple and martial weapons. And because Hexblades don't rely on their cantrips or spell slots as often as other subclasses, they're more free to use their spell slots for things that will help them in close quarter situations, and Blur is no exception. Imposing disadvantage on all attack rolls against you is definitely very strong on its own. But if we combine this effect with Hexblade's level 10 feature, Armor of Hexes, it becomes even harder for creatures to hit you. Basically, whenever a creature affected by your Hexblade curse hits you with an attack roll, you can use a reaction to roll a d6, causing the attack to miss you if you roll 4 or higher, regardless of the attack roll. So on top of giving people disadvantage on attack rolls against you, they now also have a 50-50 chance of hitting you on top of that. Blur adds a layer of protection to Hexblade Warlocks that really helps keep them alive should they find themselves in danger. But there are a few reasons this combination only takes number 9 spot on this list. Firstly, this spell requires your concentration in order to maintain it. Normally this isn't a huge issue to deal with. However, because Warlocks have very few spell slots to work with compared to other spellcasters, losing concentration on this spell can be very debilitating, since you want to squeeze as much value as you can out of each of your spell slots used. And speaking of value, Blur also has no additional benefits when cast using high level spell slots. And because Warlocks always cast their spells at the highest possible spell level they have, this means you would be using Blur in place of a more powerful spell like Hellish Rebuke. A first level spell lets you use a reaction whenever you take damage in order to deal a decent amount of fire damage to your attackers, which does benefit from being cast at higher levels. Lastly, this combination only works against creatures that are affected by your Hexblade Curse feature, which can only affect one creature at a time and can only be used once per short or long rest. However, the advantages provided by Hexblade's Curse, such as increased critical range, extra damage equal to your proficiency bonus, and a minor regeneration of hit points whenever a creature dies while it's under its effects, are already really good. So being able to give yourself more ways to take advantage of your cursed target can still be a net positive in most cases. And the problem of only being used once per short rest is mitigated by Hexblade's level 14 feature, Master of Hexes, which allows you to apply the curse to a different target if the creature originally afflicted with Hexblade's curse dies, at the cost of not being able to benefit from the healing feature of the curse. Fortunately, Blur provides enough general protection that it does deserve a spot on this list regardless. And at number 8, we have Mirror Image, which is a second level spell that druids can have if they pick Circle the Land, and the Coast Circle as their land of origin or upbringing. This spell lets you create 3 illusionary duplicates of yourself for 1 minute, and can redirect an attack to itself whenever a creature targets you with an attack by rolling a d20, and determine the outcome based on the remaining illusions. So if you have all 3 illusions up, you must roll 6 or higher in order to change the attack target to a duplicate. With 2 duplicates, you have to roll an 8 or higher, and with 1 duplicate, you only have to roll an 11 or higher. The duplicates have an AC of 10 plus a dexterity modifier, and can only be destroyed by being hit with an attack. So spells like Fireball and Shatter can't damage the images, since they require saving throws instead of attack rolls. Creatures with senses that see through illusions or don't rely on sight are unaffected by this spell. In a similar manner to Blur, this spell adds a layer of protection that just makes it harder for creatures to hit you. However, there is one major difference which makes this spell and class combination a little bit better in comparison to Blur. Mirror Image does not require concentration in order to maintain, and lasts for the full duration or until all illusionary images are destroyed. And while you can still maintain concentration on spells like Slow while in Wild Shape, if you're planning on using your animal forms to fight, you will have a hard time maintaining the concentration, since there's a higher likelihood the creatures will be targeting you in order to force the concentration checks. Mirror Images also allows you to free up your concentration for other spells like Entangle or Fairy Fire, both of which are very good at making combats easier, as Entangle helps restrain and restrict movements while making it harder for affected creatures to hit, while Fairy Fire prevents creatures from benefiting from being invisible, while also being much easier to hit. So even if you're not using Wild Chase for combat purposes, you can still use Mirror Image in order to make it a lot harder for enemies to ruin your concentration on spells, which can be important to maintain as a druid, making this a great spell to have at the number 8 spot on this list. And at number 7, we have Summon Construct. This is a 4th level concentration spell that is normally only available to artificers and wizard spell lists, but can be obtained by sorcerers who take the Clockwork Soul subclass. This allows you to call forth a Construct Spirit for up to 1 hour, which takes its turn immediately after yours and obeys your verbal commands. Having more creatures on the board in the form of minions is a great way to boost your action economy, since the more things your party can do, the better the advantage you have in any given encounter. And the construct summoned through the spell is actually pretty good compared to other spells which do the same thing, but for other creature types. It has a starting AC of 17 when summoned using a 4th level slot, 40 HP, which is increased by 15 for each spell level above 4th. It's immune to a bunch of status conditions, while it's also sporting the resistance to poison damage. And you can choose whether the construct is made of clay, metal, or stone, which all have unique abilities granted them depending on the type you choose. Metal constructs get Heated Body, which automatically deals 1d10 fire damage to creatures that hit it with a melee attack while still within 5 feet of it. Stone constructs get Stony Lethargy, which allows the construct to force a creature that starts its turn within 10 feet of it to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC, or have its movement speed halved and its reaction shut down until the start of its next turn. And clay constructs get the reaction ability Berserk Lashing, which allows them to make a slam attack against a random creature within 5 feet of it whenever it takes damage as a reaction. If no creature is within range, it can move up to half its speed towards an enemy it can see and it doesn't provoke opportunity attacks. All of these effects are pretty good, and their usefulness over one another will probably depend on the encounter. However, if you want to add extra protection to your construct, you can use your Clockwork Soul feature that you'll learn at level 6 called Bastion of Law, which allows you to spend 1 to 5 sorcery points in order to create a ward around it, as long as it's within 30 feet of you, and are now represented by a number of d8s. So whenever the construct takes damage, they expend any number of d8s in order to reduce the amount of damage they take by the total number rolled. This can combo extremely well with all of the construct's extra features, as it allows them to remain in the fray of a battle much longer. Both Heated Body can still activate even if the damage they take gets reduced to 0 from Bastion of Law, since the only requirement for Heated Body is taking a hit. However, you want to be careful when reducing damage on your clay construct if you're planning on using its reaction, since it does require to take some damage, as taking 0 damage does not count as taking damage at all. Stony Lethargy is also really useful at keeping creatures in range of your stone construct, since it incentivizes hostile creatures to attack it if they can't get away. As a result, they might try to focus down the construct in order to not take penalties to the reaction and movement, which is made harder by needing to first get past the ward created by Bastion of Law. So if you're looking for a spell with great abilities while also being able to grant them a bit of a boost to the survivability, then this combination works really well at making that happen. However, the reason this combo only makes number 7 spot on this list is because it requires you to spend a lot of resources in order to get it going properly. Once you learn Summon Construct at level 7, when you learn 4th level spells, you will only have 7 sorcery points available. And these points are precious resources since it allows them to modify spells through features known as metamagic. Spending these points in order to use metamagic allows a sorcerer to make certain spells last longer, or increase the range a spell can reach, or even change the damage type to another, for example. So if you end up spending too many sorcery points to create the wards on your construct that will only last a single combat encounter, you will have a hard time modifying your own spells as a result due to the lack of resources. However, depending on the encounter, this combo can still pay off well as long as you're mindful about your resources. And at number 6, we have Spiritual Weapon, a spell which is only available to cleric spell lists but can be taken by Paladins of Conquest. It's a 2nd level spell which takes a bonus action to cast and lasts for 1 minute. When you summon it, you can make an attack against a creature within 5 feet of it and dealing damage equal to 1d8 plus your spellcaster modifier and force damage. You can also move it up to 20 feet and have it make another attack within the same range, all as a bonus action. This is a fantastic option to use in combat because it's just free action economy and gives clerics something to use their bonus action on, which can sometimes be a bit barren at times. It allows them to deal extra damage whenever allies aren't in immediate danger. But for paladins, however, this spell can be a real game changer for them, because most paladins lack any sort of reliable range attack unless they use throwing weapons, which is usually a subpar option for them. So what this spell does is it allows the Conquest Paladin to cover the more prominent weaknesses while also giving them a way to deal extra damage to enemies using their bonus action. And since this spell doesn't require concentration and only requires a bonus action to cast, it doesn't really interfere with the Paladin's normal combat routines such as casting spells like Thunderous Smite and Wrathful Smite, both of which do require concentration and their bonus actions to cast. What can make Spiritual Weapon even better for them is the fact that they can combo really well with their Paladin's fear effects they get from Channel Divinity Conquering Presence, which they learn at level 3, and Aura of Conquest, which is learned at level 7. Conquering Presence basically allows you to use your action in order to force creatures in 30 feet of you to make a wisdom saving throw, or become frightened of you for 1 minute. A frightened creature can't willingly move closer to you and will have disadvantage on all attack rolls and ability checks as long as it's within the frightened creature's line of sight. They can also repeat the saving throw at the end of each of their turns in order to end the effect. Meanwhile, Aura of Conquest makes us let you emanate a 10-foot aura, which reduces the movement of frightened creatures within it to 0, while also taking psychic damage equal to half of your Paladin level whenever it starts its turn inside of it. This makes it very easy for you to lock down an enemy since you'll most likely be making all of your attacks and smites against the frightened creature, including your spiritual weapon. And if you take the shove action in order to knock the creature prone, then they can't stand up because they no longer have any movement to spend in order to do so, giving all of your attacks and your spiritual weapon attacks advantage against it. So whether using this spell as a way to deal with ranged targets or use it to help bully frightened creatures, the Conquest Paladin does a wonderful job at making use of this bonus spell, making this a perfect combo for the number 6 on this list. Just remember the downside of this spell is that it competes for the bonus action required for casting your smite spells. And at number 5, we have Everard's Black Tentacles, which is learned at 10th level automatically by Fathomless Warlocks. Now, this spell is normally only available in the Wizard spell list. However, it doesn't actually appear on the bonus spell list of the Fathomless Warlock. But because this spell isn't normally on the Warlock spell list, it still technically counts for the purpose of this list. And as for what this 4th level spell does, is it allows you to fill a 20-foot square on the ground with ebony tentacles that count as difficult terrain for up to 1 minute while maintaining concentration on it. Creatures that enter the air for the first time on their turn, or starts to turn there, will take 3d6 bludgeoning damage if they fail a dexterity saving throw against it, as well as being restrained, reducing their speed to 0. They will also have disadvantage on attack rolls and dexterity saving throws, while attack rolls made against them have advantage as long as they're restrained. And if they're being restrained by this spell by the time their turn begins, they automatically take 3d6 bludgeoning damage. A creature can use their action in order to make a strength or dexterity check of their choice in order to attempt to break free of the tentacles. This works similarly to the 1st level druid spell Entangle, which also restrains creatures that enter the 20-foot square and make the area into difficult terrain. The only difference between these two is that Entangle doesn't deal any damage and requires a strength saving throw followed by a strength check in order to break free, while Everard's requires a dexterity saving throw followed by the creature's choice of strength or dexterity. However, Entangle is only available on the druid and ranger spell list, so other spellcasters typically don't have access to the spell. Everard's Black Tentacles acts as an alternative way for spellcasters to effectively do the same thing, just at higher levels and with some added benefits. But by then, it's usually not worth taking since you would already have access to alternative spells such as Web, Slow, or Hypnotic Pattern, which are all wonderful crowd control spells that can negatively impact your enemy's ability to effectively deal with your party. However, the Fathomless Warlock gets to do a little bit more with this spell that other classes normally can't, which is, you learn the Grasping Tentacles feature upon reaching level 10, which allows you to automatically learn Everard's Black Tentacles and can cast it once for free per long rest. It doesn't count against the number of spells you know, and it also counts as a Warlock spell for you. And whenever you cast this spell, you gain temporary hit points equal to your Warlock level, and damage can't break concentration on this spell. Already, this feature buffs the spell by allowing it to be cast without using any kind of resource, which Warlocks need to maintain. And temporary hit points are always a plus for added protection. However, not being able to have your concentration broken through damage is extremely important, because this means the only way a creature can break free is by using their action on their turn to make a strength or dexterity check in order to break free, or find some way to paralyze, incapacitate, or otherwise prevent you from concentrating the spell without dealing damage. This is important because ability checks which don't have a skill check attached to it, like athletics or acrobatics, do not benefit from the creature's proficiency bonus even if that creature is already proficient in that ability. And the reason this spell combo makes the number 5 spot on this list is because of how well Everard's Black Tentacles can work with other features of the Fathomless Warlock. Your level 3 feature, Tentacle of the Deeps, for example, creates a tentacle for 1 minute, which deals damage to a creature within 10 feet of it and reduces that creature's movement speed by 10 feet until the start of your next turn, which can make it even harder for you to navigate through your Black Tentacles. In the end, what this subclass does is effectively turn Everard's Black Tentacles into a usable feature that actually works pretty well with its existing tools, even if they aren't particularly game-changing. And at number 4, we have Spirit Guardians. This is a 3rd level concentration spell which can be learned by Oath of the Crown Paladins, and effectively acts as a 15-foot aura centered on yourself that deals 3d8 necrotic or radiant damage to creatures who enter the aura for the first time on a turn, or starts its turn inside of it if they fail a wisdom saving throw, and half damage if they succeed. Creatures also have their movement speed cut in half while moving around inside the aura, and it doesn't require a saving throw to prevent. You can also designate creatures to not be affected by your aura when you first cast the spell, so your allies can hide inside of it without any penalty. As a paladin, you usually want to be part of the front lines as much as possible, so having access to one of the best 3rd level spells to enable this is amazing. With this spell, you can run up to enemies and force creatures to take 3d8 damage every turn while you continue adding pressure to them. At this point, your enemy has 2 options: stand and fight, or run away and provoke an opportunity attack from you in the process. And since Spirit Guardians also halves their movement speed, they would be using their action to dash if they wanted to effectively get out of range of both you and your Guardians. And even then, Spirit Guardians extends far enough that you might be able to catch up to the creature and put them back in depending on their movement speed. However, this is where Crown Paladin's Channel Divinity Champion Challenge comes into play. You see, this feature forces creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you to make a Wisdom saving throw. If they fail, then they can't willingly move more than 30 feet away from you. They can only stand in place, move closer to you, or maintain a safe 30-foot distance from you, meaning they can't even dash in order to get far enough away from you that you just can't use your walking speed to close the distance and trap them inside your Spirit Guardians over and over again. You might also take advantage of the first level spell command in order to move the creature just outside of your Spirit Guardian's aura, since you can't command a creature to put itself directly in harm's way, such as entering the aura itself. So having ways for Crown Paladins to be able to make better use of Spirit Guardians, along with Spirit Guardians being generally useful for it anyway, is deserving for one of the higher spots on this list. And at number 3, we have Misty Step, a second level spell which is automatically added to your spell's known list at level 5 if you're a Fey Wandering Ranger. And basically, the spell allows you to simply teleport to a spot you can see within 30 feet as a bonus action, making navigating from place to place a lot easier, especially to get out of sticky situations such as being surrounded by enemies. This spell is further enhanced by the Fey Wanderer's level 15 feature, Misty Wanderer, which allows you to cast Misty Step without using spell slots a number of times equal to your Wisdom modifier, which get restored whenever you finish a long rest. It also lets you teleport a willing creature within 5 feet of you to bring along whenever you cast Misty Step, and moving them to an occupied space that you choose within 5 feet of you. Having an escape option readily available to you is very good. However, having an escape option with basically 0 resources and allows you to bring a friend along is even better. This feature basically allows you to use Misty Step as a pseudo dimension door, a 4th level spell which can teleport you and one willing creature up to 500 feet. And one of the better uses for the spell is to taxi across your party members in order to avoid dangers that they would otherwise have to find another way around, such as lava or a spike pit. So being able to do this for free, as long as you have charges for it, can be an invaluable tool even at higher levels, albeit with less range and freedom as Dimension Door. It's also important to note that this effect that lets you bring along a willing creature is solely tied to casting Misty Step itself, meaning that it applies when you cast Misty Step using your spell slots as well as if you run out of the charges. The biggest downside of this, and why it takes number 3 spot on this list, however, is the fact that this feature is only acquired at level 15, which is pretty late in a campaign. However, the utility and versatility it can provide your party can still prove invaluable when it comes to overcoming barriers, or at the very least, a locked gate. And at number 2, we have Destructive Wave, which is a 5th level spell that's only available to the Paladin spell list, but can be taken by the Tempest Cleric upon reaching 9th level. What this spell does is it lets you create a wave of destruction by striking the ground, which then releases a burst of radiant energy that envelops creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you. Creatures that fail the Constitution saving throw against your spell take 5d6 thunder damage and the same amount as radiant or necrotic damage of your choice, for a grand total of 10d6 damage, as well as being knocked prone. Successful saving throws have the damage and does not make the affected creature fall prone. When combined with Tempest Cleric's Channel Divinity Destructive Wrath feature, this spell makes for some serious damage, as it allows you to deal maximum damage to any thunder or lightning rolls instead of rolling for it. This means that if creatures fail their Constitution saving throw against the spell, can take a minimum of 30 thunder damage before rolling the radiant damage, making this spell very consistent for them as long as they have the charge of Destructive Wrath for it. And what makes this even better is the fact that you can use this spell immediately after using the bonus action effect of Holy Weapon. You see, Holy Weapon allows you to enchant a weapon you touch, allowing you to do 2d8 extra radiant damage whenever you hit with the affected weapon. However, as a bonus action, you can dismiss the spell and cause it to engulf creatures of your choice within 30 feet of you, blinding and dealing 48 radiant damage if they fail a Constitution saving throw against it, only taking half damage and avoiding blindness if they succeed. And since activating this effect doesn't count as you casting the spell, you're free to follow up with Destructive Wave for even more damage, assuming you have the spell slots for it. So combining Holy Weapon with Destructive Wave, as well as the Destructive Wrath feature for Tempest Clerics, essentially results in probably one of the most devastating and highest damaging combos on this list. And the best part of this is that this can all be done as soon as you reach level 10, where you gain access to 2 5th level spell slots. However, even with only a single 5th level spell slot at level 9, it's still immensely powerful if you're planning on using Destructive Wave with the feature. And this isn't even taking into account that this spell can knock creatures prone, making it easier for your allies to get some more hits in. The only reason this combo doesn't take the number 1 spot on this list is because it's just straight damage for the most part, since it targets Constitution, the worst stat to target in the game, meaning creatures will succeed with saving throws more often than not, so you're far less likely to knock enemies prone with the spell's secondary effect. However, even then, that's not much of a problem because even a flat 15 thunder damage is still a hefty amount of damage for creatures to take. It just has limitations that aren't really present in the number 1 spot on this list. And at number 1, we have Circle of Power, another 5th level spell that is locked behind the Paladin spell list but can be obtained at 9th level for Twilight Clerics. For the cost of 1 action, you create an aura of 30 feet around you in a sphere for up to 10 minutes while maintaining concentration. Friendly creatures, which includes yourself, have advantage in saving throws against spells and magical effects, as well as allowing them to take no damage from spells if they succeed their saving throws against it, rather than taking half damage. This spell is amazing when it comes to survivability, but is only made better when you combine it with the Twilight Cleric's Channel Divinity Twilight Sanctuary feature, which allows you to grant temporary hit points equal to 1d6 plus your cleric level to a creature that ends its turn there, or end a charm or frighten effect on that creature. And this can be done every turn your allies remain inside your aura, which is now made even safer because of Circle of Power, making your party exceptionally hard to damage while also granting them protection against non-damaging effects, since they would now have advantage when rolling to avoid those effects. While dealing damage quickly is a massive part of combat in D&D 5e, it is also equally as important to ensure that all of your allies survive encounters. So providing a constant buffer in the form of temporary hit points to allies, while making it harder for the BBEG to pull off a large fireball spell against your party, is just downright amazing and enables your party to fulfill their roles much more effectively, as they don't have to worry too much about dying. What sets us apart from Destructive Wave combo for Tempest Clerics is the fact that you're not relying on yourself in order to deal a massive amount of damage, but instead enabling your party members to fight more effectively over the course of a prolonged encounter. And at higher levels where creatures will have better stats, it's much more likely your party will grow to rely on surviving inside your auras as opposed to relying on 2 or 3 max damage destructive waves, depending on your level. And it is this consistency that makes this combination take number 1 spot on this list rather than Destructive Wave. However, the two can easily swap spots depending on the campaign and types of encounters involved. A capstone is a class feature a character gains for hitting level 20 in a specific class. So in this video, we'll be looking at the best of these abilities that most players never get to see in an average game. Starting off this list at number 10, we have Perfect Self. This is the capstone ability for the monk class. A good number of the capstone abilities give the level 20 character the ability to have more access to their class's primary resource, like spells. In the case of the monk, Perfect Self does this by giving them 4 key points whenever they roll initiative while they have 0 key points. This basically makes it so that, no matter how many consecutive fights you have, the monk will always have some key available to use their abilities. That said, the limitation of having exactly 0 key to get any use out of this makes it not the best resource management capstone. It makes it awkward if you end a fight and have less than 4 key but more than 0, then you're just worse off than if you had expended all of those key points. Also, key is one of the class resources that restores on a short rest. So even if you're in a hectic situation with lots of fight in a single adventuring day, you can often short rest back up to your full 20 key points. That makes this a niche capstone ability, and so it only takes the 10th spot on this list. Taking it to the number 9 spot, we have Primal Champion, the capstone ability for barbarians. It has the fairly straightforward effect of increasing the barbarian strength and constitution scores by 4 each. More importantly, it also raises the typical maximum you can natively have in this ability score from 20 to 24 for strength and constitution, meaning a barbarian who's already gotten to their previous maximum of 20 in both stats still benefits from this. And getting a plus 8 to your total ability scores is nothing to scoff at. The constitution increase alone is 40 extra hit points immediately upon hitting level 20, which is obviously even stronger on a barbarian than most classes because of Rage's damage reduction, and barbarians being able to add constitution to their armor class while not wearing armor. So a barbarian could potentially have an unassisted 22 armor class of just dexterity and constitution if they have the investment for it. One potential downside to this is the strength bonus can often fall flat on a level 20 character, as the belts of giant strength can raise you beyond 24. That being said, freeing up an attunement slot might be worthwhile, but the belt of storm giant strength sets your strength at 29, so you could end up wasting half the capstone's value. Still, if you don't have access to these kinds of items, then it's a very strong combat benefit, as no barbarian is going to turn down a plus 2 to hit and damage in addition to 40 maximum hit points. Next up at number 8, we have Sorceress Restoration, the capstone ability for the sorcerer. It states that whenever you take a short rest, you regain 4 expended sorcery points. While this reads similarly to the monk's Perfect Self ability mentioned previously, it's crucially different in a few ways. First, you don't have to be at 0 sorcery points to regain them, so you can get them back whenever you take a short rest, no restrictions. Secondly, it requires a short rest instead of happening automatically at the start of a fight. While this is worse, it's not so bad because sorcery points, unlike key points, do not fully restore on a short rest. So this ability adds a lot of value to the short rest that sorcerers lack compared to other classes. The last and most significant difference is that sorcery points are much more powerful than key points. Not only are metamagic options in general capable of incredible game-breaking feats, but any excess sorcery points can be transmuted into spell slots using the sorcerer's flexible casting ability. This means you can regain some low-level spells for free before your short rest by transforming some sorcery points and then regenerating some sorcery points thanks to this. Sorcery points are one of the most limited resource-based abilities in the game due to their high power, high point investment, as some of the more powerful effects require 3 or more, and generally have an inability to be regenerated outside of a long rest. This makes Sorcery Restoration a very solid capstone ability for sorcerers who like to use up a lot of their spells and sorcery points making the sorcerer's most powerful feature usable more often. While this does not necessarily increase the sorcerer's actual power, it does make the sorcerer a lot more effective. And at number 7, we have Signature Spell, the Wizard Capstone ability. It states that the wizard can choose 2 different spells of 3rd level or lower, and can cast each spell once without expending any spell slots, so long as the spell is cast at 3rd level or below. This functionally gives the wizard 2 free 3rd level spells, and these uses regenerate on a short or long rest. An evocation wizard might want a free lightning bolt and a fireball, or an enchantment wizard might like something like a free suggestion or hypnotic pattern in their back pocket on every short rest. This is a bit more spellcasting firepower than the Sorceress Restoration Capstone, which is only regenerating about 1 3rd level spell through flexible casting, though repeated uses of Sorcerer Restoration can outpace Signature Spells enough time is available. Another fun advantage of Signature Spell is those 2 spell choices always count as prepared and don't count against your number of spells prepared, which gives the wizard a little more flexibility in what spells they can prepare on a given day. Having 2 of your low level staple spells always available gives a lot of room for including more utility options on your spell list. It also means you'll never be caught without these core low-level spells, even if your spellbook is taken from you somehow. Signature Spells doesn't really change how a wizard operates significantly, but much like Sorceress Restoration or Perfect Self, it does keep the wizard more active in tossing out more spells over the course of an adventuring day. And at number 6, we have Eldritch Master, the Warlock's Capstone ability. It states you can spend 1 minute petitioning your patron to restore all of your extended spell slots from your Packed Magic feature. At level 20, this means 4 5th level spell slots. While the 1 minute means that it can't be pulled off in combat, it also means that a warlock no longer needs a short rest to regain all their expended spell slots. Being able to dump 4 5th level spell slots every fight, spend a minute and go right back into the next one at full power, is a pretty impressive way to warp back-to-back encounters. Compared to the previous resource regeneration abilities on this list, this one obviously stands out greatly, as 4 5th level spells dwarfs 2 short rest 3rd level spells that the wizard's signature spell can give them. Though in the case where short resting is an available option, the warlock could already do that with how Pack Magic works. While short rest can be interrupted, a 1 minute prayer is much harder to hinder. You could just use this immediately after a fight while the other players loot the bodies and be back to full power again. Anything that could interrupt that would more than likely have been part of the previous battle. It's an incredibly powerful resource management ability, which is why it takes this spot over the Wizards, Sorcerers, and Monks capstones, which all do similar things. Sliding into the number 5 spot, we have the Paladin's Sacred Oath subclass feature. The Paladin is a bit odd in that it's the only class where the capstone is tied to their subclass. This means every single subclass of Paladin has a different capstone ability. That said, there is a common theme throughout most of them, and that they grant the Paladin a very powerful transformation that embodies their sacred oath. Some of them are more powerful than others, but generally speaking, all of them are incredible. The Player's Handbook examples includes the Oath of the Ancients Elder Champion transformation, which gives the Paladin 10 hit points at the start of every turn, the ability to cast any spell they have that usually cause an action as a bonus action, and giving creatures within 10 feet of you disadvantage on saves against your spells and channel divinity abilities. The Oath of Devotion gives you a Holy Nimbus transformation that causes bright light in a 30-foot radius that burns enemy for 10 radiant damage a turn, giving them some pretty decent AoE damage. You also gain advantage on saving throws against fiends and undead, meaning powerful late-game boss monsters like demons, devils, liches, and the like are far less dangerous. Oath of Vengeance gives you an Avenging Angel transformation that gives you a 60-foot fly speed and a Fear aura that lasts for a full hour. All of these abilities are great capstones in their own right, and you'd be hard-pressed to find a Paladin capstone that wasn't a huge boon to the character. And at number 4, we have Stroke of Luck, the Rogue's capstone ability. Moving away from the resource management abilities, we have a fairly unique ability for the Rogue. Stroke of Luck states that once per short or long rest, you can choose to turn any miss into a hit. Alternatively, if you fail an ability check, you can choose to treat the d20 roll as if it rolled a 20 instead. Functionally, the Rogue can just alter fate and change nearly any failure into a success. It's hard to overstate just how useful this ability can be. There's an endless number of situations where you're forced to make ability checks, and just saying I rolled a 20 on a crucial check isn't just game changing, but sometimes campaign changing. It's like the player gets a legendary resistance, but for their attack or ability checks. While rolling a 20 on an ability check isn't an automatic success, if it doesn't succeed, then there likely should have never been a roll in the first place, since the task was impossible. This makes rogues the master of almost any situation. Even ability checks you're bad at, suddenly you're getting 21s on them consistently. This builds on the rogue's previous class abilities like expertise and reliable talent that makes them near infallible in a few specific skills. With this, they become good at every skill. That said, it isn't that amazing in combat. At level 20, a rogue isn't missing very often in the first place, and securing one hit in a fight is often about as valuable as a single bardic inspiration or channel divinity usage. Good, but not incredible. Still, the fact that it is infinitely useful outside of combat earns Stroke of Luck a higher spot on this list. Coming in at number 3, we have Soul of Artifice, which as the name suggests is the Artificer's capstone ability, which grants them 2 benefits. The first is that you get a +1 to all saving throws equal to the number of items you're attuned to. The second lets you, when reduced to 0 hit points, use a reaction to instead drop to 1 hit point by ending one of your infusions. Both of these abilities are excellent. The fact that a level 20 Artificer can attune to 6 items means this is a +6 to all saving throws. That is the same as getting proficiency in every save, as the level 20 proficiency bonus is 6. But this is even better than that, as for the saves that you're already proficient in, you are getting a +6 on top of that for a minimum of +12 to that save. As for the second ability, it's basically a multi-use version of the already strong Relentless Endurance racial ability of the Half-Orcs. At level 20, an Artificer can have 6 infusions active, which translates to 6 chances of staying up instead of going down when you hit 0 hit points. Even though it eats up in reaction, that's close to as powerful as having 6 Death Ward spells cast on you. Either ability would be highly competitive capstone in their own right, but both together makes Soul of Artifice one of the best capstones in the game. Coming in at our number 2 spot, we have the Archdruid. As you might expect, Archdruid is the Druid's capstone ability. Another fairly straightforward capstone, it states that the Druid now has endless uses of their Wild Shape class feature. Now, you could classify this in the same categories that previously mentioned Signature Spell, Sorceress Restoration, Perfect Self, and Eldritch Master capstones as a resource management capstone, but it's a bit crazier than that. It's less resource management and resource elimination, as you no longer are restricted to a set number of uses. Similar to the Paladin's capstone, it interacts with the subclasses of Druids differently, since a lot of them use Wild Shape as a resource to fuel their other abilities, even if it's technically the same ability for all of them. It makes Moon Druids nearly unkillable shapeshifters who constantly take an animal form and keep doing so indefinitely, giving them an infinite pool of hit points for your enemies to chew through. If your enemies can't take you down in one turn through your animal form and your base form, then they cannot kill you. Spore Druids can constantly refill their Symbiotic Entity ability that, at level 20, gives them 40 temporary hit points, giving them a similarly massive pool of health. Star Druids can stay in their various starry forms permanently, which is where most of the subclass's power is tied to. The only Druid that doesn't get much out of this is the Circle of the Land Druid, and even they can do an imitation of the Moon Druid's infinite hit points by turning into a CR1 beast constantly, as their level 18 Beast Spells ability lets them cast spells while in beast form. It's an absurd ability that takes one of the most powerful abilities in the game in its own right, Wild Shape, and takes away the only real limitation it had. Finally, shining down on high in the number 1 spot, we have Divine Intervention's Improvement, the Cleric's capstone ability. Similar to the Druid, the Cleric's capstone modifies one of their previous abilities. Divine Intervention typically lets a Cleric beseech their deity for direct assistance. The Cleric then rolls a d100, and if the result is equal to or lower than their level, the god will heed their prayer. Now, typically, this ability is treated as either a Hail Mary in a desperate situation, or something you attempt to do multiple times over the course of several days until it works. But Divine Intervention's Improvement makes it so you automatically succeed. So instead of a desperate action, you can, with 100% certainty, have your god intervene on your behalf. Now, if you make a more abstract request, then it's up to your DM's interpretation what actually happens. And that said, in the text of Divine Intervention, it says that the effect of any cleric spell will be appropriate. What that means is, whenever the cleric wants, they can potentially cast a 9th level spell without even having to really cast it. That lets a cleric cast absurd spells like Gate or Heal without an enemy counterspell in them, as you're not actually casting the spell. You can cast True Resurrection in the middle of combat to revive an ally who got disintegrated without having to worry about the 1 hour cast time or the 25,000 gold worth of diamonds that it normally requires. Frankly, just having access to a free 9th level spell already makes this the most powerful ability on this list by far, and it has nigh infinite uses on top of that, limited only by the imagination of your DM's acceptance, making this not just the most powerful ability, but also the most interesting one. There's a lot of roleplay value in how you choose to beseech your god and what kind of effects your god grants you. While the other abilities on this list might be powerful or useful in various ways, nothing comes close to ringing up God and having him step in to deal with the problem at hand. In D&D 5th edition, each class gains something new whenever they level up, whether that be learning new spells, a new class or subclass feature, or gaining increased stats via your ability score improvements. And the purpose of gaining these new abilities is to make your character feel stronger as the campaign progresses. However, in this video, we'll be going over some of the worst features you can learn from classes and subclasses, which either have a very little impact on the power level of your character from a roleplay or combat perspective, or are just too niche to really make use out of in general. And at number 10, we have Counter Charm. This is a 6th level Bard feature, which allows you to spend an action to give friendly creatures within 30 feet of you advantage on saving throws against being frightened or charmed until the end of your next turn. And since this is a feature where you must be vocal, only creatures that are able to hear you can benefit off of this feature, while being incapacitated or silenced will automatically cause the feature to end early. You can also end the performance early at any given time without spending any action. Having an advantage on being frightened and charmed is pretty good, since both conditions can be very annoying to deal with, as being frightened gives you disadvantage on all ability checks and attack rolls, while the source of your fear is in line of sight, while also preventing the frightened creature from moving any closer to the source of the condition. Meanwhile, being charmed basically means you can't attack or harm the charmer, while the charmer has advantage on social interactions with you. That being said, there are two major problems with counter charm. The first is that it uses your action, which is an extremely valuable resource to spend on your turn, in order to grant your party members advantage on the aforementioned conditions for only a single turn. This means that you're not really doing anything for the rest of your turn unless you're giving out bardic inspirations, which admittedly does combo pretty well with counter charm, since a creature about to be hit with frighten or charm can use a bardic inspiration to give themselves a slightly better chance to resist the effect. But this goes into counter charm's second flaw, which is the fact that it doesn't actually end the conditions of being frightened or charmed. This means that if you have a party member that's already frightened or charmed, then this feature only really helps them if they have to redo the saving throw against either effect. Because of the way this feature works, you also can't really use counter charm as a way to prevent charm or frightening from occurring in the first place, unless you're spending every action before combat using it, or know for sure that a creature is going to cast something like fear or charm person. In which case you're better off having your wizard or sorcerer use counterspell instead, or waiting until 10th level to take counterspell yourself via magical secrets feature that just lets you take spells from any spell list of your choosing. Actually, if you really want to prevent you and your party from being frightened or charmed, you can always learn Combo Motions as one of your second level bard spells, as it basically does what counter charm wants to do, albeit the cost of a second level spell slot. Essentially, you create a 20-foot radius sphere centered around a point you choose within 60 feet, and force humanoid creatures within that sphere to make charisma saving throws, with the added caveat that creatures may willingly choose to fail the saving throw in order to gain the effects of one of the following outcomes for failing the saving throw. You can make creatures indifferent about other creatures of your choice that it was hostile towards, and ends if the target is attacked or harmed by a spell, or if it witnesses any of its friends being harmed. More importantly, in this case, you can suppress the frighten and charm conditions affecting the creature for the duration of the spell, where the conditions will resume unless the effects that were in place have expired. This basically allows you to immediately get rid of the frightened and charmed effects on your allies immediately, so long as they remain within this sphere. And even though Combo Motions only suppresses these conditions, 1 minute is usually more than enough time to end a combat, and thus ending the source of either condition by way of violence. Or alternatively, you can use this to combo with counter charm, since the affected creatures will still most likely have to make saving throws to try and end the conditions that were affecting them in the first place, such as the fear spell, where you can repeat your saving throw if you're no longer within line of sight of your source of fear. While counter charm isn't inherently bad, it's a bit niche compared to a lot of the other features, and if you have a paladin in the party, then half of this feature is kind of useless, since they can just suppress or prevent creatures from being frightened altogether via their Aura of Courage feature that they get at 10th level, which grants them a 10-foot aura that's always on and does what was just explained. And if that paladin happens to be an Oath of Devotion paladin, then they also gain another aura for being charmed at 7th level, which can further limit the uses of counter charm. While you'll still be able to use counter charm to help end being frightened or charmed in every case mentioned, this doesn't detract from the biggest problem it has, which is using your action, which is usually better spent casting Combo Motions or any other spell that might be helpful to a party, such as Bless, Hold Person, Shatter, or even Fireball, if you take it via your Magical Secrets feature, which is why counter charm sits at number 10 on this list. And at number 9, we have Enthralling Performance. This feature belongs to the College of Glamour subclass for bards, and basically allows you to, once per short or long rest, attempt to charm creatures up to your charisma modifier and within 60 feet of you that you have performed in front of for at least 1 minute. Affected creatures must succeed a wisdom saving throw against your spell DC to avoid being charmed, but it has no realization that you were attempting to charm if they succeed, making this feature pretty much safe to use whenever you have it. And creatures that are charmed by this feature idolize you and may even fight on your behalf if they're already inclined to do so, such as a Grateful Guard you helped out a while ago, but ends after 1 hour if they take any damage, if you attacked it, or witness you attacking or damaging any of the creature's allies. This feature is pretty amazing for social campaigns where you're going to be meeting and greeting a lot of people, such as castles, cities, taverns, and so on. It can be a great way to get information on important people and places around the local area, as well as gathering secrets in ways you might not have been able to before due to the sour reputation or lack of acquaintanceships. However, the problem with this feature mostly comes from the fact that, oftentimes, DMs may or may not unknowingly treat regular bard performances with this feature's benefits anyway, since a performing bard can calm the mood in any situation. That's not to say that this feature is totally useless, however. If your DM doesn't allow performances to make social interactions easier, then enthralling performance is definitely a strong feature to have. And if your DM does allow performance to help social interactions, then this feature can actually reinforce the playstyle and even work as a wonderful flavor option for characters striving to become famous or well known in an area, due to the fact that you'll be temporarily idolized and praised. While enthralled performance isn't terrible, it is severely limited to how your DM decides how they want performance checks to influence social outcomes. However, being able to have the chance to charm creatures for free without any risk once per short rest is a nice enough feature to have that it only takes number 9 on this list. And at number 8, we have Hide in Plain Sight. This is a 10th level class feature that rangers get and allows you to spend 1 minute camouflaging yourself in fresh mud, dirt, plants, soot, and other naturally occurring materials to give yourself a passive plus 10 bonus to your stealth checks, as long as you're not moving or taking any actions. Once you move or take an action or reaction, the camouflage falls off and you must spend another minute reapplying it. This feature is amazing if you ever need to remain in one area for an extended period of time. A flat plus 10 to your stealth combos well with a more recent optional class feature introduced in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Canny, which allows you to have expertise in one of your skill proficiencies. So if you combine Hide in Plain Sight with expertise in stealth checks, you are basically stealthier than any rogue you could ever come across, especially if you then combine this with Pass Without Trace, giving you another flat 10% bonus to your stealth. However, that's really where the usefulness of this spell ends. The bonus granted by Hide in Plain Sight only applies to you and requires you to spend a minute to set up, which means that you don't want to use this feature in a time-heavy scenario. This feature might be good for hunting for food while traveling, or maybe gathering information between strangers on the open road. However, if you really want that plus 10 bonus to stealth in a pinch, you're better off concentrating on the aforementioned Pass Without Trace spell, which rangers can learn as a 2nd level spell, and applies the stealth bonus to their nearby allies as well. Pass Without Trace also comes with the added benefit of making it so that you can't be tracked unless it's by magical means, as you and affected creatures no longer leave tracks or traces of passage so long as you're within the spell's radius. And since the spell can last for up to 1 hour, it can be very useful for stealthily traversing large expanses of the map, even if you have someone in your party that's wearing armor that provides them disadvantage on stealth checks, since even a plus 10 bonus is enough to mitigate the disadvantage in most cases. Overall, Hide in Plain Sight is a feature that provides a nice stealth bonus in situations where you want to remain in one spot, but because you get it so late, and because Pass Without Trace is available much earlier, as soon as you reach 5th level, there really isn't any way to make great use of this feature, since Pass Without Trace does what this feature wants to do but better unless you really want to stack stealth bonuses for whatever reason. The reason this feature sits higher in this list than Counter Charm, however, is the fact that you learn Counter Charm much earlier, so there's many more chances to use it as opposed to Hide in Plain Sight being a 10th level feature, which is pretty much endgame for most campaigns. There's also the fact that even though both features are easily outclassed by spells, Counter Charm at least combos with the spell that outclasses it much better than Hide in Plain Sight combos with Pass Without Trace. However, what keeps this feature from being any higher on this list is due to the fact that you don't actually have to take this feature. You see, Tasha's Cauldron of Everything introduces a lot of optional features you can either take alongside your normal features, or replace certain features with a new one. Hide in Plain Sight is one of those features where you're allowed to replace with a much better feature, Nature's Veil. In short, Nature's Veil lets you use your bonus action to become invisible until the start of your next turn, proficiency times a day. Becoming invisible on command is just infinitely better than trying to spend a minute trying to give yourself a plus 10 bonus to your stealth and eliminating any side-based vision where you can see. Instead, cast Pass Without Trace and use Nature's Veil to do the same thing in much less time. And at number 7, we have Detect Portal. This is a 3rd level subclass feature you learn as a Horizon Walker Ranger. It allows you to use your action to detect the distance and direction of the nearest planar portal within 1 mile of you. And that's really all there is to this feature. It can be useful for finding the origin of an invasion of demons, for instance, or find a really important portal for plot-related reasons. But that's really it. Unless a campaign has a heavy focus on portals, Detect Portal is just not active in most campaigns. However, on the off chance that there are portals to be found, and if your DM is willing to work with you on getting some use out of this feature, Detect Portals is actually pretty useful and great, as it can help enhance the player experience when playing a Horizon Walker Ranger. But because this can only be used once per short long rest, you do still have to be careful how and when you use the ability, since if you use it too early or too late, you'll risk spending more time than needed looking for a certain portal if you know there was one in the general area. As for why this feature only takes number 7 on this list despite seeming a bit useless, well, unlike the other entries we'll be going over, this feature still does its job phenomenally well whenever it comes up and doesn't really have any rivaled features or spells that outclass it. It's just the fact that, other than this one niche case it's useful for, this feature is just outright useless and wants to be used in very specific campaigns. And at number 6, we have Divine Health. This is a feature you learn as a Paladin at 3rd level. It makes you immune to all diseases. Being able to not be affected by diseases such as Cackle Fever, Super Plague, and Sight Rot, all of which are featured in the Dungeon Master's Guide, is incredibly useful to have, as some of these diseases can have a lot of debilitating effects. Cackle Fever, for example, forces you to take psychic damage and become stuck in a laughing fit for a minute whenever you enter combat, taking damage, experiencing fear, having nightmares, or any other kind of stressful situation, and could potentially cause you to contract a form of indefinite madness if you fail 3 saving throws against fighting off the disease at the end of each long rest. And these are just some of the deadly diseases you might come into contact with during the duration of a campaign. There are some monsters that can have their own form of disease in their stat block, such as an Aboleth, which possesses a tentacle attack that deals 3d6 plus 5 bludgeoning damage, and inflicts a disease onto its target that makes its skin translucent and become totally reliant on being underwater in order to recover lost hit points, and to not take 1d12 acid damage for every 10 minutes it spends out of water. However, just like Detect Portal, diseases aren't really something that DMs normally play with. Sure, there may be diseases thrown out here and there through certain encounters or campaign settings, but you're not likely to be running into potential diseases every single day. And even if you are afflicted with disease, you can easily cure most of them via the Lesser Restoration spell, which is a 2nd level spell that's readily available to artificers, bards, clerics, druids, paladins, even rangers, and a bunch of other subclasses, and allows you to end the effects of diseases or conditions that's affected a target, such as blinded, deafened, paralyzed, or poisoned. Not to mention that it's not uncommon for towns to have a priest or healer who specializes in curing diseases and curses that a party might be afflicted with, albeit for a mere pittance of coin. Really, the only active use out of Divine Health you might get during combat is the benefit of being totally immune to the Contagion spell, a 5th level spell that has the ability to inflict 1 of 6 deadly diseases for 7 days when you fail 3 Constitution saving throws against it, with Flesh Rot being among the deadliest of the bunch, since it makes you vulnerable to all damage types and gives disadvantage on charisma checks. However, the reason Divine Health takes number 6 on this list is because, unlike Detect Portal, there are just too many ways to cure diseases very quickly if you happen to run into any. However, just like Detect Portal, it's still one of those abilities that can be a lifesaver and fulfill its main purpose extremely well when diseases do happen to be a thing. And being obtained at 3rd level and having the benefit of always being on is also a nice bonus, which keeps this feature from being any higher on this list. And at number 5, we have a 2-way tie between the Mantle of Whispers and Imposter. Mantle of Whispers is a feature you can learn as a 6th level College of Whispers bard, while Imposter is a feature learned at 13th level by Assassination Rogues, and both serve a similar function but go about it in different ways. First, let's go over Mantle of Whispers. In short, this feature basically allows you to capture the shadow of a humanoid creature you kill within 30 feet of you once per short or long rest, while the retained shadow itself is only retained until you use it or finish a long rest. As an action, you may choose to use the shadow, causing it to vanish and bestow upon you a disguise perfectly matching the person whose shadow you captured for 1 hour, or until you end the disguise using your bonus action. While disguising this way, you gain enough information and knowledge from that creature to share with a casual acquaintance, such as details about their background or personal life. Basically, just enough knowledge to pass yourself off as that person, so no secrets or key information you might want to actually know. And if a creature decides to inspect you for any reason, they'd have to pass an insight check contested against your deception, adding a +5 bonus to your deception check for being so lifelike with your disguise. Overall, this feature is basically a better version of Disguise Self, a 1st level spell that basically does what this just described, but with a couple of very minor key differences. The biggest difference the Mantle of Whispers has over Disguise Self is the fact that Disguise Self is purely an illusion, meaning it might be easy to accidentally ruin your disguise if they happen to bump into you, or try to reach for a hat that you made as part of the spell, since their hand would just phase right through it. And with the way Mantle Whispers is worded, you essentially become the person whose shadow has been captured, implying that whatever clothes you're wearing are your actual clothes. Basically, Mantle Whispers is a safer option to use than Disguise Self purely because it's not necessarily illusion-based. However, because Disguise Self is readily available at 1st level, the only real benefit to using Mantle Whispers is to better infiltration disguise by also being able to recall some very basic knowledge in case you get pulled aside by a guard for questioning, for instance. There's also the fact that you do have to kill a creature in order to disguise yourself as that person, which can have its own consequences depending on the campaign and setting, while Disguise Self would at least let you disguise yourself as the person without needing to harm a guard that might have had a family or pet dog waiting for them at home. As for the Imposter, this feature allows you to spend 3 hours to study a person's speech, mannerisms, and handwriting and learn how to perfectly mimic the way they speak, their behavioral patterns, and the way they write, allowing you to pass off anything you do as that person to any casual observer. And if someone actually does become suspicious and think you're an imposter, you can make a deception check to avoid being found out and have advantage to boot. This feature works extremely well when combined with a disguise kit, since you most likely wouldn't have access to something like Disguise Self without multiclassing or taking feats. On its own, Imposter doesn't really have any uses outside of maybe forging letters to make them seem like they're being written by an imposter person or politician. But when coupled with a Disguise Kit or the Seeming spell, a 5th level spell that works just as an AoE version Disguise Self and lasts for 8 hours, you can probably get a lot of use out of this feature. However, just like Mantle of Whispers, these features are just too niche to see regular play, unless your campaign has a much heavier focus on roleplaying, in which case these two features can work remarkably well as a ways to augment your disguise. But if we had to choose, Mantle of Whispers might be considered more generally useful, as it's available much earlier and can make the Bard's Words of Terror, a feature that allows the Bard to speak to a creature alone for at least 1 minute before initiating a Wisdom saving throw to avoid being frightened of you for 1 hour, a little easier to pull off. As for the reason why both of these features sit the number 5 spot on this list, both of these features are equally niche as mentioned earlier and really only serve as a way to supplement already existing ways to disguise oneself. Even with Mantle of Whispers being available at 6th level, both Mantle of Whispers and Imposter come in a little too late to really have enough time to shine, as most of your infiltration and spying will most likely come from Disguise Self or a Disguise Kit already. And at number 4, we have Master of Nature. This is a feature you can learn at 17th level as a Nature Domain Cleric, and allows you to use a bonus action to verbally command creatures charmed by your Charm Animal and Plants feature, and tell them what each of them will do on their next turn. Charm Animal and Plants is a Channel Divinity feature that you learn at 2nd level when you take this domain subclass, and, as an action, forces beasts and plants within 30 feet of you to make wisdom saving throws, or become charmed by you for 1 minute, or until it takes damage. Being able to charm 2 entire categories of creatures is a very powerful ability to have, and being able to essentially dominate these creatures into doing your bidding sounds even better on paper. However, there are some glaring issues with Master of Nature that are big enough that it gets to take this spot on this list over Charm Animal and Plants. The first issue with this feature is that you have to rely on another class feature in order to be able to make use of Master of Nature in the first place. The second is that the number of plants and beasts you'll end up encountering at 17th level are fairly low. Unless your DM homebrews high level encounters or has a reason to attack the party with low level creatures, the highest CR value you encounter for plants is CR 9, while the highest encounter for beasts is CR 8. This is also another reason why Master of Nature takes a spot on this list over the actual Channel Divinity itself. Charm Animals and Plants is learned very early, and would reasonably see use throughout its lifetime, whereas Master of Nature would rarely see any play outside of specialized encounters or D&D settings that have a heavier focus on taking down wildlife. And because Master of Nature requires such a high level of commitment to even learn, it ends up being underwhelming as Nature Cleric's capstone despite how strong the effect of this feature can be, which is why it takes such a high spot on this list. And at number 3, we have Words of Terror, which we went over briefly earlier in this video. But to recap it in more detail, this is the 3rd level subclass feature you'll learn as a College of Whispers Bard, which allows you to, once per short or long rest, attempt to frighten one humanoid creature after you spent at least 1 minute alone speaking with it by making a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. When it fails, the creature becomes frightened of you or another creature of your choice for 1 hour, or until it's attacked, damaged, or witnesses its allies being attacked or damaged. When the creature succeeds, they would have no idea that you tried to frighten it, making this a very safe feature to use whenever it feels appropriate. This feature can be a good way to loosen the tongue of a key creature you might be having trouble prying information out of, or even as a way to plant the seeds of doubt in someone. Maybe you can have the king's cook become paranoid of the king with fear of being replaced, which might make them more likely to slip away secrets to your party, or more likely to convince them to go against the king in other ways. However, getting someone alone long enough to use this feature can be kind of a gamble, since most of the time you don't want your party to be split for too long in case something goes wrong. And in a way, this feature works very similar to the Glamour Bard's enthralling performance, where you can charm entire groups of creatures, and might even have better results, since charmed creatures would naturally have looser tongues to spit out important information than a single frightened creature that you may have to set up some alone time with. But if you're going for a more subdued method of information gathering or manipulation, then Words of Terror is a much better option for this. However, overall, for a 3rd level feature that gives you a chance to frighten a single creature while having 1 minute prep time to even attempt, you're much better off trying to talk to them normally with your party, or have someone cast Suggestion and cause fear, charm person, or the many other spells or features that get a similar result. However, having a single shot chance to frighten someone with the recharge speed of a single short rest is still nice to have, and is what keeps this feature from taking a higher spot on this list, as the next two entries are leagues apart compared to some of the other entries on this list. And at number 2, we have Intimidating Presence. This is a 10th level subclass feature learned by Berserker Barbarians, and allows you to use your action to attempt to frighten one creature you can see within 30 feet of you. If the creature can see or hear you, it then must make a wisdom saving throw or become frightened of you until the end of your next turn. Afterwards, you can use your action to extend the duration of the frighten effect until the end of your next turn each time you do so. And the effect ends if the creature ends its turn either by being out of line of sight of you, or more than 60 feet away from you. If the creature succeeds their saving throw against this feature, then you can't use it on the creature again for 24 hours. Now, the first problem with this feature comes into play when looking at the saving throw DC of the ability. The DC of the saving throw is equal to 8 plus your proficiency bonus plus your charisma modifier, which is already a red flag when it comes to playing a class that favors strength, dexterity, and constitution over all else. Most subclasses that include a stat that isn't normally used for a class are usually included in the subclass early enough that you might want to either respec or choose a different subclass altogether. A lot of tier 1 campaigns start at around 3rd level. So a player might want to create an Eldritch Knight or a Battlemaster Fighter, which might want to switch around some stats in favor of more intelligence for Eldritch Knights, or more dexterity and charisma for some of the Battlemaster Fighter maneuvers. And even if players don't start at their level, these features happen early enough that you can plan your stats around some of these changes. But right from the get-go, Barbarians immediately favor high strength for their rage feature and reckless attacks, high constitution for higher hit points and AC via their unarmed defense feature, and high dexterity for more initiative, AC, and better dexterity saving throws, which makes danger sense much stronger for them, but not the most important thing for them to focus on. And while you might want some amount of charisma so that you can specialize more intimidation, it's not really as useful as beating things to death, since chances are you'll have a high charisma character somewhere in your party. But the biggest and most important flaw of this feature is the fact that you have to use your action in order to use it. This is important for one very important reason, your rage mechanic. As a barbarian, you want to take the brunt of damage and attacks that are coming your party's way. What makes this sort of playstyle important is the fact that, while you're raging, you have resistance to all physical damage. However, whenever you enter your rage, it lasts for 1 minute, but will end early if you don't meet the conditions for maintaining your rage. While your rage ends prematurely if you're knocked unconscious, or ended willingly by using your bonus action, it can also end early if you don't take damage or haven't attacked a hostile creature since your last turn. What this means for Intimidating Presence is, if you choose to use your action to use this feature, and you haven't taken any damage since your last turn, your rage would immediately end since Intimidating Presence isn't an attack. So there's a level of caution that needs to be considered when using this feature. But since this feature requires you to use your action every turn to maintain the fear effect, you're ultimately left with choosing whether or not to end your rage or end the Intimidating Presence, or even worse, not use rage at all. What makes this even worse is that if you're using the Berserker Barbarian's Frenzy feature, which allows you to make one additional weapon attack each turn while raging, there's a very real risk that you'll end up dropping rage and accumulating levels of exhaustion as per the cost of using the Frenzy feature. At the end of the day, Intimidating Presence just doesn't synergize well with the Berserker Barbarian and doesn't really do anything that other spells and features of other classes can do much better. Maybe if Intimidating Presence allowed you to replace one of your attacks with it, it would at least be worth taking 10 levels of the subclass to get it. But as it is, there's not really any use for this feature existing, which is why it takes number 2 spot on this list. Because would you believe that there's a feature that's even worse? And at number 1 on this list, we have Eye for Detail. This subclass feature is obtained at their level as an Inquisitive Rogue, and allows you to use your bonus action to make perception checks to spot hidden creatures or objects, or investigation checks to uncover or decipher clues and nothing else. On paper, this feature should, in theory, make it so that you're better at perceiving and investigating your surroundings in general. However, that's not necessarily true in most cases, because this feature doesn't actually add anything new that you can't already do otherwise. In the rules for making perception checks, it states that your Wisdom perception check lets you spot, hear, or otherwise detect the presence of something. It measures your general awareness of your surroundings and the keenness of your senses. And then it goes on to provide examples of using your perception to do things, like eavesdropping on conversations through a door, or hearing monsters through a forest, or thugs hiding in the shadow of an alley. All of which you can do without even needing a feature for. The only benefit you're actually getting from Eye of Detail is being able to make perception checks in combat as a bonus action to spot a creature that decide to hide or become invisible in any way, since bonus actions are kind of pointless outside of combat a majority of the time. But even then, most DMs will allow their players to make perception checks as bonus actions anyway, or even as a free action, which further makes this feature kind of useless. Although editors note, heavy caution, this is very dependent on your DM. As for investigation checks, there's not really any in-combat use to make an investigation check as a bonus action in this way, since it can only be used to uncover or decipher clues, which, once again, You can just do any time outside of combat anyway without this feature, rules as written. You might be able to see through certain spells easier, which requires an investigation check, such as seeing through a minor illusion or illusionary dragon, but that would really depend on how your DM would rule what uncovering or deciphering clues actually means. Overall, the reason this feature takes the top spot on this list is twofold. On one hand, if your DM allows checks to be made as bonus actions or free actions in combat, then this feature does nothing for the player. This creates the problem of the DM having to adjust the way they run their games just to make this feature useful in a meaningful way. The other problem is, even if you play the game as written and allow checks as actions, you aren't actually gaining anything useful for the most part when using Eye for Detail. Most of the time, your party will have ways of dealing with invisible creatures during combat via spells or other features, like blind fighting, which can be learned at first level by fighters and rangers, which lets you see invisible creatures within 10 feet of you, unless that creature successfully hides from you. In which case, Eye for Detail might be useful in trying to spot them. If you're trying to spot an ambush, then Eye for Detail just doesn't really do anything because you're out of combat, so bonus actions wouldn't really come up. In short, Eye for Detail basically gives you the ability to do what you could already do in the first place, just as a bonus action, which is something that rarely even comes up when making these checks anyway. Maybe if this feature gave you advantage when making perception checks to spot hidden or invisible creatures, and investigation checks when looking for clues, or even expertise in one or both skill checks, then maybe this feature wouldn't be so terrible. But as it stands, Eye for Detail is just completely overshadowed by other features, and only worth taking for Ear for Deceit and Insightful Fighting, the other two features you learn at 3rd level as an Inquisitive Rogue, which both have much more use than Eye for Detail. There are 13 official classes in D&D 5e, and each class has a number of different subclasses that enhances and changes the way those classes function. However, there are some classes that have a lot to be desired, as the abilities and features might feel too niche or outright useless in some cases. While some subclasses are definitely more catered to certain types of campaigns than others, there are some subclasses that don't really bring much to the table to begin with, or take too much time and effort to really be worth taking to begin with, which is what the subject of today's video is going to be about. With that out of the way, let's get started. And starting this list off at number 10, we have the path of the Battle Rager Barbarian. This Barbarian subclass allows you to fully weaponize a set of spiked armor in order to dish out punishment to creatures that dare set foot near you. At 3rd level, you're able to use your bonus action to make a melee weapon attack with your spiked armors, using your strength modifier for the attack and damage rolls of this attack, in order to dish out 1d4 piercing damage to a creature within 5 feet of you. Also, whenever you succeed at a grapple check against a creature with your attack action, the creature takes 3 piercing damage flat out. And at 6th level, you gain Reckless Abandon, which grants you temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier while you're raging and disappears once it ends. This feature helps provide a little bit of extra survivability. Meanwhile, at 10th level, you gain Battle Rager Charge, which allows you to take a dash action as a bonus action, so as long as you're maintaining your rage. And last but not least, at 14th level, you gain Spike Retribution, which punishes creatures within 5 feet of you that make melee attacks against you to, while you're wearing spiked armor and are raging, take 3 piercing damage each time. At first glance, a lot of these features are really neat concepts on paper, but sort of lack substance compared to other subclasses. For instance, being able to use your bonus action to make an additional attack is always very good, since that's extra action economy your barbarian can use. However, only being a 1d4 plus your strength modifier damage that never goes up over the course of the campaign is kind of underwhelming, when another barbarian subclass, the Path of Berserker subclass, can make an additional weapon attack using their Great Axe as a bonus action while using their unique Frenzy feature, albeit at the cost of gaining levels of exhaustion when that frenzy ends. As for being able to damage enemies that you successfully grapple, 3 piercing damage isn't really that good, especially considering this damage is non-magical and more enemies you face will resist non-magical damage as you get further into a campaign. At that point, it's better to just make an attack instead of a grapple unless you were intended on grappling a creature in the first place. It doesn't really specify whether +1 and above spiked armor would make this piercing damage magical for the purposes of overcoming resistances, so that could just be left to your DM. And while your attack rolls made with the armor could be considered magical with +1 of the spiked armor, nothing really says that they would gain the +1 bonus to those attacks since it is magical armor, which only states that it gives you bonus AC. Again, this might be up to the DM's rule, and nothing really breaks if you're allowed to gain these benefits. Meanwhile, Reckless Abandon granting you temporary hit points equal to your Constitution modifier while you're raging sounds useful. There's the glaring flaw in the fact that these temporary hit points are too few to really matter. Even if you were to max out your Constitution via increases, you would only gain 5 temporary hit points at maximum for the entire duration of your rage. And once again, these temporary hit points don't increase or get better as you level up, so you'll find yourself losing those hit points as soon as you gain them anyway. While this might feel effective against melee attacks due to the natural resistance of bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, this basically does nothing against elemental attacks. And while it isn't that much better, the Path of the Storm Herald subclass allows you to pick the Tundra effect for your Storm Aura feature at 3rd level, which allows you to use your bonus action in order to give creatures of your choice within the 10-foot aura 2 temporary hit points, which scales up to 6 temporary hit points at 20th level. While the overall average of these temporary hit points are quite low, the fact that these temporary hit points can not only refresh every turn using your bonus action, but can also be granted to nearby allies makes this a much stronger feature than Reckless Abandon, a 6th level feature that doesn't refresh and never scales. As for Battle Rager Charge, being able to use the dash action as a bonus action is actually extremely good and useful for barbarians, since they basically always want to be in melee range so they can maintain rage more easily and take hits for allies, which is kind of a shame when you consider this is a 10th level feat, while a rogue can do this and more at 2nd level. And since most campaigns often don't reach 17th level, you could very easily dip 2 levels into rogue if you really wanted to get a bonus action dash as soon as possible. However, the ability to dash as a bonus action baked into your subclass at all is still really good regardless. Spike Retribution kinda suffers the same problems as the grappled portion of the Battle Rager armor feature, where the damage the creature takes would be resisted pretty often. However, being a 14th level feature that only activates whenever you hit by a melee attack, only dealing 3 damage back at the attacker feels extremely lackluster for what's supposed to be a subclass's capstone feature. There's also the caveat that this subclass is only available to dwarves, but it does specify that a DM may remove this restriction as needed, so it's not that much of a knock on the subclass itself. Overall, the Battle Rager has a lot of neat features that feel way undertuned and leaves a lot to be desired. The biggest problem with this subclass is the lack of scaling with any of its features. Maybe if the damage of the bonus action attack, the grapple check portion, and the damage from Spike Retribution, as well as the temporary hit points granted by Reckless Abandon scaled over the course of the campaign at all, then maybe this subclass would feel more appealing. But as it stands, this subclass just doesn't really do all that much to be worth taking over the other barbarian subclasses, which is why Path of the Battle Rager makes it on this list. And at number 9, we have the Inquisitive Rogue. This is a rogue subclass which allows you to root out secrets and unravel mysteries using your talents and unrivaled perception and investigation skills to figure out the true intentions of the creatures you come across. This subclass has a lot of flavorful features that are very fun in the right settings. Starting at 3rd level, you learn 3 separate features. The first is Ear of Deceit, which allows you to sniff out lies made by other creatures by treating any d20 roll that is 7 or lower as an 8 whenever you make an insight check to determine if someone is lying. The second feature you learn is Eye for Detail, which allows you to use your bonus action in order to make a perception check in order to spot hidden objects or creatures, or investigation check in order to decipher clues. Lastly, you gain the Insightful Fighting feature, allowing you to use your bonus action to make a contested insight check against a creature's deception check in order to allow you to make sneak attacks on that creature, regardless as if you have advantage or not if they fail, but only as long as you don't have disadvantage on that creature. This effect lasts for 1 minute or until you successfully use this feature against a different target. This feature is pretty solid due to the fact that it isn't tied to any sort of resource, so you can spam it as a bonus action every turn until it works. Moving on to the Inquisitive Rogue's 9th level feature, you gain the Steady Eye feature, allowing you to make perception checks and investigation checks while moving with advantage, so long as you move more than half your speed on the same turn. This basically means that, as long as you're moving at half speed, this feature should always be on outside of combat. But not only that, there's also a hidden bonus that this feature provides if you know how passive perception works. Basically, passive checks are determined by adding 10 to any given modifiers for that check. So if you have a +3 for your perception checks, then your passive perception is 13. However, the rules for passive checks also explain that if the character has advantage on the check, add 5. For disadvantage, subtract 5. This effectively means that as long as you never move more than half of your movement speed, you not only have advantage on your perception and investigation checks, you also gain a +5 bonus to your passive perception and investigation checks, which might even eliminate certain rolls altogether. Upon reaching 13th level, you gain the Unearing Eye feature, allowing you to use your action to gain a Spidey Sense-like ability whenever you're in the presence of illusions, shape-changers that aren't in their original form, and other forms of magic meant to deceive creatures within 30 feet of you, as long as you're not blinded or deafened. However, you only know that there is such an effect present, not what is actually causing it or where it's originating from. And you can only use this a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier and regain all expended uses when finishing a long rest. Finally, at 17th level, you gain the Eye for Weakness feature, which lets you add an extra 3d6 sneak attack damage to a creature that's affected by your Insightful Fighting feature, which is an excellent increase in damage against a specific target. In terms of raw abilities and features you get with the subclass, you definitely get a lot of useful tools that can help your experience as an Inquisitive Rogue. But the biggest problem the subclass faces is the fact that a lot of its features are just too niche for most campaigns. In a combat-light setting, the Inquisitive Rogue has the potential to be one of the most powerful subclasses, simply due to how well they are at investigating people and places. However, since D&D 5e focuses more on combat most of the time, there aren't very many things that an Inquisitive Rogue has an edge on. While Insightful Fighting allows you to use your sneak attack feature against a creature even if they don't have advantage on it, it wouldn't really be useful for two reasons. The first reason is the fact that you can also proc sneak attacks on allies within 5 feet of your target, which tends to happen very often to begin with. And the second reason is due to an optional feature included later in Tasha's Cauldron of Everything, Steady Aim, which allows you to use your bonus action and forgo all of your movement speed for the turn in order to gain advantage on your attack roll, with the added caveat that you must not have already moved on your turn to use this feature. This basically meant that you could always use your sneak attack as long as you were comfortable not moving from a spot and have a higher chance to hit than you would normally with Insightful Fighting. And while you do gain the extra 3d6 sneak attack damage from your Eye for Weakness on the target that's under the effect of your Insightful Fighting feature, you have to wait until 17th level before you can use it. Overall, this subclass does have some good roleplay potential, as all the non-combat features are actually quite good. However, if your campaign ends up being combat heavy, you might find this subclass a bit lacking in that department. And at number 8 on this list, we have the Oathbreaker Paladin. This subclass gives the Paladin class a range of options that are supposed to cater towards those that have chosen to break their oath in order to pursue a darker and more evil path, according to the flavor text. However, this isn't always the case, and can usually be changed to fit a character that may have just fallen out of favor with their oath. Unfortunately, the features and spells learned from the Oathbreaker subclass would still only reflect a darker and sinister character either way. As for what you learn when you take the subclass at their level, the first thing you'll learn are new spells that you would gain at appropriate levels, which are quite good. For example, Inflict Wounds is a first level spell that deals 3d10 necrotic damage to a creature you hit within 10 feet of you, while Hellish Rebuke allows you to use a reaction when taking any damage from a creature within 60 feet of you in order to deal 2d10 fire damage to the attacked creature. You can also learn Animate Dead at 9th level in order to animate corpses to serve you, which can be important due to some of your subclass features you learn as an Oathbreaker. Along the extra spells, at 3rd level you gain the Channel Divinity feature that, like all paladins, have special effects tied to whatever subclass you picked at this level. For Oathbreakers, they may choose between two different effects. The first effect, Control Undead, allows the paladin to use their action in order to force an undead creature whose challenge rating, or CR, is lower than the paladin's level, and also within 30 feet of them, to make a successful wisdom saving throw or fall under the effect of the paladin for the next 24 hours, or until they use the Channel Divinity option again. And there are quite a few undead creatures you can control with this feature that can be quite terrifying to have under your command, such as a Tyrannosaurus zombie or even a Mummy Lord, for example. Meanwhile, the second option you have for the Channel Divinity, Dreadful Aspect, allows you to use your action in order to inflict creatures you choose within 30 feet of you to fail a wisdom saving throw with the frightened condition for 1 minute, making it so that those creatures have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks while the paladin is in their line of sight, while also preventing any creatures from willingly moving towards their source of fear. And creatures frightened this way actually cannot roll another wisdom saving throw like most other effects in order to remove the condition. Instead, creatures that are frightened by the paladin with Dreadful Aspect must first end its turn more than 30 feet away from their source of fear if they want to make further saving throw attempts to try to shake being frightened. At 7th level, you gain the Aura of Hate feature, allowing you and any fiends and undead within 10 feet of you to gain a bonus to your melee weapon damage rolls equal to your charisma modifier, but no less than a +1 bonus. And then at 18th level, the aura increases to 30 feet. While this feature is excellent at increasing the amount of damage you can do as a paladin, the biggest downside of this feature is the fact that it doesn't discriminate when it comes to the kinds of fiends and undeads that get the damage boost. So if you're in a very undead heavy campaign, you would only be making things harder for yourself and your allies. Most of the time though, you should be fine, and this benefit should only really affect you if you play things right. Also, if you've animated a hefty sum of undead over the past few days, they would all be able to benefit from this extra damage, which could be a very nice bonus to damage. Moving on to the Oathbreaker's 15th level features, we have Supernatural Resistance. All this does is give you resistance to bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage from non-magical weapons, which isn't terrible, but means creatures with magical weapon traits such as Balors, Pit Fiends, and pretty much every golem will ignore your resistances. And like every other paladin subclass, the Oathbreaker also comes with a 20th level capstone feature. For them, they gain the Dreadlord feature, allowing them to surround themselves in a gloomy aura for 1 minute, granting special bonuses. All bright light in a 30-foot radius of yourself gets reduced to dim light, and whenever a creature starts its turn inside the aura and is frightened, they take 4d10 psychic damage. In addition to this, the paladin and creatures they choose can become draped in shadow, forcing creatures that rely on sight to have disadvantage on attack rolls against them. And lastly, this aura gives the paladin a bonus action that they can use in order to make a melee attack against a creature that is inside the aura, dealing 3d10 plus the paladin's charisma modifier necrotic damage if it hits. On paper, this feature seems very good. Dealing 4d10 psychic damage to a frightened creature is very nice. However, the reliance on being frightened can be kind of a hindrance for this feature, due to the fact you would only have one chance per long or short rest to inflict the frightened condition with your Channel Divinity, unless you have another way to use your Channel Divinity feature twice, such as through the use of the Amulet of Devout magical item, which not only allows you to use one of your channel affinity features without expending it, but also increases the spell attack roll and saving DCs of your spells, which is also extremely useful, considering that Paladins tend to be spread out more and might not be able to max out their spellcasting stat depending on what you might be going for. Unfortunately, this bonus only applies to the Paladin's spellcasting and not their channel divinity feature, so you can't use this magical item to make it easier to frighten creatures. Wrathful Smite is also another good way to inflict the frighten condition on a creature, since that creature would have disadvantage on the wisdom check they'd have to make to try to end the effect due to being frightened in the first place. But if creatures happen to be immune to being frightened, then you're kind of out of luck with this part of the feature. As for being able to grant your allies within 30 feet of you a defensive buff by imposing disadvantage on attack rolls against them, this is a very solid feature for the most part, with the only downside being that it doesn't work on creatures that have blind sight. As for the bonus action part of this feature, being able to effectively cast a free inflict wound spell every turn as a bonus action is pretty good. But since your Divine Smite feature requires a weapon attack roll and not a spell attack roll in order to work, you can't really gas it up with more damage if you really wanted to. But free damage as a bonus action is still very solid regardless. Overall, there is a lot of potential with Oathbreaker, but it sadly doesn't really do anything that other classes can just do better. If you really want to run an Oathbreaker as a Necromancer, then you're better off running a Necromancy Wizard, since their 6th level feature, Undead Thralls, not only allows your enemy dead spell to raise an extra body, but also grants them extra hit points equal to your Wizard level and bonus damage equal to proficiency bonus. Necromancy Wizards also have access to the 5th level spell, Dance Macabre, which can animate up to 5 corpses that also gain a bonus to their attack rolls and damage rolls equal to your intelligence modifier, which are all further buffed by your Undead Thralls features too. To put this into perspective, a normal skeleton that's been animated only has a +2 bonus to hit normally, and deals 1d6 plus 2 damage when it does hit, which is pretty inaccurate. But the beauty of being able to animate a lot of corpses is being able to create a small army. And as long as you have enough spell slots each day to reassert control over your current undead companions, you can just create more, since Animate Undead doesn't require you to concentrate on the spell. So what ends up happening is you eventually have 10 plus skeletons making individual attacks against creatures, meaning some of them are bound to hit something, whether it's because of a lucky high roll or a critical hit. And even if 3 out of those 10 skeletons hit their mark, that's an average of 16 damage they just dealt at the cost of your bonus action. And if we're assuming you're 9th level, since this is the earliest you can gain access to Dance Macabre, your damage of your skeletons would become 1d6 plus 6 due to your Undead Thralls features granted them +4 bonus because of your proficiency modifier, which averages to around 28 damage if the same 3 skeletons hit. And if you were to use Dance Macabre in order to raise 5 skeletons and have them attack instead, then if we were to assume your intelligence is maxed out by this point, these skeletons would have a +7 to their chance to hit, which would deal 1d6 plus 11 damage with each hit. Not only are these skeletons more likely to hit now, they would also just deal a whole lot of flat damage this way as well. And if 3 out of these 5 skeletons were to hit, that would be an average of 43 damage at the cost of a single bonus action. Meanwhile, the Oathbreaker Paladin doesn't get the buffed version of Animate Dead and only provides a damage bonus to the already inaccurate skeletons or zombies they do animate. On the other hand, being able to grant a damage bonus to an enslaved undead with your channel divinity, which is pretty good since some creatures do come with multi-attack features, which Oathbreaker does have over Necromancy Wizard, since Undead Thralls only works on undead you've created with Necromancy spells, which does not apply to an undead you enslave with the Necromancy Wizard's 14th level feature, Command Undead, which works similarly to the Control Undead Channel Divinity feature, except it has a few more stipulations that are taken into account, such as the undead creature's intelligence stat. Basically, any undead creature with an intelligence stat of 12 or higher can repeat the Charisma saving throw of this feature once every hour to try to break free of it, while a creature with intelligence stat of 11 or lower that fails the check is permanently under your control until you use the feature again. There also isn't a challenge rating limit on Command Dead, meaning you could theoretically control a Nightwalker, which has an intelligence stat of 6 and is a CR 20 undead with some really terrifying abilities, like Life Eater, which makes it so that a creature can't be revived except by a wish spell if it reduces the creature's hit points to 0, or even Finger of Doom, which frightens and paralyzes creatures that fail a wisdom saving throw against it. The Nightwalker also has a 30-foot aura that just deals 66 necrotic damage every turn to any creatures inside of it, including you and your teammates, and can reduce the max amount of hit points of creatures with its enervating focus. So while both of these subclass features have ways to control and enhance the abilities of undead creatures, Necromancy Wizards definitely do a better job at being necromancers, which isn't very surprising given their namesake. As for the reason why Oathbreaker takes number 8 spot on this list, it's because the Oathbreaker Paladin can only be found in the Dungeon Master's Guide, which is usually only reserved for the DM. Essentially, the Oathbreaker Paladin is more meant to be played by a character that is antagonistic towards the party, and would naturally have fiends and undead thralls at their command in order to comfortably and safely benefit from the Oathbreaker's class features without providing an inherent downside to their allies, which actually makes the subclass really good. So while technically the Oathbreaker isn't really meant as a player class to begin with, you can still make an Oathbreaker player character, which is what is being judged and why it makes this list. And at number 7, we have College of Whisper Bard. This Bard subclass is all about uncovering secrets in order to extort and threaten their opponents by infiltrating and exploiting circles using their unique talents and powers. How do the Whispers Bards achieve this sort of feat? Well, for starters, let's take a look at what you get at 3rd level. Starting at 3rd level, you'll learn the Make Psychic Blades as well as Words of Terror features. Psychic Blades allows you to expend your Bardic Inspiration resource whenever you hit a creature with a weapon attack in order to deal 2d6 extra psychic damage to it. The extra damage of this feature also increases as you level up, becoming 3d6 at 5th level, 5d6 at 10th level, and 8d6 upon reaching 15th level. However, the only caveat is this can only be done once per round and only on your turn. Regardless, this extra damage is actually pretty solid for 3rd level. As for the second feature you'll learn upon taking the subclass, Words of Terror, this one is more of an out-of-combat feature as it takes 1 minute to take effect and only while speaking to a humanoid creature alone. When this happens, you plant seeds of paranoia inside the creature's mind, forcing it to make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC once the conversation ends. Or else you become frightened of you or another creature of your choice for 1 hour, or until it sees an ally being attacked or damaged. One good upside of this feature is that creatures have no idea you're even trying to frighten them if they succeed in their saving throw, so you don't have to worry about them turning hostile immediately after. But you do have to finish a short or long rest to use it again, regardless of the outcome. This feature can be pretty good for setting up fights against politicians or high-ranking figureheads in order to force the creature to have disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks before combat even starts. Another way you can use this is by having them become frightened and paranoid about someone planning to overthrow them, which might boil into something even more volatile as they might start having second thoughts about their current position. Maybe the captain might want to confront the source of their fear by having the second command thrown out or create other conflict as a result. The big thing about this feature is there's no range limit or any other sort of limitation in determining who that person is frightened of, as it only needs to be a creature that you choose. It could be someone in the other room or one on the other side of the world. And the usefulness of this feature can vary depending on how you try to manipulate them during your conversation, making this a pretty fun subclass feature to use. At 6th level, you gain the Mantle of Whispers, allows you to, once per short or long rest, use your reaction in order to magically capture the shadow of a humanoid that dies within 30 feet of you, which you can retain until you use it or until you finish a long rest. And what this shadow does is it allows you to use your action in order to assume a disguise that makes you look exactly like the person that died for 1 hour, or until you end the disguise as a bonus action. While you're disguised as this person, you gain general knowledge about them, through memories and details about their background and personal life, to the extent that you'll be able to pass off as them whenever needed. However, you don't gain access to any secrets the person may have known. You also gain a +5 bonus to your deception check whenever someone attempts to see through the disguise by making a contested insight check, giving you a good odds at fooling people due to how well you play the part. This is another subclass feature that is really fun for roleplay purposes, as it allows you to infiltrate certain circles that you or your party normally wouldn't be able to. However, it does require you to kill a key individual, which might not always be the best solution in some cases. But when it is the best or only solution, it can work wonders as a way of gathering key information that your party might be able to make use of if they need to. However, due to the limitations of being only disguised for 1 hour, you have to make absolutely sure that you use this shadow at the perfect opportunity, or else the person you killed would have died in vain, and might actually cause more problems depending on how important that person was. If it was a higher ranking individual, for example, people might start noticing they're missing and might start sending a search party after them or tighten their own security. So there are ups and downs for using this feature. Upon reaching 14th level, you gain the Shadow Lore feature, which allows you to, once per long rest, charm a creature within 30 feet of you for 8 hours as an action if they fail a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. This form of charm is perfect for forcing the creature to hear a whisper, a magical phrase only audible to them, convincing them that you know of their most mortifying secret. But you don't actually get to know what the secret is. It just thinks you do. While charmed in this way, the creature will be so afraid that you'll tell everyone its secret that it'll do anything you ask it to, except risk its life for you or fight for you, unless it was already inclined to do so. You'd also be able to obtain gifts and favors as it would be a close friend. Once the effect ends, the creature would have no understanding of why it was even afraid in the first place. In terms of combat prowess, this subclass does sport decent damage potential through its use of the Psychic Blade feature. However, the biggest downside to it is that it does use your Bardic Inspiration in order to fuel, which means taking away potential support from your allies, as Bardic Inspiration normally only allows you to give 1 to a creature so they might be able to use it and grant a d6 bonus. That increases at certain levels to 1 ability check, attack roll, or saving throw, potentially turning those failures into successes. And you only get a number of these equal to your Charisma modifier. However, if you have extra Bardic Inspirations to spend, then the extra psychic damage is really good, especially at higher levels, where your weapon attacks basically become psychic nukes against a single target at 15th level. As for the other subclass features, however, they require a lot to work to function in a way that you'd want them to. It kind of suffers from the Inquisitive Rogue subclass, where it wants to be in situations that your party might not normally be comfortable engaging in. A party that might not be catered to stealth, for example, might not want to send their Whisper Bard alone for an hour to gather information about a cult, especially if someone were to get lucky enough to see through the Bard's disguise. Unlike something like an Arcane Trickster rogue that can not only disguise themselves as someone using the Dispel Disguise self, but they can also be extremely stealthy or even become invisible if they need to be. And while Bards can learn both the Disguise self and invisibility spells, the Arcane Trickster just has more options for getting out of sticky situations if things happen to fall apart. They have more mobility options, Uncanny Dodge to reduce hit points once per turn, and typically high stealth, so they can make a quick getaway and regroup with the party if combat needs to happen. In fact, the Arcane Trickster can basically do the same things that a Whisper Bard can do, right up to being able to deal psychic damage by casting a 2nd level spell, Shadow Blade. Although not as strong as the Whisper's Bard's Psychic Blades, unless you proc Sneak Attack very often, which isn't that hard to do. But it can learn the Booming Blade cantrip, which also deals solid damage, especially if your DM allows you to use it with Shadow Blade, since by rules as written, you technically can't use them together. Arcane Tricksters can also use the Fear and Charm Person spells, and can even impose disadvantage on creatures it targets with these saves due to its Magical Ambush feature at 9th level, so as long as the rogue is hidden when it casts these spells. And for spells like Charm Person specifically, if you're hidden while in combat and you cast a spell, the advantage the creature usually would have on the Wisdom saving throw against you would just be normalized into a normal roll due to having disadvantage. And then you can just follow up with the Silvery Barbs if they do succeed the roll, since Silvery Barbs is only a 1st level spell that forces a creature that succeeds an ability check, attack roll, or saving throw to roll again and take the lowest number. And while yes, Bards inherently have access to these spells too, the Arcane Trickster definitely has an easier time using these spells, as opposed to Bards by simply being able to force disadvantage on these saving throws. But ignoring spells and coming right back to the subclass features, the biggest problem with the Whisper Bards, and why it takes number 6 on this list, is due to the fact that all of these features require a lot of socializing with potentially dangerous people in order to get the most out of all the out-of-combat features. And the amount of payoff you get for all this is purely determined by your DM, since they'd be the one that would decide what kind of information they'd want you to get out of it and how much. And because of how much Whisper Bards want to socialize with other groups so they can infiltrate and manipulate, it might actually feel bad when you can't use your out-of-combat subclass feature simply because there might be more combat that day, or more exploration hanging out with your party members rather than trying to gather information on a dark secret or a cult or bandit group. And at number 6, we have the Assassin Rogue. This rogue subclass is all about capitalizing on the first strike in combat, and slaying foes before they even get a chance to react. They can do this by making use of their Assassinate feature, which they obtain at their level when taking the subclass. Assassinate allows you to have advantage on any attack roll you make during your first round of combat, so as long as the creature you're attacking hasn't taken a turn yet in combat. And if you manage to hit a creature that is surprised, it automatically crits. Surprise is a mechanic that allows you to ambush creatures before they have a chance to act. Essentially, a character looking to surprise a creature or a group of creatures must make a contested stealth check against the creature's passive perception score. If you roll higher than a creature's passive perception, then the creature will be surprised at the beginning of combat and will be able to do anything for the first round of combat, including taking actions and reactions until their turn comes up, in which case they do get a reaction until the end of the round. And because rogues tend to have a naturally higher than average stealth than most creatures, they can achieve this pretty consistently. Certain tables might run the surprise mechanics in other ways, however, such as making the first attack against someone mid-conversation to spice things up a little bit, so the stealth doesn't have to play a huge part in determining who is surprised. However, this does require a bit of setup in order to execute the auto-crit portion of the Assassinate feature, and so you might not be able to proc it as often as you'd like. A lot of times, combat can just happen on a dime, and most random encounters won't give you time to stealth up immediately. And while having advantage on any enemy that hasn't taken a turn in combat is strong, if you're willing to forego your movement for that turn, any rogue can basically achieve this with the steady aim feature from Tasha's Cauldron of Everything. But not having to forsake your own movement is definitely a plus. Along with this feature, Assassin Rogues also gain proficiency with the Disguise and Poisoner's kits. Moving along to your 9th level feature, you gain the Infiltration Expertise feature, which allows you to spend 25 gold and 7 days of in-game time in order to create a completely false identity, including history, professions, and affiliations, but can't steal an identity that belongs to someone else. Afterwards, when you assume the disguise, creatures would believe your identity 100% with no obvious reason not to. While definitely a good feature to use to create the perfect infiltration disguise, The fact that it takes 7 whole days to do kind of makes this feature useless in most cases, since a lot of things can happen in in-game time within a few days anyway. But in the situations where you can pull this off, you basically have a free pass to critical information depending on who you're trying to gather knowledge from. Pretending to be a high-ranking member of the Big Bad Evil Guy's cult could go a long way when figuring out the Big Bad Evil Guy's motivations or master plans, or even how to defeat them or to just learn more about them in general by reading up on them in the cult's library. You might even get to learn about their pastimes, patrol routes, and day-to-day routines, which might help your party plan around for a big siege on the cult's base of operations. But outside of infiltrating big and important establishments, there isn't really any use for this feature that something like Disguise Self or Stealth might be able to accomplish in a more immediate fashion. At 13th level, you learn to become an imposter, gaining the ability to mimic the way someone talks, writes, or behaves perfectly. In order to do so, however, you have to spend at least 3 hours studying and examining these aspects of the creature. Once you do, however, you gain advantage on deception checks to avoid being found out if the creature does happen to become wary while being disguised as the person you're mimicking. This is definitely a supplemental feature used to reinforce your disguise using the disguise kit or other sources that allow you to mimic someone of importance, but isn't always required. Finally, at 17th level, you gain the Death Strike feature, which allows you to deal double damage to surprise creatures that you hit if they fail a Constitution saving throw, which is huge considering your Assassinate feature also lets you automatically crit when you land an attack on a surprise creature. With being able to proc Sneak Attack, automatically critting to double all of your dice, and then proccing Death Strike at the same time to further double that damage, this is probably one of the highest damage sources you can have on a character without hardcore min-maxing, since all you do is just take 17 levels of Assassination Rogue in order to do so. However, from the overall reliance on the surprise mechanic and the very specific situations required for your out-of-combat features to be useful, the Assassination Rogue takes number 6 on this list, because being able to disguise yourself in order to obtain information is something that can already be done in a number of other ways while achieving more immediate results, rather than spending 7 entire days creating a fake identity to fulfill a similar purpose. And at number 5, we have the Transmutation Wizard. This subclass is meant to be a master of altering the forms of physical and mental qualities of objects or creatures around you. For instance, when you take this subclass at 2nd level, you learn the Minor Alchemy feature, which allows you to temporarily alter the physical properties of wood, stone, iron, copper, or silver, changing them into any of the other materials that was listed. For every 10 minutes you perform this action, you can transform up to 1 cubic foot of material, and it stays that way for either an hour, or whenever you lose or drop concentration on the transmutation, whichever comes first. This is definitely not a feature you'd want to use in combat, since it takes 10 minutes to use and also uses your concentration, which you might need for spells that are actually important. Other than that, you also learn the same feature all other wizard subclasses learn that focus on a school of magic, where you're a savant and can spend half the amount of time and money copying spells from that school of magic into their spellbooks. In this case, transmutation spells. Things get a bit more interesting once you reach 6th level, learning how to make a transmuter stone by spending 8 hours creating such a stone. Once this is done, you may either keep it for yourself or give it to another creature in order to grant certain benefits to whoever possesses the stone. You can choose one of 4 buffs with creating the stone, but can change the buff by casting a transmutation spell 1st level or higher. As for what the buffs are, you are granted Dark Vision out to a range of 60 feet, increased movement speed by 10 feet while the creature is unencumbered, proficiency with Constitution saving throws, and a resistance to acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage of your choosing when selecting this benefit. There isn't any limit for any one of the benefits. The creature just has to have the same stone in its possession. But there are other ways to use the stone, which you will learn to do upon reaching 14th level, where you become a Master Transmuter. This feature allows you to consume the magical reserve stones within the stone and choose one of the 4 effects. Whichever effect you choose destroys the stone and prevents you from making another until you finish a long rest. Major Transformation lets you choose a non-magical object that's no larger than a 5-foot cube and turns it into another non-magical object after handling the object for 10 minutes. The new object must follow the law of equivalent exchange and maintain a similar size and mass of equal or lesser value. Panacea allows you to remove any curse, disease, or poisons that are affected on a creature you touch with the stone, as well as restore all hit points to the target, which is an incredible feature, even if you can only do it once per stone. Restore Life allows you to cast Raise Dead without needing to know the spell or using spell slots. However, you still need the material component of a diamond worth at least 500 gold pieces in order to cast it. And Restore Youth does exactly what it says. A willing creature you touch with the stone has their age reduced by 3d10 years to a minimum of 13 years, but does not extend their lifespan. The weirdest thing about this feature is the fact that you do have to touch a creature with the stone for these effects to take place, which sort of incentivizes you to keep the stone in your possession rather than giving it to someone to benefit off of. But overall, the effects and benefits you learn as a transmutation wizard just aren't that great and are kind of niche. If you have someone that lacks dark vision, giving them the stone to gain dark vision is pretty neat. Increasing the movement speed of an already speedy ally is also pretty good. Proficiency and constitution saving throws can help your fellow casters maintain concentration on spells whenever damage is taken. And resistance to one of the 5 basic elements that are interchangeable at the drop of a level transmutation spell is quite useful for how often you change the resistance on the fly. And at 14th level, Panacea would probably be the best effect you can use simply for the full heal. Simply imagine your nearly 200 hit point Bear Totem Warrior Barbarian finally reaches low hit points somehow, and you just show up with your transmutation stone and bring them back to full health, giving your DM another health bar to burn through. Of course, this isn't always going to happen, and maybe your healer gets focused down first. Bringing them the full hit points rather than using a potion or a low level healing spell to simply get them back into the battle is a better solution for ensuring the creature doesn't go down in a single hit next turn. And before we move on to the next spell on this list, there is one feature that hasn't been mentioned, which is Shape Changer at 10th level. But all that really does is teach you Polymorph and allows you to cast it for free once per short or long rest, but only to transform yourself into a beast whose CR is 1 or lower, which is okay for roleplay or new situations where being an animal might prove to be beneficial, and if you lack a druid already, but not really anything special. Honestly, if it weren't for Panacea being as good as it is, the Transmutation Wizard would be deserving of a much higher spot on this list. And at number 4, we have the Way of the Four Elements Monk. This is a monk subclass which is supposed to specialize in using your key points in order to manipulate and control the elements in the form of spells and other various features. The way this works is at 3rd level, you gain the Disciple of the Elements feature, which allows you to learn an Elemental Disciple when you first learn this feature, another one at 6th, 11th, and 17th level. Elemental Disciple basically allows you to learn how to cast spells or perform different abilities by spending key points in order to do so. Some of these spells and abilities are locked behind level, and you're limited to how many key points you're allowed to spend at one time when casting a spell, as dictated by the table. Now, let's go over the different kinds of spells and abilities you can learn by taking Elemental Disciples. Starting at 3rd level, you have a few special abilities to choose from. Elemental Attunement you learn for free without needing to pick a discipline, and allows you to use an action in order to control the elemental forces within 30 feet of you, and can cause one of 4 effects to occur, such as creating a harmless sensory effect out of air, earth, fire, or water, snuffing out a candle, torch, or small campfire, chilling or warming up 1 pound of non-living material for up to 1 hour, or shape 1 cubic foot of earth, fire, water, or mist into a crude form for 1 minute. Basically, this works like the Prestidigitation cantrip, which has similar effects, only more flavorful to fit the 4 elements. Shape the Flowing River allows you to spend 1 key point in order to manipulate an area of ice or water within 120 feet of yourself. The ice can't be larger than 30 feet on one side, and can basically be molded however you want, so long as you don't exceed half the area's largest dimension, and as long as you don't try to trap or injure a creature in that area either. Unbroken Air is a discipline that allows you to spend 2 key points in order to force a straight saving throw against a creature that's in 30 feet of you, dealing 3d10 bludgeoning damage for the initial hit, an additional 1d10 bludgeoning damage per key point spent, effectively making this attack deal a total of 5d10 bludgeoning damage. You can also knock back a creature up to 20 feet away and make them fall prone if they fail their saving throw. However, they'll only take half damage and not be knocked away if they do manage to succeed their saving throw. Water Rip does the opposite of Unbroken Air, instead opting for a choice between pulling your target up to 20 feet towards you or making them fall prone if they fail a dexterity saving throw, while maintaining the same amount of damage as the aforementioned discipline. Meanwhile, Fangs of the Fire Snake essentially allows you to do a mini smite with all of your attacks on your turn whenever you take the attack action by causing tendrils of flame to stretch out for your fist and feet. It costs 1 key point to activate these tendrils and increases the reach of your unarmed strikes by 10 feet for both the action and any attacks you make for the rest of the turn. Hits with this attack deal fire damage instead of bludgeoning, and you can spend 1 key point every time you land an attack to deal an extra 1d10 fire damage with your fists. This is by far the most useful out of the special abilities you can learn, as it's just a flat damage increase. Just be wary of creatures that resist or have immunity to fire damage, which is quite a lot of them. As for spells that you can learn when learning a discipline, there are 3 first level spells which all require you to spend 2 key points in order to cast them, starting at 5th level, which can be upcasted by spending 1 key point per level upcast to a maximum of key points you're allowed to use for your spell, which is listed on the table for the subclass. First, you have Fist of Four Thunders, which grants you the ability to cast Thunderwave. Second, you have Rush of the Gale Spirits, which allows you to cast Gust of Wind. And thirdly, you have Sweeping Cinder Strike, which allows you to cast Burning Hands. While these spells are okay, they're not really worth using as a monk. Thunderwave and Gust of Wind are both decent knockback spells and can help make room for you if you need to push or move something off of a high ground. However, Burning Hands is just a terrible spell to use for a monk in general. It deals 3d6 fire damage to creatures in a 15-foot cone, which seems pretty good for dealing with multiple targets. But because in most cases, you're better off just making a bunch of attacks with your fire tendrils from the Fangs of the Fire Snake discipline. But for the biggest reason these spells aren't great for monks is the fact that they require creatures to make saving throws, which might sound weird, but let me explain. You see, in D&D, you have full casters like wizards and sorcerers, half casters like rangers and paladins, and third casters like arcane trickster rogues and eldritch knight fighters. Full casters tend to prefer focusing on getting the most use out of their spells, and so will commonly prioritize maximizing their spellcasting stat in order to get their spell attack rolls and spell DCs as high as possible to be able to capitalize on casting a slow or deal full damage from a fireball. Meanwhile, half casters and third casters kind of use spells as a secondary resource that they could use to supplement their main attacks using weapons and other class features. For this reason, a paladin might prioritize strength over the charisma, their spellcasting stat, in order to be able to maximize their accuracy with their greatsword, then burning spell slots to fuel their divine smite feature. This goes even deeper with arcane trickster rogues and eldritch knight fighters due to the subclasses wanting to prioritize other stats over a higher intelligence stat in order to make use of some of the wizard spells they get to learn. What this does is encourages half casters and third casters to pick spells that don't require a spell attack roll or saving throw, since these being lower means these spells are less accurate. So spells like Spike Growth, Bless, Invisibility, or Magic Missile might be preferred over something like Entangle, Bane, Charm Person, or Scorching Ray, simply because you don't need to do anything other than cast a spell to gain their benefit. So, moving back to monks, they kind of run into the same situation. They want to have high strength or dexterity for their attack rolls, AC, and deflect missiles features that also lets them add the dexterity modifier to damage reduction, as well as your evasion feature, which is excellent for surviving things that force you to make a dexterity saving throw, reducing all damage from that score to 0 upon a success, while having the damage on a failure. Monks also need good wisdom for their unarmored defense feature, and saving throw DC for things like stunning strike and other abilities that they might learn. So, just like a half caster, you're already going to prioritize your main attack and survivability before your wisdom in most cases. But if you take a look at the full list of spells and abilities you can take throughout your time as a 4 elements monk, you'll notice that pretty much every one of them requires a saving throw with only a few exceptions. And those few exceptions you have aren't very great either, other than Fangs of the Fire Snake, or maybe being able to cast the Fly spell on yourself just for the extra mobility it can grant. And out of all the spells that do have saving throws attached to them, Cone of Cold, Fireball, and Shatter are easily the best picks, even though you would learn them much later down the line than most other casters do. Another problem with the 4 Elements monks has its lack of resources in order to be able to continuously cast many of these spells over the course of a day. Between Stunning Strike, Flurry of Blows, and other monk features that require them to spend key points on, there are just too few of them to be able to cast your spells more than a couple of times per rest. While you could spam Fireball 5 times at 20th level, that's all you'll really be able to do until you rest up to restore your missing key points. But at that point, you might just be better off rolling a Wizard or Sorcerer if you wanted to spam Fireball. Also, another downside is the fact that when you cast any of these spells or use most of these special abilities like Unbroken Air or Water Whip, you actually do have to cast the spell. They aren't part of your attack action or anything, which means that you can't follow up with a Flurry of Blows or do anything else except spend a key point to dodge, disengage, or take the dash action. And if you're wondering why we haven't gone over the other subclass features it learns, like the others on this list, well, that's all they really get. Just one extra elemental discipline at each subclass level. You can even replace one of the disciplines you know if you're not feeling like something you picked is pulling its weight. Overall, the heavy resource management mixed with the steep cost of the spells and abilities you're able to learn with the subclass makes Way of the 4 Elements a very terrible class to play, since even the spells lack variety due to the fact you kind of have to take the hard-hitting options to even be effective in the first place, which all amounts to the reason why this subclass places so high on this list. And at number 3, we have the Banneret Fighter, which is also referred to as the Purple Dragon Knight subclass. This fighter subclass basically focuses on granting your allies some of the same features you would normally get as a fighter, but with less effectiveness than the actual feature. For example, let's take a look at the Purple Dragon Knight's 3rd level feature, Rallying Cry. This feature allows you to choose up to 3 allied creatures that can see or hear you, and are within 60 feet of you, to restore hit points equal to your fighter level whenever you use your 2nd wind feature. A bonus action features you get at 1st level and restores hit points equal to 1d10 plus your fighter level. Another instance where you get to share your fighter features happens at 10th level, where you gain the Inspiring Surge feature, allowing you to choose 1 allied creature within 60 feet of you, 2 allies at 18th level, to use their reaction to make 1 melee or ranged attack whenever you use Action Surge, a feature you learn at 2nd level and allows you to take any action you want a 2nd time on your turn. And for the last feature, we have Bulwark at level 15, which lets you share your Indomitable feature to an ally within 60 feet of you whenever you use it yourself. Normally, Indomitable allows you to reroll any saving throw that you fail and then use the new roll. However, Bulwark only allows you to share your Indomitable feature whenever you failed Intelligence, Wisdom, or Charisma saving throws specifically. Now, the benefit of all these features is definitely the fact that their effects kind of feel natural and flows really well with the benefits that come from using your day-to-day class features as you normally would. However, the problem with the Purple Dragon Knight comes from the fact that these extra benefits don't really amount to much, and are kind of boring in general. You don't really get anything unique like Echo Knights or Eldritch Knights, and the added benefits from your subclass features feel too underwhelming for what they're meant to do. Overall, the subclass has a really cool concept attached to it, but just like the Battle Rager Barbarian, the Purple Dragon Knight feels undertuned in terms of how strong its effects are. In fact, the only thing Purple Dragon Knight even has going for it is its 7th level feature, which we haven't even talked about yet, Royal Envoy. And all that does is give you proficiency and expertise on persuasion checks. As for everything else, if the shared features part of the subclass was a bit stronger than what it is right now, maybe allowing Inspiring Surge to also allow a select creature to take the attack or cast action as a reaction instead, it might feel much better to play. But as it stands now, the Purple Dragon Knight gets to sit the number 3 spot on this list. And at number 2, we have the Undying Warlock subclass. Not to be confused with the much better looking and more functional subclass, the Undead Warlock. The Undying Warlock's whole theme revolves around the idea of everlasting life, which sounds amazing at first, until you learn about the subclass features you obtain as an Undying Warlock. You can pick this subclass as soon as first level, and it grants you access to an expanded spell list for you to choose from when picking Warlock spells. These spells aren't that good, other than maybe Contagion and Silence, but are also not super terrible. Additionally, you also gain the Among the Dead feature, which teaches you the Spare the Dying cantrip for free, gives you advantage on saving throws against any disease in the game, and provides you the benefits of the Sanctuary spell whenever you're facing undead creatures, where if it tries to harm you with an attack or harmful spell, it must succeed a Wisdom saving throw or be forced to either choose another target for the attack or waste it altogether by doing nothing with it. This doesn't apply to area of effect spells like Fireball or Shatter, and if the undead creature successfully makes their Wisdom save, they're immune to any further effects feature for the next 24 hours. This makes for a really solid defense option when fighting undead creatures. However, there is one additional caveat that makes this feature almost useless. If you target an undead creature with an attack or harmful spell, then the creature also gains immunity from this effect for 24 hours, which can be detrimental if you want to play on the offensive. You would have to play very defensively around undead creatures if you want this part of the feature to be turned on as much as possible, which is kind of counterintuitive to how warlocks want to play. Usually, they'd want to sit back and cast Eldritch Blast or throw a couple of AoE spells or debuffs at enemies, meaning that, realistically, you'd only really have this effect up during the first round of combat, where creatures might try to attack you before you attack them. Moving on to your 6th level feature, you gain the ability Defy Death, which allows you to regain hit points equal to 1d8 plus your Constitution modifier whenever you either succeed a death saving throw or stabilize someone using Spare the Dying. This can only be done once per long rest, and can be kind of risky to pull off for your allies since Spare the Dying normally requires a range of touch in order to instantly stabilize the creatures whose hit points are at 0. So if your frontline fighter goes down to a powerful attack, the last thing you want to do is run up to them to try and pick them up with Spare the Dying, since you'd be putting yourself in danger as well. And because this can only be done once per long rest, you better hope that the next attack doesn't just knock you out or your fighter back down again. In fact, this entire feature is pretty bad because you can just have your Bard or Cleric cast Healing Word in order to achieve the same effect. The only difference is that this effect happens automatically when you yourself succeed on a death saving throw. Even if you were to make Defy Death once per short rest, this feature wouldn't really be good to use, since it's really just a glorified Cure Wounds that only works when someone is already dying. Undead Nature is a feature you learn at 10th level, and completely strips away your need to eat, drink, breathe, or sleep. In addition to that, the rate at which you age is now slower, as for every 10 years that pass, your body only ages 1 year. You're also immune to age-altering effects through magic. This feature is purely for flavor and roleplay purposes, but for a 10th level feature, it may as well not even exist. Honestly, this feature just feels like it should have been included at first level when you first take up the subclass. And if you're a Damper or another race that could forego eating, sleeping, and breathing, then half of this feature is effectively useless to you. And at 14th level, you get the incredible Indestructible Life feature, which lets you restore hit points equal to 1d8 plus your warlock level once per long or short rest, as well as reattach severed limbs you might have lost. This is basically just a glorified second wind feature that fighters get to have from the beginning of their lifespan, except slightly weaker since second wind uses a d10 while indestructible life uses a d8. Overall, Undying Warlock has too many flaws and all of its subclass features are fundamentally useless or clash heavily with the Warlock playstyle, and everything it learns are just things that other subclasses can do better, which is why this subclass is so high on this list. But to put this into perspective before moving on, let's take a look at what the Grave Domain Cleric can do. At first level, they immediately learn Spare the Dying cantrip with a buffed 30-foot range instead of the normal range of touch. And in addition to that, whenever they use a healing spell to heal a creature that's at 0 hit points, they restore the maximum amount of hit points for each die rolled instead of rolling for them. Both of these combined basically do what Undying Warlocks want to do, but much better, since Spare the Dying being range is actually pretty useful even if you already have someone with Healing Word, as you'd still be able to stabilize someone with only a cantrip at a safer distance. And like it was said before, Indestructible Life is just a worse second win, although reattaching fallen limbs is admittedly neat flavor-wise. And finishing off this list at the number 1 spot is the Knowledge Domain Cleric. This subclass is all about obtaining knowledge and either sharing it to libraries or universities, or hoarding it all for yourself, or whatever you want to do with the knowledge you obtain. When taking this subclass at first level, you gain access to some extra spells that count as cleric spells for you, and gain the Blessings of Knowledge feature, which allows you to learn 2 languages of your choice and 2 proficiencies chosen with either arcane, history, nature, or religion. While you're proficient in these 2 skills, you effectively have expertise in them, allowing you to double your proficiency bonus when using them. At second level, you gain the Channel Divinity feature called Knowledge of Ages, which allows you to use your action to become proficient in one skill or tool for the next 10 minutes after using it. And you gain another Channel Divinity option at 6th level called Read Thoughts, which allows you to do exactly that. As an action, you select one creature you can see within 60 feet of yourself and force them to make a Wisdom saving throw. If they fail, you gain the ability to read the creature's surface thoughts for 1 minute, similar to the spell Detect Thoughts, as long as the creature remains within 60 feet of you. During that 1 minute interval, however, you can cast the Suggestion spell on that creature without expending any spell slots, and that creature automatically fails its saving throw against the spell. This is admittedly a pretty strong feature, as Suggestion is already a good spell on its own, since you can influence the actions of someone you might not want to deal with by telling a guard to make sure his family's okay and spend more time with them. All Read Thoughts really does is reinforce an idea you might use for the spell, which might make it easier for the creature to follow whatever you're suggesting. If a guard is worried about his lost dog wandering around, you might be able to use that to feign a situation where you might have seen a dog at a certain part of the city, making it more likely the guard might take your suggestion to look for his lost dog while your party slips into the building unhindered. Upon reaching 8th level, you gain Potent Spellcasting, which lets you add your Wisdom modifier to the damage of your cleric cantrips. And at 17th level, you gain the Visions of the Past feature. This feature allows you to spend a number of minutes equal to your Wisdom score in order to call up visions of the past to either an object you're holding or an area that you find yourself in. You must concentrate during this time as if concentrated on a spell, and can only use this feature once per short or long rest. Doing this while holding an object gives you information about how its previous owner acquired or lost the object, as well as the most recent significant event involving that object and the owner. You may also spend an additional minute to learn more about any recent owners that may have come into contact with the object within a number of days equal to your Wisdom score. Meanwhile, reading an area, such as a room or tunnel, will yield visions of significant events within a number of days equal to your Wisdom score, starting with the most recent events. These events might involve battles, murders, funerals, or other related events filled with powerful emotions, although some might feel more mundane, but important to you nonetheless. The main thing that makes this class the worst class in the game is the fact that you don't really get anything worth using until 6th level. While gaining proficiency with more skills is definitely nice, rogues and bards tend to be the go-to class when it comes to being really good with skill checks, and rogues just get more of them overall. Meanwhile, Read Thoughts only exist to set you up for Suggestion, in which case you might be better off just casting Suggestion, if you're okay with using a spell slot for it and cutting out the middleman, since both require a Wisdom saving throw anyway. Potent Spellcasting is just something that most other clerics get anyway, while their 17th level feature is strictly for role-playing purposes and flavor. However, it does have one of the best world-building potentials, as it might help create a timeline of events regarding how an item or an area got into the state it was found in. But overall, none of these features really help when it comes to combat scenarios, other than Potent Spellcasting and maybe Read Thoughts. But that not only costs an action to use, but you would still need to spend another action actually casting Suggestion in the first place, so you may as well just cast the spell on its own. And if you're using Rethought just to know what someone is thinking, you can just cast Detect Thoughts instead, and not have to worry about them making a saving throw unless you want to pry further for more information, which is unfortunately not an option since Detect Thoughts is not a cleric spell and isn't included in your bonus spells for taking the subclass. Knowledge clerics suffer the most out of the previous subclasses, because they have nothing that helps them in combat other than a feature other clerics can get at the same level, and its flavor and RP uses don't bring anything to the table. In fact, its extra skill proficiencies are really the only thing worth having, as you gain Legend Lore as a bonus spell, which kind of works similarly to Visions of the Past, but arguably better since the information provided by the spell extends to specific names as well. The only limitation to Legend Lore is that whatever you name has to have legendary significance, or you just don't learn anything about it. But in most cases, players would only probably use Legend Lore in the same places that they would use Visions of the Past, unless you're investigating a more generic area or object, in which case it would be a very useful feature if it wasn't acquired at such a high level. At the end of the day though, Knowledge Domain clerics don't really have anything going for them, other than extra skills which can be covered by taking other subclasses that are much more functional and flow better. There are some abilities in D&D that sometimes go out of their way to twist and bend the way the rules typically work, rather than just applying new numbers or adding bonus damage, or granting a new trait like Blindside or something. So in today's video, we'll be going over some of these weird and unique abilities found in the game, which stand out thematically or mechanically, while also going over what makes these abilities strange in the first place. And to kickstart this list at number 10, we have Action Surge, which is an ability that fighters learn upon reaching 2nd level. All it does is allow you to make a second action on your turn once per short or long rest. And this second action can be used for anything, but is most commonly used to make a second attack action, since it allows you to apply your full benefits of the first attack action, such as extra attack, and other benefits that activate upon taking the attack action. And at 17th level, you'll be able to use Action Surge twice before needing a rest, although you can only use one Action Surge at a time on your turn. It is considered one of the most powerful class abilities, since it basically functions for any class that can multi-class into fighter. But what makes this ability weird is mostly due to the fact that this is the only ability in the game that actually grants you a second action in the first place. The only other way you can really obtain a second action is through the use of the 3rd level spell Haste, which limits you to only certain actions, including the attack action, which can only be used to make a single attack in this instance. Action Surge doesn't have any restrictions on what you can do with this second action, meaning that you can even use it to cast 2 leveled spells, so as long as you haven't used your bonus action in order to cast a spell that turn. So if you're a 5th level wizard and you took 2 levels in fighter, you are basically allowed to cast 2 fireballs in a single turn to deal massive damage to a lot of enemies once using your Action Surge, for instance. And while this is a perfect example of accomplishing something unique by bending the rules of the general action economy by allowing you to effectively do more damage on your turn, giving yourself a second action doesn't really sound all that weird compared to the other abilities on this list, but it's strange enough that it deserves a spot on this list at number 10. And at number 9, we have Steps of Night. This is a subclass feature available to Twilight Clerics upon reaching 6th level, and basically allows you to use your bonus action whenever in dim light or darkness to give yourself a flying speed equal to your walking speed for 1 minute. And you can do this number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all uses after finishing a long rest. While it isn't exactly uncommon to gain the ability to fly at 6th level, the conditions for it are a bit strange, as you have to be within dim light or darkness in order to do it. Usually, abilities that grant you benefits in the dark tend to favor bonuses which aid you in being subtle or stealthy, such as the Gloomstalker's Ranger's Umbra Sight, which makes you invisible to creatures that rely on dark vision so as long as you're in darkness. So having a feature which grants you stronger emphasis on being active and around the battlefield by giving you a flying speed just by being in the area that usually taking advantage for its stealth bonus is fairly unique, mechanically anyway. In addition, because of the criteria you need to meet in order to even use this feature, it combos exceptionally well with the Twilight Cleric's Channel Divinity feature, Twilight Sanctuary, which makes an aura of dim light around you and provides you and your allies temporary hit points every turn or cure charmed or frightened effects. And because you're already included inside the dim light, you automatically meet the requirements in order to use Steps of Night, giving you an easy way to give yourself flying speed in a brightly lit room. What also makes Steps of Night stand out is the fact that, besides bonus proficiencies or Divine Strike, a subclass feature all clerics get, all of the other subclass features Twilight Clerics learn tend to rely on helping your allies in some way. Eyes of Night grants you dark vision range of 300 feet, while also coming with the added benefit of granting dark vision to willing creatures within 10 feet of you for 1 hour. Meanwhile, Twilight Shroud grants you and your allies half cover while they're inside your Twilight Sanctuary, providing a flat +2 to everyone's AC. But even in spite of that, Steps of Night does still work with the Twilight Cleric's theme of utilizing dim light, just in a more unique way than the way most other abilities tend to take advantage of these types of mechanics, which is why this feature only takes number 9 on this list. And at number 8, we have Accursed Spectre. The Hexblade Warlock can learn the subclass feature at 6th level, and what it does is, once per long rest, it allows you to make a specter from the corpse of a humanoid slain by you, binding it to you until the end of the next long rest, where it will then vanish to the afterlife. It uses the Spectre stat block, but gains bonus temporary hit points equal to your Warlock level, while also gaining a bonus to its attack rolls based on your Charisma modifier. You roll for the Spectre's initiative, meaning it takes its own turn in combat, but obeys your verbal commands. So, firstly, Hexblade Warlocks are a special subclass, which gives the player a way to make a more melee-focused spellcaster. As such, the subclass features you learn as Hexblade tend to cater to the side on that spectrum. You gain proficiencies in medium armor, shields, and martial weapons, and you get to use your Charisma modifier for your weapons damage and attack rolls instead of the usual strength or dexterity modifiers, allowing you to effectively use weapons like swords, spears, or maces, so as long as you don't have the two-handed property tagged on them. And then, if you take the Pact of the Blade at 3rd level, you can apply this to two-handed weapons as well, such as the Great Sword or bows. Hexblade's Curse is a bonus action feature which helps you fight more effectively, as it lets you add your proficiency bonus as damage whenever you hit a creature that you apply this curse to. It also increases the range in which you score critical hits by allowing you to crit on a 19 or 20, instead of the usual 20, giving you a generous 10% chance to critically hit when you make an attack roll. And lastly, whenever a creature dies while cursed, you regain hit points equal to your Warlock level plus your Charisma modifier. Meanwhile, at 10th level, you learn the Armor of Hexes feature, which gives you the ability to use your reaction whenever a creature cursed by your Hexblade curse hits you with an attack roll, to roll a d6 and cause the creature to miss you if they roll a 4 or higher, effectively giving you a coin flip's chance to completely nullify a hit. And at 14th level, you learn the Master of Hexes feature, which just allows you to change the target of your Hexblade's curse to another creature within 30 feet of you whenever a creature affected by the curse dies, at the cost of not regaining any hit points. All of these features work together to make yourself more of a close-range brawler that can take hits and dish them out just as hard. Even the bonus spells you can learn as a Hexblade Warlock can directly influence the style of play through things like Shield for an extra AC bonus so that you don't get hit as often, or Wrathful Smite for a little bit of extra psychic damage that can also frighten the creature you hit, locking down that creature from getting closer to you, since the only way you can get out of being frightened, outside of waiting out the duration or passing the initial wisdom saving throw, is to pass a flat wisdom check instead, meaning they cannot add the proficiency bonus to the roll. Which brings us back to the Accursed Spectre subclass feature and why it's such a strange feature to exist. Well, yes, it does create a body on the board which can, theoretically, take hits that may be meant for you on virtue of existing as a threat. It doesn't do anything to benefit the more martial playstyle the Hexblade subclass has to offer, nor does it really fit the overall theme that the subclass seems to be going for, which is all about forming packs with weapons possessing a shadowy force card from the Stuff of Shadows, as the subclass description says. And while the flavor text of Accursed Spectre does specify that you are technically cursing the soul of a person you slay, temporarily binding them to your service, it feels like this feature comes out of left field, considering none of the other features you'll learn apply to the Accursed Spectre or even benefit from it. It's just sort of there, separated from the rest of the subclass features as its own thing. And while the Spectre isn't terrible due to the fact that it has so many resistances and immunities, while also sporting a decent 3d6 necrotic damage with a chance to reduce the target's maximum number of hit points via life drain, it doesn't really do anything else outside of that. Honestly, Accursed Spectre feels like it would be better off being included in another subclass, or even an entirely new subclass founded around the Accursed Spectre as a core mechanic. So basically, the feature itself is fine as it stands, but the biggest thing that makes Accursed Spectre so strange is mainly how separated it feels from the theming of the rest of the Hexblade features you learn from the subclass. And at number 7, we have Undead Thralls. Necromancy wizards learn this feature upon reaching 6th level and automatically adds the 3rd level spell Animate Dead to your spellbook if you don't already have it. Additionally, you can target one additional corpse or pile of bones to animate when using this spell. Finally, any undead you create using a necromancy spell gains the benefit of allowing you to add your proficiency bonus to their weapon damage rolls, as well as grants additional hit points equal to your wizard level, making your undead more deadly and harder to take down overall. There aren't very many features which cater around a single spell like what Undead Thralls does. The only one that comes close is Mighty Summoner feature that the Shepherd Druid learns, also upon reaching 6th level, which does very similar things but for conjured beasts and fae you summon instead of undead. However, what makes Undead Thralls more unique and why it's considered weird is due to how the Animate Dead spell works in the first place. Animate Dead is a non-concentration spell which normally lets you animate a pile of bones or a corpse of a medium-sized or small humanoid within 10 feet of you, granting you a fully controllable skeleton or zombie. As a bonus action, you get to command your skeletons and zombies if they're within 60 feet of you, and will carry out whatever command you ask of them to the best of their ability. Otherwise, they'll take the dodge action. However, after 24 hours, the Raise Undead no longer obeys any command you give it, unless you cast the spell again in order to extend your control over the skeleton or zombie for another 24 hours. And whenever you use your Animate Dead spell in order to maintain control of your undeads, you can reassert control for up to 4 creatures animated with this spell. And this spell even has some really good scaling attached to it, where you get to animate or reassert control of 2 additional undead creatures for additional spell slots used above 3rd level. So, as long as you have the spell slots for it, you can effectively control a small army of skeletons or zombies whose damage becomes ridiculous very quickly at higher levels, where you'll have more spell slots to use in order to animate more undead. And Undead Thralls just makes the spell even better by not only allowing you to create an additional undead with each casting of it, but also make them just a little bit harder to kill while hitting a bit harder as well. To put this into perspective, let's say that you're a 9th level wizard. Your proficiency bonus is a +4 at this point, and you have 3 3rd level spells, 3 4th level spells, and 1 5th level spell slot. Now, say you want to go all in as a necromancer and only focus on creating and maintaining control of skeletons, since they're going to be able to use ranged attacks. And if you find enough piles of bones in order to make this happen, you can expend 3 3rd level spell slots to raise 6 skeletons, 3 4th level slots to raise 12 skeletons, and 1 5th level slot to raise another 6 skeletons for a total of 24 skeletons. And in order to maintain control over these 24 skeletons, you would need to spend at most 3 3rd level spell slots and 2 4th level spell slots if you want to be as efficient as possible, which you can do if you perform all of your animates right before a long rest. Each skeleton has a +4 to their weapon attack rolls and normally deal 1d6 + 2 piercing damage, whether they attack with their short sword or their short bow. However, this damage is raised to 1d6 + 6 under the effects of Undead Thralls, since they get to add your proficiency bonus to their damage rolls. This means that each skeleton can deal a minimum of 7 piercing damage if they hit, which doesn't sound like a lot, but with how many skeletons you'll be able to command, the damage adds up quickly. This is probably also why skeletons only have a +4 to hit, as it means they might not be able to hit their targets often, but with how many creatures are rolling to attack, some of them are bound to hit. And when you're rolling 24 d20s for all your skeletons, some of those are bound to be criticals as well. But let's say you got really lucky and half of your skeletons managed to hit a creature you told them all to target. Well, 12 times 7 equals 84 damage, which would be the minimum damage you'd be able to deal if you happen to be the unluckiest person in the world when rolling for damage. Otherwise, the average damage to those hits would be 114 piercing damage, which is actually insane. And that's not even counting any damage from spells you cast on your turn, since commanding your army of skeletons only costs a bonus action to do so. Of course, the biggest downside of commanding so many units is that maps that make use of close or tight quarters tend to be a nightmare to explore, which can result in slowing down the campaign or being forced to limit how many skeletons you can take or leave behind someplace safe while you and your party explore. Not only that, but with so many squishy targets following you around, it makes you a nice juicy AoE target for any creature that loves to throw a breath attack, fireballs, whatever, etc, etc. However, Undead Thralls doesn't just work with Animate Dead either. While being able to target an additional corpse or a pile of bones only functions with the Animate Dead spell specifically, the health and damage bonus portions affect any spell which raises and creates undead, which works extremely well with something like Dense Macabre, a 5th level concentration spell that lets you transform up to 5 small or medium corpses within 60 feet of your choice to skeletons or zombies for up to 1 hour, gaining a bonus to their attack rolls and damage rolls equal to your spellcasting modifier. What this means is that if you raise 5 skeletons using this spell, and your intelligence modifier happens to be +5, your skeletons will now have a +9 to hit instead of a +4, and now also deal 1d6 + 11 piercing damage rather than 1d6 + 6 damage. And no other feature in the game really increases the effectiveness of a very specific and niche set of spells in the same way that Undead Thralls does. Not even Mighty Summoner buffs their conjured creatures in the same manner, except by granting bonus hit points and making their attacks magical. Undead Thralls plays with the idea of a minion-based class in a way that still feels in line with the basic mechanics of the game. However, the overall function of this feature is what makes it definitely one of the weirder features in the game, but not so much that it feels totally unnatural, which is why it's only at number 7 on this list. And at number 6, we have Cauterizing Flames. This is a subclass feature which is learned by 10th level Circle of Wildfire Druids. It makes it so that whenever a small or larger creature within 30 feet of you or your wildfire spirit dies, A harmless spectral flame is left behind in the dead creature's space for 1 minute. Whenever a creature enters that space, you can use a reaction in order to extinguish the flame and either heal or deal fire damage to that creature equal to 2d10 plus your wisdom modifier. And you can do this a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus and regain all uses upon finishing a long rest. What makes this ability a bit weird is the fact that it toys with the concept of death in a way that other features don't. Wildfire Druid features are all about destruction and renewal, and Cauterizing Flame does a fantastic job at showcasing this in a unique and interesting way. Usually, you don't really mind or care where a creature dies or what significance it might have. Even through Necromancy, the animate dead can just move wherever you need them to. With Cauterizing Flames, however, being mindful of where a creature dies so that you can take advantage of the spirit it leaves behind in order to provide extra damage or healing is something that doesn't really occur mechanically, so it can make for some interesting scenarios during combat. And unlike the other features shown on this list so far, Cauterizing Flames is the first ability on this list that kind of creates a new mechanic in the game, while also still feeling in line with the subclass it's part of, which is why this feature takes number 6 spot on this list. And at number 5 is a bit of a tie between the Warrior of the Gods and Rage Beyond Death features, which are both learned by Zealot Barbarians, which is partly why these two features occupy the same slot. The second reason is that these two skills are extremely unique, and that they, unlike Cauterizing Flames, which plays with the concept of other creatures dying, both play with the concept of you dying. Normally when you reach 0 hit points, you become unconscious. And when you fail 3 death saves after that, you actually die. The Zealot Barbarian's 14th level feature, Rage Beyond Death, completely ignores this rule by allowing you to still continue fighting even while you're considered dying and making death saves each turn while you're raging. You basically ignore the unconscious condition that comes with reaching 0 hit points. And if you happen to fail 3 death saving throws by virtue of poor rolling or taking hits, you don't actually die until you come out of rage. However, this can be circumvented by any kind of healing that puts your hit points above 0. Meaning you are now no longer considered dying or dead. Doing this allows you to remain conscious and alive when your rage wears off, promoting a style of play where you're always teetering on the brink of death at all times during combat. And the more ways your party has to heal you while in this dying state, the easier it becomes to become an unkillable death machine. But if you do end up dead by the end of your rage, or if you weren't a high enough level to learn Rage Beyond Death, then your 3rd level feature, Warrior of the Gods, will certainly come in handy, as it modifies resurrection spells cast on you, that don't make you turn undead, to not use up any material components. Normally, a spell like Raise Dead requires you to consume a diamond worth 500 gold as material component in order to cast a spell on a dead creature. But with Warrior of the Gods, the only limiting factor is whether or not your healer has the spell slot available to cast Raise Dead. Both of these features work in tandem with each other in order to help enable you play as recklessly and ruthlessly as possible, without having to worry about draining the party's bank all the time by having them resurrect you all the time, and both modifies the way death is handled for your character. As a Zealot Barbarian, death is just an inconvenience for you, as something like Raise Dead will still impose a -4 penalty to your attack rolls, ability checks, and saving throws. However, a Revivify only costs a 3rd level spell slot to cast and doesn't come with any penalties, other than needing to cast it within 1 minute of the creature dying. But even in spite of all this, these 2 feats alone basically redefines what death means in D&D 5e by making you basically immune to the concept of what's meant to be considered a terrifying end for any character to meet, which is why both of these feats deserve the number 5 spot on this list. And at number 4, we have Performance of Creation. This is learned by College of Creation bards at their level and allows them to basically create any medium or smaller non-magical item of your choice whose gold value is worth no more than 20 times your bard level in an occupied space within 10 feet of you. Upon reaching 6th level, you can create large objects, and at 14th level, you create huge objects as well. The created object resonates music that creatures who touch it can faintly hear, and the created item disappears after a number of hours equal to your proficiency bonus. However, once you create an item using this feature, you have to take a long rest before you can do it again, unless you use a 2nd level spell slot or higher to do so. You're also only allowed to have a single item created, meaning if you use the feature again, the first one simply vanishes from existence. And this feature gets even crazier once you gain the Creative Crescendo feature at 14th level, which allows you to create a number of small or tiny items equal to your Charisma modifier, at a minimum of 2 items, with only one of those items able to be created up to the maximum size category that you can create normally. Additionally, the GP value limitation is lifted upon obtaining this feature. There are so many things you can create using Performance of Creation, meaning that the usefulness of this feature is entirely dependent on how creative the player is if they want to make the most of this feature. Need a boat to cross a stream? You can create a rowboat. Need to climb down a very dangerous cliff? Well, some rope can help with that. Need to go up? Ladders. But what makes this ability so strange is the fact that it can technically create anything you want, even weapons and armor. And since there technically isn't anything that says you can't create something you've never seen before, such as with Wild Shape, which specifies that you can only shape into beasts that you've seen before, you could even create things that aren't even from the world your campaign is set in, such as guns and bullets for those guns. However, since this might not be rules as intended, your DM might very well not allow such tomfoolery to happen in the first place, unless you wrote your bard in a way that they might have experienced these kinds of weapons, which would also be up to your DM to approve. And while the idea of a creation bard being isekai'd into a Curse of Strahd and being able to eventually create a tactical noob to drop on Castle Ravenloft might sound appealing, chances are you're probably going to have to settle with being able to create useful out-of-combat items for your party to use, which is still pretty good as it can help you save on coin when money is tight, or create a large crate that can be used as cover if needed during combat. With performance of creation, the possibilities truly are endless, and allows you to play with the battlefield or manipulate a scenario to your favor more than a lot of the other features in the game. While this feature doesn't necessarily possess any weird mechanics like other features on this list, it does allow for some very unusual game breaks, and offers nearly infinite ways to solve puzzles or riddles, or quests that might benefit from certain items, all for just a 3rd level feature, which is why performance of creation deserves a spot on this list. And at number 3, we have Overchannel. This is a feature available to Evocation Wizards upon reaching 14th level, and allows you to deal maximum damage of a damaging spell that's a 1st through 5th level after you cast it. And you can do this for as many times as you want for any number of castings, but you'll take 2d12 necrotic damage, which can't be reduced by resistances or immunity, for each level of the spell that you're casting after you use this feature the first time. And then you take an additional 1d12 damage per spell level on top of that 2d12 damage per spell level every time after until you finish a long rest. So if you were to cast a fireball, which deals 8d6 fire damage to everything in its radius, it will now instead deal 48 fire damage, unless a creature succeeds a dexterity saving throw, in which they'll only take half that damage. But if you want to do it again, you would have to take 6d12 necrotic damage, and then 9d12 necrotic damage to try it a 3rd time. The best part about this feature is the fact that you don't actually have a limit to how many times you can use it. As long as you have a way to maintain your hit points, by virtue of having a dedicated healer for instance, you can deal a lot of consistent damage very quickly. No other ability in this game has a mechanic that works similar to this, and is probably the most unique ability in the game in that regard, because it enables a very high risk, high reward style of play if you wanted to. But of course, you can still only focus on using the freebie it allows you to have before punishing you for multiple uses, which is entirely reasonable as to not make Overchannel feel completely useless if you're not comfortable burning through your own hit points for it. And dealing maximum damage is really good. There are not a lot of ways to actually achieve this outside of multiclassing or building specifically for it. But the reason this feature only sits at number 3 on this list is because, while it plays with the idea of damaging yourself in order to reap great rewards, that's all it really does, which is still within the realm of basic gameplay mechanics. You sacrifice hit points, you deal more damage, is kind of what it boils down to. However, the uniqueness of the ability itself is still worth noting, and being the only ability of its kind to play within the rules of the way it does definitely makes Overchannel worth a high spot on this list. And at number 2, we have Thief's Reflexes. This feature is learned by 17th level Thief Rogues and gives you the benefit of taking 2 entire turns during the first round of combat, as long as you aren't surprised. You take your first turn at whatever initiative you rolled, and then you take a second one at initiative -10. Just like Action Surge, These Reflexes basically increases your own action economy temporarily to allow you to do something extra. The difference here, however, is the fact that, unlike Action Surge, you are given an entire turn's worth of action economy. You can move again, take an action, and another bonus action since that counts as an entirely separate turn in combat. You also gain all the benefits of entering your new turn as you normally would, meaning that if you use your reaction your first turn this round, then on the second turn of the same round, you would once again be able to use your reaction. It also gives you the opportunity to deal 2 sneak attacks in the same round fairly easily without any kind of gimmicky setup, since sneak attacks can be performed once per turn rather than once per round. This feature can be considered weird pretty much for the same reasons as Action Surge, since the game does not normally mess with action economy all that much due to the fact that it can cause some really bad balancing issues. Even providing yourself a way to perform a second action on your turn using Action Surge can be considered incredibly powerful, simply due to the fact that it combos extremely well with other classes and abilities. So you would think that being able to take another turn entirely would be even stronger, right? While that might be true, the difference is that you learn Thieves' Reflexes so late, meaning there's not very many ways to take advantage of this feature via multiclassing, whereas Action Surge is available to you as soon as you hit 2nd level in Fighter. However, just the idea that there's an ability in the game that straight up gives you another turn to do whatever you want is the reason why Thieves' Reflexes manages to be higher in this list than Action Surge. And finished off this list at number 1, we have Bastion of Law and Arcane Ward. Two features that work similarly but come from two very different subclasses. Bastion of Law is learned at 6th level by Clockwork Soul Sorcerers, while Arcane Ward is learned at 2nd level by Abjuration Wizards. And what both of these features do is allow you to create a ward that reduces the overall damage you would take. However, there are some very key differences between the two wards. To see what I mean, let's start off with the Bastion of Law feature and what exactly it does. Bastion of Law allows you to spend 1 to 5 sorcery points in order to create a magical ward around yourself or a creature within 30 feet of you, and lasts until you finish a short rest or use this feature again. Now, whenever the warded creature takes damage, they can roll up to a number of d8s equal to however many sorcery points you spent to create the ward and reduce the damage by that number, which expends the dice you used. If a creature damages you for 15 fire damage and you decide to spend 2 d8s out of the 5 and roll a total of 10, then you only take 5 fire damage. But now you're only left with 3 more d8s to use. This is a great way to receive some flat damage reduction, which is kind of rare to get in this game, since it's usually more common to reduce damage via resistances. And although the other ways to reduce damage, such as the Monk's Deflect Missile features or the Goliath Stone Endurance racial feature, Bastion of Law is quite a bit stronger and helps you protect your allies for as long as you have the sorcery points to spend on this feature, making it very recyclable if you aren't planning on using your sorcery points for anything else. Meanwhile, the Abjuration Wizard's Arcane Ward creates a ward of magic around yourself that has hit points equal to twice your wizard level, plus your intelligence modifier whenever you first cast an abjuration spell 1st level or higher, such as Mage Armor or Shield, and lasts until you finish a long rest. The Alarm spell is also a viable spell to use since it has the Ritual tag, meaning you can ritual cast the spell at the start of the day for the sole purpose of creating the ward without expending a spell slot. And whenever you take damage, the ward will take the damage instead, breaking if its hit points ever reach 0, and dealing any remaining damage to you instead. However, even at 0 hit points, whenever you cast an abjuration spell of 1st level or higher, the ward restores hit points equal to twice the spell level used for that spell. Just like Bastion of Law, Arcane Ward basically provides a way for you to reduce damage you take and can help protect and buffer your hit points, make it easier for your healer to focus on fighting. However, there are some very notable differences between how these two features function, despite the role these two features both play. For one, reducing damage to 0 through Bastion of Law still technically counts as taking damage, meaning that if the warded creature was concentrating on a spell, they would still have to make a DC 10 concentration check in order to keep focusing on that spell. However, Arcane Ward has its own hit points that take damage instead of you, regardless of how it happens, meaning that even if you're concentrating on a spell, if the Arcane Ward absorbs all the damage of attack, then you do not need to make any concentration check until you have actually taken damage to your hit points. Another difference to be noted is that, initially, the Arcane Ward only protects you. Fortunately, once you reach 6th level, you gain Projected Ward feature, which allows you to use a reaction whenever a creature you see within 30 feet of you takes damage, to have your Arcane Ward absorb the damage instead, dealing the remainder damage to the creature if the attack ever reduces the ward's hit points to 0. Another key difference is the fact that because Bastion of Law reduces the damage you take, you still get to apply your own resistances, if any, to the damage afterwards, potentially reducing the damage even further. However, this is not true for Arcane Ward, since it is effectively its own entity and its own hit points that don't gain any of your benefits, even when you gain spell resistance at 14th level, which is supposed to grant you resistance to the damage of spells along with having advantage on saving throws against spells as well. Unfortunately, you can't choose whether or not the Arcane Ward takes damage either, meaning that even if you would resist damage of a spell, your Arcane Ward is going to take the damage before anything else, whereas Bastion of Law allows you to choose whether or not you can use the ward when you take damage. So while these features are very similar but different, these two deserve to be on the same spot on this list because they each basically fulfill the same role of reducing the damage you or an ally might take, which isn't wholly common in 5e outside of spells or classes whose thing is commonly seen as being the class to protect, such as the Paladin or even Cleric. Normally, wizards and sorcerers don't dabble much into defensive support, but when they do, it's in a very unique way that no other class can really do. However, out of both of these features, Arcane Ward is definitely the weirder feature. In fact, it is such a weird feature that there have been a plethora of sage advice dedicated to clarifying all of the confusing parts of Arcane Ward, most of which have already been covered in this section. But one that I haven't mentioned yet is the fact that, Because Arcane Ward has its own set of hit points, that means you are still able to make use out of temporary hit points through other means. The reason I mention this now is because there is a very fun and unique synergy that Arcane Ward has with a spell that wizards do not normally get, which is Armor of Agathys. You can take this spell through the Magic Initiate feat, but because of how well it scales, you won't really make the full use out of this spell, since the feat version does not allow you to upcast the spell. Instead, you would want to dip a level into Warlock in order to obtain the spell, since the rules for spellcasting allows you to use your wizard spell slots to cast your Warlock spells. As for what Armor of Agathys actually does, well, basically it grants you 5 temporary hit points for 1 hour and costs 1 action to cast. Whenever a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points, the creature will take 5 cold damage. While this doesn't seem like much, the true strength of Armor of Agathys lies with how well it scales. For every spell slot used above first level, the temporary hit points and cold damage increase by a flat 5 each. Normally, Warlocks have a hard time using this spell due to how few spell slots they have, which can lead to many Warlocks focusing their attention to other spells that can be immediately useful. However, as a wizard, you have plenty of spell slots that you can use in order to activate Armor of Agathys. So if you wanted to spend a 4th level slot to cast this spell, you would gain 20 temporary hit points while also dealing 20 cold damage to any melee attackers. And because the only qualifier you need to meet in order to activate Arcane Ward is for you to be an Abjuration spell 1st level or higher, which Armor of Agathys actually is, this basically allows you to gain a huge amount of temporary hit points plus a second buffer through your Arcane Ward at the same time, if you haven't already created one for the day. On top of that, the only qualifier for Armor of Agathys to activate its damage effect is for you to get hit with a melee attack, meaning that even if your Arcane Ward takes the damage, the effect still procs and deals damage to the creature, while you still maintain the buffer provided by Armor for Agathys, making you a very thorny rose on the battlefield if you take something like the Hexblade subclass, which has no problems being up close to enemies. You can technically do the same thing with Bastion of Law, since Clockwork Sorcerers learn Armor of Agathys by default, but it is nowhere near as effective as when used with Arcane Ward. Out of all the features on this list, the fact that Arcane Ward is such a wildly confusing feature that they later had to make a new feature that functioned basically the same way, but in a less confusing manner, is the reason that both Arcane Ward and Bastion of Law deserve to take #1 spots on this list. In this video, we'll be covering something a little bit different than our normal videos. Specifically, we'll be talking about Baldur's Gate 3, a video game set in the universe of Dungeons & Dragons and whose mechanics are directly based off of D&D 5th edition. Specifically, we're going to be taking a look at some of the subclasses the game has to offer and compare them to the existing versions of these subclasses from the actual tabletop game. The reason we'll be doing so is because some of these subclasses have received a vast number of changes ranging from small to big. So today we'll be looking at these changes and ranking the subclasses that have not only received the most powerful buffs, but also comparing the potential leap in power level these subclasses have gotten compared to the original counterparts. Keep in mind that this video will only go over subclass features that have received changes unless it's necessary to mention other features. And at number 10, we have the Storm Sorcerer subclass. This subclass received a few notable changes that not only make it a lot stronger, but also allows it to be more flexible than ever before. The first major change is to the subclass's first level ability, Tempestuous Magic, which normally allows you to fly up to 10 feet until the end of your turn as a bonus action while being immune to opportunity attacks, but only before or after you cast a spell first level or higher. In Baldur's Gate 3, however, this ability was buffed in 2 ways. While the ability now explicitly states you can only use this bonus action after casting a first level spell or higher, you can now fly up to 30 feet instead of only 10 feet, which feels a lot better. And the best part of this extra speed is that it doesn't use any of your existing movement to make. Changing the range that you're allowed to move with Tempestuous Magic basically makes this feature a much more forgiving and flexible ability to have by granting you the ability to reach high ground and other vertical spaces more easily, or even escape from enemies that have entered your personal casting area without provoking opportunity attacks. Another change the subclass received happens at 6th level, where you now automatically learn the following spells: Thunder Wave, Create or Destroy Water, Gust of Wind, Sleet Storm, and Call Lightning, all of which are pretty solid spells. Thunder Wave is a good first level AoE spell that can keep enemies off of you by pushing them away or off of cliffs or ledges. Create or Destroy Water does exactly what its name says, which can be useful for putting out fires or getting rid of light fog in an area, but most importantly, drenching your enemies to make your lightning spells more potent, since in Baldur's Gate 3, creatures that are wet gain vulnerability to lightning damage. Gust of Wind is also good for pushing enemies around, but can also blow away gases and vapors, while also extinguishing small flames from torches or candles. Sleet Storm is a very good spell for forcing concentration checks on spellcasters while obscuring their vision and creating difficult terrain in a 40-foot radius area. And Call Lightning is a very good concentration spell that can output a repeating lightning bolt to multiple enemies in more controlled spaces, albeit at the cost of reducing the area of effect and damage, which means you don't have to worry as much about accidentally hitting your allies like you would with Cone of Cold or Fireball, two spells with a huge area effect that can sometimes cause unintentional harm to your friends or other creatures. While all of these spells, with the exception of Create or Destroy Water and Call Lightning, are available to the Sorcerer spell list by default, sorcerers in general don't have access to as many spells as, say, a wizard might. So being able to learn extra spells at no cost not only makes the subclass more versatile what it can use, but also helps put it in line with a lot of the more recent sorcerer subclasses that also learn additional spells as they level up. Heart of the Storm got a couple of slight changes as well. To quickly summarize what the ability does, basically this ability grants you resistance to lightning and thunder damage, and allows you to deal extra damage to creatures if you're choosing within 10 feet of you whenever you start casting a first level spell or higher that deals either flavor of lightning or thunder damage. The extra damage is equal to half your sorcerer level, and the damage type is chosen whenever the ability activates. Baldur's Gate's 3 version of the ability actually increases the range of this ability to 20 feet, which puts it in line with another 6th level feature you'll learn, Storm Guide, which also has a 20-foot radius. The other changes could technically be a nerf, since all it does is make the damage type of the extra damage the same damage type of the spell you're casting, rather than being able to choose. Lastly, the 14th subclass feature, Storm's Fury, remains unchanged in what it does, but is learned much earlier at level 11, to compensate for the fact that Baldur's Gate 3 has a level cap of 12. While these changes definitely help make the Storm Sorcerer more appealing to play as a subclass, these are definitely on the low impact side of the buff radar when compared to many of the other entries on this list, but does give a taste of what's in store for the rest of this list, which is why it takes number 10 spot on this list. And at number 9, we have the Knowledge Domain Cleric. This is a subclass that kind of already had a lot of subpar features to begin with, and the good ones it did get were just too niche to make work under normal circumstances. However, there are a few changes worth noting that actually make the Knowledge Cleric much more appealing and worth choosing, believe it or not. The first change is probably the biggest by far, which is a total revamp of the list of Knowledge Cleric's bonus spells. While the additions of spells like Slow, Hold Person, and Dominate Person, the Knowledge Cleric effectively becomes less of a total RP subclass and more of a combat subclass in terms of spells, while the rest of its roleplay effectiveness is delegated elsewhere, as you will soon see with the changes in Knowledge Cleric's second level Channel Divinity feature, Knowledge of Ages. Normally, this Channel Divinity allows you to choose a skill or tool and become proficient in it for 10 minutes. However, in Baldur's Gate 3, Knowledge of Ages now allows you to pick an ability score and instantly become proficient in every skill of that chosen ability until you take a long rest. This is an amazing buff since it allows you to be proficient in all talking skills if you wanted to, or all stealth skills if you really needed to be sneaky with your party, and provides a multitude of ways to customize your build on the fly, something that existing Knowledge of Ages fails to do as effectively. The last major change is to their other Channel Divinity feature, Read Thoughts, which is learned at 6th level. As is, this Channel Divinity does a lot of things that might make it feel a bit convoluted. The short version is that you can use your action to attempt to read the thoughts of a creature within 60 feet, but only if they fail a wisdom saving throw. It lasts 1 minute, and whenever you cast a suggestion spell, it doesn't use a spell slot and the target creature automatically fails a saving throw to resist a suggestion. It's a very hit or miss feature whose usefulness can be very limiting due to the fact that not only requires a creature to fail a saving throw, they also have to fail a saving throw for something that another spell, Detect Thoughts, can do for free, without needing a saving throw unless you're trying to pry deep into someone's thoughts. In fact, in Baldur's Gate 3, this feature actually works like a better version of Detect Thoughts, minus the part where you can prod deeper. The only caveat is that you have to actively be talking to a creature to read its thoughts, but it lasts until you take a long rest, which is still a lot better than what Read Thoughts currently is. And the best part is that it doesn't require a saving throw in order to use this Channel Divinity feature. You do lose the part where you can cast Suggestion without a spell slot and the additional bonus of forcing the creature to fail their saving throw against it, but that's probably because the Suggestion spell doesn't actually exist in Baldur's Gate 3. But even with all of these buffs, the reason why the Knowledge Cleric takes number 9 spot on this list is because, while the revamped spell list and Knowledge of Ages does have a lot of impact on how the subclass is played, these changes are still pretty tame in comparison to most of the entries we have on this list. In fact, there are some changes that Baldur's Gate 3 makes that add additional levels of depth to the subclass that it's ridiculous. For example, and at number 8 on this list, we have Path of the Berserker Barbarian. This subclass is notorious for being one of the weaker subclasses for barbarians, simply because of its frenzy feature. Essentially, whenever you rage, you can choose to go into a frenzy, granting you the ability to make one additional melee weapon attack as a bonus action on each of your turns while you're in this frenzied state. However, the issue comes with the fact that you gain 1 level of exhaustion every time you use your frenzy feature. Each level of exhaustion comes with more and more debilitating effects until you reach 6 and the final level of it where you just die. This severely limits how you would play the subclass, since it forces to either frenzy and gain levels of exhaustion for the benefit of getting extra melee attack per turn, or not using it and wasting one of the core subclass features by just simply raging as normal. In Baldur's Gate 3, however, they actually get a bit of an overhaul. Firstly, the exhaustion mechanic has been completely removed in exchange for a new mechanic called Frenzied Strain, which is a stacking debuff that gets applied to every time you use your bonus action in order to make additional weapon attack, now called Frenzied Strike, granting you a -1 penalty per stack to all of your attack rolls until your frenzy ends. While this can be seen as a bit of a downgrade in comparison to the exhaustion mechanic, the upside is that you can at least use your frenzy more often and more consistently, as you wouldn't have to worry about suffering the many debilitating effects that being exhausted can give you. But the buffs don't stop there, because you also gain access to a second option you can do as a bonus action called Enraged Throw, which allows you to pick up an item or even another creature and hurl them at a target, dealing damage and knocking that creature prone. This bonus action deals varying amounts of damage depending on how heavy the item or creature you're throwing happens to be. This gives the Barbarian a more reliable range option while also allowing you to technically make an extra attack without accumulating Frenzy Strain stacks at the cost of doing a bit less damage. This option is also made better due to the buff that the Rage mechanic gets in Baldur's Gate 3 by default, which allows you to add your Rage damage to thrown weapons, which is not present in the current 5th edition of D&D. And if neither of these options suit you, you may also just make melee attacks with an improvised weapon or creature you pick up as a bonus action, rather than throwing it without fear of accumulating more stacks. These are all amazing upgrades to what the Frenzy feature was before, because it essentially covers all options you might want. If you don't want to use your bonus action to use Frenzied Strike with your melee weapon, then you may consider just using an improvised weapon attack instead. Or if you have an enemy that's just out of your range that you want to hit in order to maintain your range, you now have a ranged option. You will basically always have something to use your bonus action every turn, no matter what it is. As for the rest of the subclass, the only other buff worth noting is that Mindless Rage, your 6th level feature, makes it so that the Calm Emotion spell no longer ends your rage, which can have some niche uses, but is by no means a game changer. While this is definitely an amazing upgrade to Frenzy as a subclass feature, the reason it sits at number 8 on this list is partly due to the fact that at the end of the day, you're still trading one penalizing feature for another. However, with the addition of another bonus action, the Berserker Barbarian gains a lot of flexibility while making use of their action economy, which makes the subclass deserving to be on this list at all. And at number 7, we have the Thief Rogue. This subclass is all about being proficient in acts which require a lot of finesse and skill, such as burglarizing, treasure hunting, and dungeon delving, and it does it well. However, when we compare the subclass with its Baldur's Gate 3 counterpart, it may as well be its own subclass altogether with how much it's been retooled. Firstly, let's go over the first of your 3rd level features, Fast Hands and Second Story Work. As it currently stands in 5e, Fast Hands basically add sleight of hand checks, thieves tool checks to lockpicks or disarm traps, or take the use an object action as all options for your cutting action feature, which normally only allows you to hide, disengage, or dash. While all of these can definitely be useful in a normal campaign setting, they're not always going to come up in situations where your bonus action may be required, such as during combat. However, what is actually going to come up a lot during combat is the ability to not have one, but 2 bonus actions every turn, which is what Baldur's Gate 3 has elected to have with this feature. While you don't get any of the other options listed as part of your cutting action anymore, the ability to triple your movement speed every turn by cutting action dashing twice is a huge boon for a character that wants to get to places as fast as possible. You can also dash and disengage using your 2 bonus actions while still being able to attack a creature using your action. And since this bonus action can basically be any bonus action in the game, not just cutting action, this feature combos extremely well with other subclasses that have lots of bonus actions under their belt, like the aforementioned Berserker Barbarian, if you're looking to multiclass. Despite such a strong change, however, there are still a couple more buffs to the Thief class worth discussing. Your other 3rd level feature, Second Story Work, basically goes from stripping away the extra movement requirement for climbing and letting you jump further when executing a running jump, to instead granting resistance to falling damage. While a simple change, being able to only take half damage from falling can help in a number of situations where you might want to drop down a pit while taking minimal amounts of damage, or if you happen to get knocked off a steep ledge, etc, etc. However, this can definitely be seen as a downgrade, especially if you find yourself in areas where you might want to climb or jump over a giant pit with relative ease. Unfortunately, the changes don't stop there as you look at the 3rd and final feature that was changed, Supreme Sneak. Supreme Sneak is your 9th level subclass feature and basically gives you advantage on stealth checks effectively all the time so long as you're only spending half your movement speed on your turn. Being able to retain your stealth almost indefinitely can be invaluable for longer scouting missions, as long as you're accounting for the loss of movement. As for what this feature does in Baldur's Gate 3, it basically just allows you to become invisible for 1 minute as an action, once per short rest. While being able to go invisible at will is most certainly a strong ability to have, since it technically allows you to do what 5e's Supreme Sneak already did by giving you advantage in stealth checks, minus a loss in speed, only being able to use it once per short rest kinda makes this change a bit of a mixed bag. On one hand, you can position yourself basically anywhere on the battlefield because of your insane movement without worrying about being seen due to being invisible. On the other hand, however, once the invisibility breaks, you can't do it again until you've taken a short rest. There's an argument to be had, however, that Baldur's Gate's 3 version of Supreme Sneak is better since short rests are more readily available. So really this can be seen as either a buff or a nerf depending on the situation. But despite Supreme Sneak and Second Story Work being a bit of a mixed bag, Fast Hands is by far the biggest buff on this list so far. So much so that the Dungeon Master's Guide actually advises against modifying the action economy of the game in any way, as page 263 directly states that rules and game elements that override the rules for concentration, reactions, bonus actions, and magic item attunement can seriously unbalance or overcomplicate your game. So even with the mixed changes of Thief Rogue's other subclass features, the fact that its only saving grace also happens to be one of the best buffs to a feature in the game is what keeps this subclass so high on this list. And at number 6, we have the Way of the Shadow Monk. This is a subclass that lets you take advantage of areas around the battlefield where light has trouble reaching, or by creating your own darkness to maneuver through. And while the Way of the Shadow Monk is a strong subclass on its own, Baldur's Gate 3 has elected to make the subclass even stronger by adding a lot of quality of life changes to its kit, along with some other changes that we'll go over later. For example, your 3rd level feature, Shadow Arts, normally allows you to spend 2 key points, allowing you to cast the Pass Without Trace, Darkness, Dark Vision, and the Silent spells without having to provide the material components for, while also being generally useful when it comes to sneaking around and making yourself and your party scarce. In addition to that, you also learn the Minor Illusion cantrip, which can cause all kinds of fun and mayhem depending on how you use it. Meanwhile, in Baldur's Gate 3, there are a couple of additional quirks that come with your Shadow Arts feature. This is a change to Minor Illusion, allowing you to cast it while you're silenced, which might be useful if you want to mask your verbal components by silencing yourself with your own silence spell. Also, while you're hidden, casting Minor Illusion no longer gives your position away, allowing you to spam Minor Illusions to your heart's content. And speaking of hiding, Shadow Arts now lets you use the hide action as a bonus action, like how rogues can also do so with their cutting action feature. While these changes don't necessarily make the Shadow Monk that much stronger, the next change you're about to see might. You see, normally at 5th level, most materials only learn extra attack and nothing else. Shadow Monks are no exception to this. However, Baldur's Gate 3 has made a small change to how Shadow Monks progress. Instead of only learning extra attack at 5th level, they also learn Cloak of Shadows, which is normally an 11th level subclass feature for the Way of the Shadow Monk. Not only that, but it also seems to have been buffed a little bit. Normally, Cloak of Shadows allows you to use your action while in dim light or darkness to become invisible while inside it, and lasts until you break it with an attack by casting a spell or entering bright light. Meanwhile, Baldur's Gate 3 allows you to use your action while you're only obscured, which can apply to a wider variety of things than just dim light or darkness, such as being inside a fog cloud or on a misty day. The only caveat is that the Cloak of Shadows here has a duration of 1 minute, which is fair considering how much earlier you learn this feature. But because of this strange shift in progression for the Shadow Monk, this means that your next subclass feature becomes available immediately upon 6th level, which is Shadow Step. This basically gets the same treatment as Cloak of Shadows, where it applies to whenever you're being obscured rather than being in dim light or darkness, allowing you to teleport between one source of lightly obscured area to another, which just makes it consistent with the rest of its kit if nothing else. And moving on to your 11th level feature, we have Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike is a brand new feature that substitutes for your Cloak of Shadows, since that feature has been moved down, and it's a pretty powerful substitute. The way it works is if you're hidden, you can use your action to spend 3 key points and teleport up to 30 feet to an enemy. And when you do so, you make a melee attack with your weapon or your unarmed strike, dealing an additional 3d8 psychic damage to the creature, along with your normal weapon damage, while also shutting off the creature's ability to make opportunity attacks against you until the end of your turn. So you can be hidden in the shadows, teleport to an enemy creature to deal a ton of damage using Shadow Strike, and then you can either deal even more damage with Flurry of Blows, or retreat back into darkness and bonus action hide in order to set yourself up with another Shadow Strike, and there's nothing your opponent can do about it. Essentially, all the changes the Way of the Monk receives in Baldur's Gate 3 not only make it easier to play in a video game setting, but the addition of Shadow Strike ends up elevating Shadow Monk, an already powerful subclass on its own, to one that is a lot more active and deadly. The Way of the Shadow Monk might not have the strongest changes in the game, like having an additional bonus action, But due to all the changes the subclass received that are all objectively good for an already powerful subclass, Shadow Monk absolutely deserves a number 6 spot on this list over Thief Rogue, but not any higher since most of the changes have mainly been quality of life more than anything. And at number 5 on this list, we have the Wildheart Barbarian. At first glance, you might not recognize the name Wildheart, but the short version is, it's just the Totem Warrior subclass renamed. To briefly go over what the Totem Warrior Barbarian does, it basically allows you to choose from a list of different animal spirits that will grant you certain benefits. Some are provided while raging, while others are always online. Let's take a look at your 3rd level subclass feature, Bestial Heart, which is more commonly known as Totem Spirit in 5e. Overall, each heart or spirit all work functionally the same, providing a variety of buffs while you're raging. Bear grants you resistance to all damage type except Psychic. Eagle lets you dash as a bonus action and invoke disadvantage on opportunity attacks made by enemies. Elk increases your movement speed. Tiger increases how far you can jump. And Wolf grants your allies advantage on melee attack rolls against enemies within a certain distance from you. However, they all now grant you a special action that you can perform while you're raging. Bear gives you a once per rage second win that costs an action and restores 1d8 plus your constitution modifier and hit points to keep you up just a little bit longer. Eagle allows you to use your action to dive down into a creature from high ground, letting you ignore fall damage while also dealing damage to your opponent and knocking them prone. Elk allows you to use both your action and movement to deal 1d4 plus your strength modifier damage to a hostile creature in your way and potentially knocking them prone. Tiger lets you use your action to cleave up to 3 enemies in a small cone, dealing half your weapon damage and applying a damage over time effect. Lastly, Wolf lets you use your action to boost the movement speed of all allies within 30 feet of you by 10 feet. Just like the Berserker Barbarian, these changes only add extra options you can do while you're raging that don't just come down to attacking the same creature again. And they can give more of an incentive to actually choose another spirit over the obvious choice of Bear, since taking half damage from all but one damage type in the game is insane at even higher levels. But the options get even crazier when we look at your 6th level feature, Animal Aspect, or Aspect of the Beast for Totem Warriors. There are way too many options that Baldur's Gate 3 adds to this feature that going over each one that you can choose would make this section way too long. So here's a list of all of the aspects you can choose from in 5e compared to what Baldur's Gate 3 lets you choose. In short, the main 5 aspects, Bear, Eagle, Elk, Tiger, and Wolf, are still present but have been tweaked to fit the gameplay of Baldur's Gate 3 more easily. For example, Eagle normally lets you see up to 1 mile away without any difficulty, but since there's really not a way to make this portion of the aspect work in a way that would make sense in a video game format, it instead now gives you advantage on perception checks and dark vision. Since you're only allowed to pick one aspect, Baldur's Gate 3 compensates for this by completely removing and replacing your 10th level feature, Spirit Walker, which just lets you cast the Commune with Nature spell as a ritual, and Additional Animal Aspect, which, as you might have guessed, lets you choose a second animal aspect to benefit from. But there is one more change to go over with the subclass. Just like the Shadow Monk, Wildheart progresses a little differently than its 5e counterpart, in that you also gain the Landstride Difficult Terrain feature along with your normal ASI/ABI, which allows you to ignore difficult terrain full stop. You don't even have to be raging in order to do so. Now, what we've gone over are all the changes from Totem Barbarian to Wildheart. Let's go over why this subclass takes number 5 on this list. The short version is that these changes add a lot of ways to customize your experience as a barbarian. The longer version is that with a number of options added to just your 3rd level feature, it creates a sense of variety and versatility that incentivizes you to tamper and toy with, especially since Baldur's Gate 3 allows you to respec your character. One of the main draws of Totem War Barbarian is being able to choose a subclass, but it feels different every time you play a new one. However, because certain totems were clearly better than others, that diversity ends up being muddied and ends up leaving the other aspects or spirits collecting dust. And while Bear still remains a really powerful option as a Wildheart, especially since it now has a way to heal itself even just a little bit, the special action granted by your Bestial Heart while raging are good enough that it might make you think to try another Bestial Heart as well. So why exactly is Wildheart number 5 on this list? Well, just like the Shadow Monk, these changes take one of the more powerful classes in the game and make it an even better powerhouse. The big difference here, however, is that it's not just quality of life changes and a new ability. There are just a whole bunch of new options that have been introduced that can drastically change how you play this subclass. You can make a Barbarian take advantage of the bleeding mechanic in Baldur's Gate 3 by choosing Tiger Heart, and then taking Tiger and Wolverine as your animal aspect. Or you can try and take advantage of being poisoned, frightened, or charmed by picking the Honey Badger animal aspect and rolling for that free rage. There's just so much you can do with this subclass than ever before, which more than makes Wildheart Barbarian deserving of a spot on this list. At number 4, we have Way of the Four Elements Monk. This subclass is widely considered one of the weaker subclasses in the entirety of Dungeons & Dragons 5e, due to all of your choices of spells being very limited in use, as well as how taxing casting these spells can be for your main class resource, your ki. Basically, the way 4 Elements works is you're given the ability to learn Elemental Attunement, a sort of reflavored version of the Druidcraft cantrip with some minor differences, while also learning 1 additional elemental discipline starting at 3rd level. And then the rest of your subclass levels let you choose another elemental discipline. And while there are a few spells that are good to take as a 4 Elements monk, such as Fireball and Cone of Cold, this also creates another problem with the subclass. Why would you ever take something like being able to cast Gaseous Form over being able to deal massive amounts of fire damage by giving yourself the ability to cast Fireball? So what this creates is an end state where your character basically takes the best spells and abilities they can, because if you don't, you're really only relying on your base class features, which defeats the whole purpose of having a subclass to begin with. So how does Baldur's Gate 3 treat the 4 Elements monk? Well, firstly, not only are there a few new elemental disciplines available to choose from 3rd level, such as by taking Blade of Rime, giving you the ability to cast Ice Knife, you are also allowed to pick 3 disciplines rather than 1 plus Elemental Attunement, giving you more wiggle room and versatility. Some of these disciplines even work a little different than their 5e counterpart. Fangs of the Fire Snake is an action that, for 1 key point, lets you hit a creature from 20 feet away, dealing your unarmed damage plus 1d10 fire damage to the enemy, while also causing your next melee attack to deal an additional 1d4. This is both a buff and a nerf from the original version, since 5e's versions extended the range for unarmed strikes by 10 feet instead of setting them to 20 feet, but would remain for every other attack you make that turn. Then you can spend an additional key point per melee attack you hit in order to deal an additional 1d10 fire damage to those attacks. This is one of those features that is considered a must pick for 4 element monks, since adding an additional 4d10 fire damage total on your turn at the cost of 4 key points is the most efficient use of key points this subclass has. So while having an increase in range in Baldur's Gate 3, the loss of having the ability to just add 1d10 fire damage all of your attacks keeps it from being an absolute must pick, especially when you consider that some disciplines can modify existing spells. For example, Chill of the Mountain is a new option added in Baldur's Gate 3 that lets you spend a key point to cast Ray of Frost that deals 1d10 cold damage rather than 1d8. Shapen of the Ice is also a new discipline that you can choose that lets you conjure a 5x5x5 cube of ice that you can use to climb to higher ground if you need to, adding to potential mobility options to the subclass. There's also another feature you can get for taking the subclass called Harmony of Fire and Water, which is an action that allows you to regain half of your key points once per long rest while not in combat, which is a huge boon to monks since that's an effective 50% increase in the amount of key points you can use without needing a short rest. Lastly, a nice bonus to the subclass is the additional ability to use your bonus action Unarmed Strike whenever you cast any of these spells, which allows you to fully commit to casting a spell without giving up all of your monk features. At 6th, 9th, and 11th levels, you can choose 1 more discipline as normal, but reaching 6th and 9th level in particular also provides brand new discipline options and buffs in some instances. At 6th level, Embrace of the Inferno is added, which allows you to cast Scorching Ray, which isn't normally available in normal 5th edition D&D. Upon reaching 9th level, a plethora of spells you cast are automatically upcast by 1 level, and your Water Whip's damage is increased by 1d10, which is nice because there's no rules for upcasting this spell from your discipline in Baldur's Gate 3 as there are normally. This is arguably better since you don't have to spend extra key points to upcast your spells like you normally would. You just get them a little bit later as a trade-off, but makes the subclass progress feel a lot more natural. Overall, these changes and buffs from the original version of the class makes Way of the 4 Elements feel much better in terms of progression, while trying to fix one of the key problems of the class, its key points, by allowing you to restore half your maximum key points without needing a short rest, while also making the upcasted version of spells more key efficient by not requiring you to spend extra key points in order to do so. While this doesn't make Way of the 4 Elements stronger than any other class, the buffs provided to the subclass help put it more on par with the other hybrid subclasses by giving it more options and versatility than ever before. If this was a list about most buffs a subclass received, this would probably be much higher in this list along with Wildheart Barbarian. But since this list is more about how much stronger these subclasses are in Baldur's Gate 3 in comparison to the original counterparts, the Way of the 4 Elements monks basically goes from being barely playable to a subclass that looks both enticing and well balanced to play, which is why this subclass earns a spot on this list. And at number 3, we have the Abjuration Wizard. This wizard subclass is meant to be one where you create a ward of magical energy that you can use to protect yourself and, eventually, others from taking damage. They do so by using their 2nd level feature, Arcane Ward, which also happens to be the primary focus regarding the changes it's received in Baldur's Gate 3. But to understand how these changes impact the Abjuration Wizard's overall usefulness as a whole, let's look at what the Arcane Ward does in 5e. Once per long rest, whenever you cast an Abjuration spell 1st level or higher, you erect a barrier around you that has hit points equal to your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier, and lasts until you finish a long rest. Then, anytime you take damage, the barrier absorbs the damage, taking priority over temporary hit points and your actual hit points. And if the barrier's hit points reach 0, you take any remaining damage. However, you can restore hit points to the Arcane Ward by casting an Abjuration spell that's first level or higher, restoring hit points to the ward by twice the spell level. This is extremely useful for giving yourself additional bulk in a pinch and combos well with a few spells. If you take a level in Warlock and grab Armor of Agathys, you can use your higher level wizard slots to create a strong Armor of Agathys barrier that can grant you 5 temporary hit points per spell level and activate your Arcane Ward at the same time since it's an Abjuration spell. Once you do so, any damage you take is delegated towards your Arcane Ward first before reaching your temporary hit points. And if the attack you took was a melee attack, the damage portion of Armor of Agathys will still proc since you still took damage. This is a great way to prolong your Armor of Agathys as much as possible, making you a rose with thorns in the battlefield that melee-oriented creatures will think twice before attacking. And because Arcane Ward is taking damage away from you, you're also immune to making concentration checks until the Arcane Ward's hit points are reduced to 0, and you start actually taking damage. There are a lot of fun ways to make use of the ward, and you can eventually use your reaction to send the ward to an ally that's about to take damage from an attack using your 6th level feature, Project Ward. So, what does Baldur's Gate 3 do to the Arcane Ward feature? Well, firstly, it no longer acts as a secondary health bar, so to speak. Instead, it works on an intensity system where you can increase the intensity of the ward by casting an Abjuration spell, raising the intensity by the spell's level up to a maximum of twice your wizard level. So, whenever you take the subclass, your Arcane Ward has a maximum intensity of 4, but each long rest resets the intensity down to your wizard level. So, 2 in this case. And if you cast a first level Abjuration spell while the intensity is below 4, it raises by 1. As for what intensity does, in short, it's a flat damage reduction. Specifically, whenever you take damage, the amount of damage that's reduced is equal to your current intensity. So, if you're at max intensity and you take 5 damage, you subtract 4 from that and take 1 damage instead. After that, the intensity of the ward reduces by 1. This is by far the most unique change to how a feature functions, but it's one of the best and even strongest changes a subclass could get. To explain, at 2nd level, whenever you first get this feature, by default you only reduce a total amount of damage by 3, assuming you aren't using shield, mage armor, or other abjuration spells, since you start off at 2 intensity, which gets reduced to 1 whenever you take damage. Compare this to the 8 hit points your Arcane Ward will receive in the 5e version if you start with 18 intelligence. However, this scaling on Baldur's Gate 3 version is insanely powerful, that if we compare it to 2 8th level wizards using the same stats, with one using the original 5e version of Arcane Ward while the other wizard is using the Baldur's Gate 3 version, you'll see a clear difference between their power levels. If we assume 20 intelligence, an 8th level wizard with 5e's version of the ward will still have 21 hit points that it can absorb, assuming no other abjuration spells are cast to restore any of these hit points. Meanwhile, for the other wizard, at a default intensity of 8, the ward will reduce a total of 36 damage before it needs to be recharged. But it gets even better. If we were to include the amount of hit points restored by abjuration spells, Baldur's Gate 3 version wins by miles. If you use your reaction and cast shield while using the original version of the ward, your ward would only regain 2 hit points since it's a first level spell. However, if you're at 8 intensity and use shield, the intensity would increase to 9, allowing you to reduce another attack by 9 points, which is effectively another 9 hit points you have on yourself. This creates a situation where you really want to play around with the higher intensities since you can get more value for increasing the intensity of the Arcane Ward than at lower intensities. And if you manage to max out your intensity at 16 at level 8, then you just become an absolute tank for a good long while as you're able to produce a grand total of 136 damage, which is absurd but not likely to be obtained, at least for now. But there is one downside with this new Arcane Ward when compared with the old one, which is that the new Arcane Ward isn't as effective in taking larger hits as the 5e version, since the 5e version has a much bigger pool of hit points overall. While the new Arcane Ward is most effective against multiple smaller hits, if a creature decides to make a big enough hit or scores a lucky crit, you're not going to get as much use out of the ward as you would the 5e version. However, this brings into question whether it's better to protect yourself from one big hit once or several smaller hits several times over. And in most cases, unless you find yourself in combat a lot, the bigger Arcane Ward from 5e probably would be more enticing. But if you're going for a Gish build where you mix in a bit of martial fighting into your build, then Baldur's Gate 3 version is going to benefit you more in the long run, especially since multi-classing exists in the game, allowing you to take a level in Warlock and gain Armor of Agathys, which is now a stronger combo than ever before while using the newer version of the ward. This new change also indirectly buffs your 6th level feature, Projected Ward, because it gives you more of a chance to use it multiple times over the course of combat, rather than risking popping the ward by blocking a single attack. And remember when we said the ward's maximum intensity would most likely never be obtained? Well, meet the new and improved Abjuration subclass feature at 10th level. Before, it just allowed you to add your proficiency modifier whenever you use counterspell or dispel magic. Now it increases your arcane ward's intensity by an amount equal to your wizard level whenever you take a short rest. And while your short rests are limited in Baldur's Gate 3, you can immediately start the delay with 10 intensity. Then short rest to immediately increase the intensity of the ward to 20. And since this isn't a once per long rest feature, you can just regain more intensity whenever you feel the need by taking your next short rest. Overall, Abjuration Wizard has received the biggest upgrade on this list so far by completely changing how Arcane Ward works, and then creating a new feature that just makes it even better by changing how improved Abjuration works. While it's always been a subclass that liked to play around its ward, the buffs and changes it received in Baldur's Gate 3 is arguably overtuned by giving you flat damage reduction that scales down to the point where it gives a new meaning to the term Mage Tank, which is why the Abjuration Wizard takes number 3 spot on this list. And at number 2, we have the Beastmaster Ranger. This subclass has a notorious reputation for being the worst subclass of the worst class in the entire game, at least at the time of its initial printing. Since then, Rangers have been granted several optional features they could take to add to or replace existing features once Tasha's Cauldron of Everything was printed, so they're not nearly as bad as they once were. Tasha's also included Primal Companion stat blocks for Beastmaster Rangers, rather than choosing from a challenge rating 1/4 or lower beast via the Ranger Companion feature to try and bring their power levels up as well, which it did, but the subclass still suffered from many of its core issues. For one, your action economy falls into shambles by having to use your action to command your companion to make an attack, for instance. Once you learn extra attack, you can also replace one of your attacks to command your companion to also attack. And since your weapon attacks are most likely going to be stronger than your own companions, it's basically a waste to command your companion to attack in combat most of the time. While the Primal Companion feature does sort of fix this power gap, you still have to use your own action to command it. Overall, the Beastmaster suffers a lot from not being as strong as it could be for a pet class, simply because a lot of the features you learn don't really provide much in the way of an upgrade for your class. At 7th level, you gain the Exceptional Training feature, which lets you use your bonus action to command your companion to dash, disengage, or take the help action on its turn, but only if you choose to forgo your companion's attacks. Also, your companion's attacks are considered magical as well. And at 11th level, your companion may attack twice or use its multi-attack, which is essentially shut off up to this point if you choose a companion that's included one, like the Cave Badger. And at 15th level, you can affect your beast with a spell effect that targets yourself if it's within 30 feet of you, which can be useful if you happen to have a way of cast something like haste on yourself. So, how does Baldur's Gate 3 handle Beastmaster Rangers? Well, for one, you no longer select what your companion is based on a long list of CR 1/4 beasts. Instead, you have 5 separate stat blocks you may choose from Bear, Boar, Dire Raven, Wolf, and Wolf Spider. All of these companions come with their own strengths and weaknesses, and their own level progression where they gain new stats and abilities that you can have them utilize in combat, and can be switched out for a different one once per short rest. Additionally, your companion no longer requires you use your action to command it to make attacks. They can just take their entire turn as any other creature would. Another buff the Ranger's companion receives is that your companion has the Praise Scent trait that allows it to also benefit from your Hunter's Mark spell, granting it an additional 1d6 damage whenever attacking a marked creature. And if your companion's hit points reaches 0, you're able to summon it back after a short rest rather than spending 8 hours to replace it like you would have in the 5e version of the feature. There is one downside to come from these changes, and that's the fact that your companion no longer benefits from your proficiency bonus when making saving throws, while your companion's AC, attack rolls, and damage rolls don't gain your proficiency bonus until they reach 5th level. But the rest of the changes kind of helps balance things out. If you take a look at Baldur's Gate 3's version of the Exceptional Training, you'll notice that your companion can now take the dash, disengage, and help action as a bonus action, rather than using your bonus action to command your companions to do these things while foregoing their attack to do so, which helps tremendously with action economy, although they do seem to lose their magical attacks in exchange. In fact, most of the changes of Beastmaster Rangers seem to focus more on allowing your animal companion to act as its own creature and entity, rather than attempting to work as an extension to the ranger. It is no longer tied to your own action economy and can make its own decisions in combat essentially. Even your 11th level feature just allows your companion to make an extra attack whenever they take the attack action, which is technically the same as the original version of this feature minus the ranger needing to forgo one of their own attacks to make it happen. But to really hammer home just how much stronger the Beastmaster Ranger is in Baldur's Gate 3, let's go over at least one of the animal companions you can summon, so that you have an idea of how companion progression works in the game. The Boar Companion comes with 11 hit points and 11 AC, and can make a tusk attack that deals 1d6 plus 1 slashing damage to the target. Alternatively, it can make a charge attack against all creatures in its way, dealing 1d4 plus 1 slashing damage, and has a chance to knock them all prone. At 5th level, your boar takes on a new appearance and obtains new abilities. It gains Rage, which works the same way as a Barbarian class feature, but gives it a flat +2 bonus on all of its melee attack damage for the entire game, rather than scaling based on level. While raging, the boar gains a bonus action Frenzied Strike attack that deals 1d6 +2 slashing damage. Also, at this time, your boar's hit points become 27, AC becomes 14, and its strength score increases by 2. At 8th level, your boar's hit points become 51, but its AC stays the same. Once you reach 11th level, however, your boar's appearance changes once again, and learns another new ability it can learn along the way, increasing its hit points to 85, its armor class to 17, and increasing its constitution score by 4 points. Kick Up Muck is an action your boar can now do that reduces the movement speed by half and induces a -2 penalty to dexterity saving throws and armor class to all creatures within 30 feet of cone if they fail the dexterity saving throw against it for 2 turns. The boar also gains an extra attack via the Bestial Fury feature, which you can learn upon reaching 11th level, which is a nice bonus. In conclusion, the Beastmaster Ranger goes from a subclass that has a hard time figuring out how it wants to progress as a pet class to a subclass that seems to have most, if not all, of its problems ironed out. Action economy feels more fluid, and treating the animal companion as its own entity that grows stronger alongside you are just 2 of the main things the subclass does that makes it feel a lot more versatile and unique, while also making it a great option of a subclass for rangers in general. But the reason this subclass does not take number 1 spot on this list, however, is because the Beastmaster Ranger makes a couple of sacrifices in the process of becoming as strong as it is. Your companion not having magical attacks and not being able to gain a bonus to their saving throws using your proficiency can have a real negative impact on your animal companion both offensively and defensively. However, due to its better scaling in terms of hit points, and the fact that your companion's AC does increase over time, this sort of mitigates at least some of the losses made with this new and improved Beastmaster Ranger. And while this is a significant power boost for the subclass overall, it's not as significant as the top spot on this list. And for our number 1 pick, we have the third and final subclass feature for monks in Baldur's Gate 3, the Way of the Open Hand. This is a subclass that's normally considered a decent subclass to choose, but features one of the best subclass features in the game, Quivering Palm, which has a chance to one-shot enemies regardless of how many hit points they have by spending 3 key points to force a Constitution saving throw. However, since Baldur's Gate 3 has a level cap of 12, Quivering Palm is impossible to acquire since you learn it at 17 normally. Instead, the game sort of rebalances the entire class to compensate, but you won't feel these effects until 6th level when our first change comes into play, including a new subclass feature to play with. First, let's go over the changes to our existing feature, Wholeness of Body. Originally, Wholeness of Body allowed you to restore hit points to yourself equal to 3 times your monk level once per long rest. This works the same in Baldur's Gate 3, but comes with one additional benefit. It also restores half of your maximum key points while also applying a temporary buff as you enter a state of wholeness for the next turn, granting you 1 additional key point per turn that it's active. As mentioned before, being able to restore key points without taking any kind of rest is a huge boon to the monk class in general, as it allows you to use things like Flurry of Blows and Stunning Strike more often. Remember when we talked about how messing with action economy can be kind of dangerous according to the DMG? Well, Wholeness of Body turns that up to 11 by also granting you a second bonus action while under this feature's effects. This combos extremely well with your new 6th level feature, Manifestation of Mind, Body, and Soul, which gives you 3 toggleable abilities that lets you deal an extra 1d4 plus your wisdom modifier in necrotic, psychic, or radiant damage, depending on which manifestation you've toggled. You can only have one of these toggled, but the damage isn't once per turn, and you can apply it to every unarmed strike you make, including those with your Flurry of Blows, which you can use twice now while under the effects of Wholeness of Body. To put this extra damage into perspective, at 6th level you would already have extra attack, allowing you to make 2 attacks whenever you take the attack action. Then you can Flurry of Blows as a bonus action to make an additional 2 unarmed strikes, which normally gives you a total of 4 attacks. Then you can use Flurry of Blows once more to make another 2 unarmed strikes for a total of 6 attacks per turn, which would amount to an extra 64 plus 6 to your wisdom modifier on all your attacks if they connect. And even though Wholeness of Body does cost your action, Flurry of Blows was buffed in Baldur's Gate 3 to allow it to be used even if you haven't made an attack, unlike how it currently functions in 5e, which still gives you up to 4 unarmed strikes you can use using 2 of your bonus actions. This is an insane power increase for the Open Hand Monk, since it's not only a flat damage increase to all your unarmed attacks, but also has amazing damage type coverage, with Psychic being the best of the 3 types in most cases. But the changes don't stop there. Just like a few of the subclasses on this list, you gain an extra subclass feature at a level you normally don't in 5e version of the game, in this case at 9th level, called Key Resonation Punch, which works similarly to Quivering Palm, but a bit weaker to compensate for being acquired level 9 instead of 17th. Basically, when you land a hit with either of your attacks via the attack action or your bonus action unarmed strike, you not only deal your normal damage, but also cause the creature's key to resonate with yours for 1 minute, or until you use Key Resonation Blast to detonate the resonating creature as a free action. While making creatures resonate does not cost you any key points to use, using your Key Resonation Blast does cost you 1 key point to use. When you do so, one creature within 60 feet of you that you're resonating with detonates, forcing a dexterity saving throw against it and all creatures within a 16-foot radius of it, dealing 3d6 force damage while also detonating any other resonating creatures that happen to be caught in the blast, potentially causing a chain reaction of key explosions against a wide group of enemies. This is another amazing ability and a perfect substitute for Quivering Palm since it does so much at almost no cost to your key pool. And with the bonus action buff to Wholeness of Body, you can potentially cause up to 4 enemies total to resonate in a single turn and detonate them all at once depending on how well the enemies you hit are grouped up. The reason why this class takes number 1 spot on this list should be obvious at this point. Like Thief Rogue, giving any class an extra bonus action is just asking for trouble. And while the Thief Rogue is able to make good use out of this extra bonus action with its cutting actions, the Open Hand Monk can not only make excellent use out of its extra bonus action as well, it also has so much combo potential that synergizes perfectly with the rest of its kit that this class might actually be considered overpowered if it was an officially printed subclass in 5e. Even with the downside that you only have this extra bonus action for 3 rounds, there is just so much you can do with it. Having Wholeness of Body be a healing option, a key restoration option, and extra action economy bundled into one action is insane, even with it being tied to a once per long rest. That's not to mention Manifestation of Mind, Body, and Soul acting as a toggleable hex that automatically adds extra damage to all of your unarmed strikes, allowing the Open Hand Monk to outdamage most classes in the entire game. When it comes to how much stronger a class is compared to its original iteration in 5e, the Open Hand Monk is worthy of its spot on this list simply because of how much of a powerhouse it becomes from all the changes it receives in Baldur's Gate 3.